Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 185 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, Mr. Fuck Ya Life, King Skype, and still the toxic offender, aka Moods. Yeah. And of course, I have my two 90s millennial mammograms by my side tonight, Double Trout J, aka JP. And finally, back in the house from 45 minutes outside of Chicago, the live stream host himself, Ellen Degenerate, aka the Jew, Jeremy. Also in the house for the 21st time tonight, the man with the photographic memory but can't remember to invite any of the hosts from the 22 Shots onto his podcast, the Boston Cream Donut, aka Doghouse Derek. And finally, we have the man who has been quoted saying, "When there is no more room in hell, I will fall asleep on your podcast." The Sacktown Snore, Mike. Fuck your dub reviews, Merriman. What's going on, guys?
You want to know one of the most fucked up things ever?
What?
That JP has never seen the Blues Brothers before. How fucked up is that?
That is the most
Isn't
random.
that a travesty?
That's the most
Never
fucking
even heard
random
of it.
thing I've ever heard.
Get the fuck out of here! Don't you guys think that's fucked up?
I don't like movies about jazz, dude.
Which Blue
Not
Brothers?
about
Like the
jazz.
original one or the
It's
remake?
literally called the Blues Brothers.
It's not about.
Yeah. So you haven't seen
It's
either
fun.
one?
Wait, there's a remake?
Oh, there's
Yeah.
a sequel.
Well,
I don't know. No,
There's two of them.
I've heard of the title, but I have no idea what it is. I don't know who's in it. I don't know anything about it.
wow.
Really?
It's very
Really?
random.
Belushi.
Yeah, that's like that post in Cut to the Chase the other day that was like, who's the best actress? Meryl Streep, this person, Nicole. I don't know. I don't even know who these people are. Like, I know them, but I don't know them.
You own a movie with Meryl Streep in it.
I know the Craven film, right?
I remember that actually bringing up Meryl Streep's name one time. And you're like, "Who the fuck is Meryl Streep?" I'm like, "Dude, she wins like an Academy Award for like."
but I don't follow people's careers really.
But her
unless
name,
they're
like,
like-
you don't even have. She's like one of those names where you've probably heard it before, and it's associated with like Hollywood and shit. You know, it's just
Yeah.
like you don't really have to have seen any of her films. You know the name Meryl Streep. It's crazy,
I do know-
Hollywood royalty.
right? She's won so many awards. Like her name has been associated with everything royalty, with Hollywood and shit. It's crazy.
She's damn near nominated for Best Actress every year.
What's the
fucking
woman that cooks with Snoop Dogg?
Martha Stewart?
Martha
I
Stewart.
just picture her the whole time when I think of Meryl Streep.
I mean, they're old
They're
and blonde,
probably
I
about the
guess.
same age. Yeah.
Yeah,
They throw in Jessica Lange.
except for Meryl Streep didn't do time for
Tax evasion.
was it
Insider trading.
Insider trading. That's what it was. Yeah,
Insider trading.
that is the most white fucking person crime ever. I love that.
No, the most white person crime ever is the one the Aunt what the hell was her name from Full House? Aunt Jackie.
Lori Loughlin.
Yeah, that was the most
Aunt Becky.
white person thing ever.
Bribery,
Aunt Becky.
getting your kids into fucking schools.
That's
When they didn't
that is
need it in the
literally
first
most
place.
white
I don't
person.
even, well, the thing I
felony.
didn't understand about that case is that, yeah, like they have the money to get them in, but they were lying about what they were capable of doing. Like they were lying about their sports and
Yeah,
shit
it
like
was
that.
like they like hired like an
supposedly-
agency to like bullshit their resume. But I'm like, you have money.
I
If
know.
you just become like a booster to the college, you'll probably fucking get them in that way.
Right? Like they're already the top of the line. You know, you're a celebrity, you got money. Like those are the schools are already like basically coming to you. So
and she wasn't a dumb person.
I know. I just don't understand why you would make shit up. Like how do you explain it when you get to school? It's like, well, okay, so these kids are supposed to be, you know, playing water polo and shit, and these kids like don't have any athletic ability whatsoever. Like how do you explain it when they get there? I don't understand what the fucking point was. Very, very strange. Fucking Aunt Becky, not that smart. Come on.
Yeah, come on. What the hell? You were in Rad, Aunt Becky.
She wasn't Rad.
Yeah, man.
She tamed Uncle Jesse.
Oh man, I actually am really excited for that media release. Finally, I mean, I won't be able to watch the 4K disc, but I'm super excited that it's actually finally getting a release after all these years. I've had a bootleg DVD for years and years. I've watched it so many times, but I'm just super stoked to see what it actually looks like, man. It's one of my all-time favorite movies. Holy shit, that's really loud.
Moods, shut up your dogs.
That actually was not me.
Really?
No. Two of them are sitting right next to me. They're both sleeping.
I'm half tempted to start a GoFundMe for Moods to upgrade to 4K. Like, I know that it's probably not the wisest thing to do because, you know,
you can afford it.
Yeah, but at the same time, I really just want him to have 4K. So maybe we should do that.
It actually is kind of ironic, though, right? Like, I probably, you know, I could afford to do it and stuff, but I just haven't yet.
But you won't because you have the TV still. And I get your point for not wanting to. Yeah, but if somebody bought you one, then you'd be forced to upgrade.
True. But then I'd be a little bit pissed though too. I'm like, well, I got this fucking brand new 4K TV and shit, and I still have this TV where it's gonna replace. It's still good. Like, what am I gonna do with the TV? Because
I'm in the same predicament.
They're worth nothing to anybody. So
I have like two TVs that are, you know, 1080p that are in a box. Like like their original boxes. I have two of them. I don't know what to really do with them because everybody I know has like, you know, better or is equal quality. Nobody really needs a TV right now. So I just have them extra for maybe if I move into a new house or something, I need a spare TV.
Like, I don't even think you can even buy 1080p TVs anymore. Like, last time I was in Costco.
No, you can still get 720p's. I've seen at Best Buy.
Actually, I was at Costco and I just briefly did a walk by in the 4K TVs, just kind of glancing at prices and stuff. And it was all 4K. There literally was no other type of TVs. I was like, that's crazy. So, not surprising though.
It's the wave of the future.
I guess it is. But yeah, the prices here though are actually quite ridiculous. Like, there was a 65 or maybe it was, I think it was 65 or 68 inch or something, and it was like, fuck, it must have been $2,800 or some shit. I was like, whoa.
God damn.
I was like, damn.
$2,800. Fuck.
They're cheap as shit.
Yeah,
crazy.
Even like the 55s and 58s.
$400.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. And I was like, this is Costco, and I was like, this is fucking crazy. So. But yeah, even the discs themselves, like I've mentioned it before, like, you know, to find something under 25 is pretty rare, right? They're usually.
But what edition of Dawn of the Dead are you going to buy?
Well, I'm going to get the 4K one because, you know, eventually I'll probably be forced to upgrade, you know, kind of thing. So I might as well just buy that. They're pretty much the same price anyways. Plus the thing is, though, you know, it's basically, I do have all the movies, like all the cuts, even on high def versions, like the Italian one. So I'm not like starving for it, you know, kind of thing. But yeah, I'll pick it up.
Going to be better, though, man.
100%. But, you know, I'll pick it up for the future. So when eventually I have to buy one, which who knows, it could be fucking 2 months. My TV just randomly goes. Like, and that's the thing about electronics. Like, I sit here and talk about it. I'm like, man, I've had no problems with this TV. It's been great all these years and stuff. And bam, tomorrow it's fucking smoking. So
I'm in the same boat as Moods. I just don't have any TVs that need to be replaced. Once one does, then every room's TV will shift down to the next room and all. At this point, buying 4K is just a formality because when you go to buy a TV, it's like they're all 4K for the most part, unless you really, really, really want something cheap. But otherwise, it's like the 4K is just the standard in the stores now. There's no reason not to get one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm the same myself.
I like, my story was that it was Black Friday and it was just so affordable at that time. I didn't need a new TV. The TV I had bought was only, I think, 2 years old at the time, so it was still fairly new. But I was just like, at this price, it just seems like. Plus, I was getting a new Xbox, and that has a 4K player in it, the Xbox One X. So I was like, well, I have a 4K player, and you know they're really affordable. So I just did it, and it, like, I think what I end up paying for that? It was like $400.
I don't know. You bought it.
Yeah, it was like $400. It was very cheap, and But again, I'm not like Jeremy where I think that it's like the best thing since sliced bread. You know what I mean? It does impress and it does knock your socks off with some things. But at the same time, you guys weren't here, but last week on the I Spit on Your Grave show, or 2 weeks ago, me and Moods were talking about how impressive the DVD transfer for the I Spit on Your Grave, that old Anchor Bay was. So there's still other things that are like that was.
It's like they fucked up.
Effect.
It's like they fucked up with that transfer or something. It was like completely 1080p on a DVD disc or something. Like it was
the most bizarre thing ever.
It really was, dude.
Blu-ray.
It is so crystal clear I was just blown away. It absolutely was amazed by it. It's crazy.
I wonder who owns the rights to that movie now that Anchor Bay's not around.
The director owns them because they re-released them on DVD-Rs.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Really? I Spit on Your Grave?
Like DVD, they weren't Blu-ray Rs, like VDRs?
No, this is a regular DVD-R release of it, and it came out the same time as Deja Vu did.
Why would they even do that on DVD, considering they have Blu-ray transfers?
Sure
that's random.
Do that.
That is random.
I don't know about that. I don't know how. Well, I don't know. He might have the rights. I don't know. It's weird. He did use footage from the original in the Deja Vu.
God!
But even like the rec set, like some of those films look really good, and those are Blu-rays.
Yeah.
So to me, it's like I don't think that 4K is big enough of a gap to make it like mandatory upgrade. But I think that it's. Yeah. I think what's cool is that these cult films are getting releases. Like I'm sure Zombie is gonna just look phenomenal based on everything I've heard.
I actually watched a review last night on it, and dude that was reviewing it said it was just amazing. Like he has like a lot of editions of it and stuff, and he said basically from the 4K transfer that was put on the Blu-ray disc was amazing, but he wasn't expecting it to look a whole lot different. But he actually even specified in certain scenes that it actually did, and he said the whole thing is just it's the best it's ever looked. He said the shark first zombie scene is like out to lunch looking good and stuff. And he's like. He said, honestly, like, if you don't have 4K, he's like, I would totally recommend that you just stick with the 3-disc. But, if you're into this, like, it definitely is an upgrade kind of thing.
It's the last time I ever buy Zombie. I don't care if they make a virtual reality version. I'm never buying Zombie again.
Imagine a virtual reality version with the fucking worm placement. You could just touch it.
I could fix it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, just move it around, like...
I feel like the 4K, the selection of titles that have been coming to 4K recently have actually been piquing my interest a little bit more. I'm still not like overthinking it and gonna go out tomorrow and buy a fucking TV and player and shit like that. But I mean, to be honest, for the longest time, a lot of movies that were coming to 4K are titles that I have no interest in buying on 4K. Like it just doesn't matter to me. But
a lot of them are like studio titles.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like if I have those studio Blu-rays and stuff, I'm totally happy with them. Like they don't really have to be any better to myself. But honestly, with titles like Dawn of the Dead, which is my all-time favorite movie, and Maniac and Zombie, like these are three movies that are literally like these movies are literally all in my top 10 kind of thing. Right? So.
Tammy and the T-Rex.
Well, see, Tammy and the T-Rex, I'm fine with the Blu-ray. That doesn't even matter.
Oh, dude.
It doesn't matter.
Like fucking.
Don't say it till you watch it.
So, I mean, like I said, with some of these newer titles, and even the fact that, like, New York Ripper's coming to 4K, like, this is crazy. So, some of my all-time favorite movies, and it's piquing my interest a little bit more, I won't lie. But, like, things like, when The Evil Dead got released on 4K, I was like, why? Like, does it really look that much better? Does it look that much better than the Blu-ray? Because I've heard other people say that it's not much difference. Like, it looks good, but it's not,
Wasn't it shot
it's
on
not
60 millimeter?
Yeah.
And so I've heard from people like titles like that are cool to have on that format, but they're not a big step up. They're just enough that it's noticeable, but it's not like...
Evil Dead didn't blow me away. What did blow me away, the first one that really blew me away was Pet Sematary, actually. Mm-hmm. It just looks so damn good. Mm-hmm. But the Blu-ray looks hella... That new Blu-ray that came with it looked really good, too. So, yeah, I think there's some titles that definitely make you like appreciate
Saving
the format.
Private Ryan. You gotta fucking buy that, dude.
Honestly, dude, I'm not even a big fan of the movie, to be honest. Like, it's a good movie, but yeah, I've never really cared. I'm not a big World War II.
That good.
I've just never been a big World War II fan. Like the movies, like if I associate myself, if I think about war films, I think of like Vietnam. Vietnam
That's my favorite,
movies,
but-
which I think is like the stupidest war, but the movies that came from that time period, like that narrative, is crazy. There's so many good ones. I don't know, World War II, but I've never been a big fan of Saving Private Ryan. And it's not like visually wise. I mean, the movie looks truly amazing. Like, there's a lot of crazy shit that's going on in that film. But it's honestly, dude, it's the fucking narrative that is super lame in that movie, man. It's honestly,
I mean, it's super Hollywood.
The best part of the movie is the opening storming of Normandy.
Yeah, like,
and
oh, yeah.
once
There's
they get
some
into
great
what the movie's
sequences
about,
in
it's
some
like,
great war
what?
scenes for
You're
sure.
telling me the scene where the Jewish
Diesel
dude
dies.
up in the when the Jewish dude's up in the clock tower and the Nazi that they let go, like, it fights him with a knife, and it's so sad when he actually kills him, and that other dude just is standing outside.
Yeah, that's
Come on.
Weak ass bitch.
I
There's
hated
good
that
scenes.
kid.
There's good scenes, but I mean, overall, I mean, what is it, like 3 hours? Like, fuck, man.
Yeah.
No, it's
So-
like 2.5.
Yeah.
Around
You know
there.
what?
It's
Last
amazing,
time I
though.
watched it, I did fall asleep. I made Carly watch it, and I fell
I think
asleep.
if I'm going to watch a war movie that's that long, I'm going to, probably go out on a,
Bridge too far.
I'm gonna, the fully extended cut of like Apocalypse Now. I don't know what it is about that film, but I
Yeah.
get it. I get
Still
drawn
never seen
in
it.
right from the beginning to like all 4 hours or whatever the fuck the movie is. It's crazy. It's stupid long, but it's so intriguing because it just has so many different elements to it. I love it. It's great.
It's the loudest movie, second loudest movie I've ever heard in a theater. Apocalypse Now. Hands down.
Honestly, I could believe that, man.
Such a great movie.
It is, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's really great. Like so many good Vietnam movies. It's crazy.
The best is Full Metal Jacket.
See, Full Metal Jacket
Coming to 4K in September.
Is Hamburger Hill on 4K?
No.
I don't even know if it's on Blu-ray. Is it?
Yes, it is. I have it.
It definitely is on Blu-ray.
I have it on VHS.
I used to see I think I used to see it in dump bins all the time, and I was like, no, it's a good movie.
Lines.
If I saw that in
Moods,
Dump Bins, I
Moods, you
definitely
should
would.
grab the Siege of Fire Base Gloria from Kino. That's a Vietnam movie you should check out.
Oh, yeah, I've never seen that one.
And it has your boy in it, Wings Hauser.
Oh, fuck yeah. I love me some Wings Hauser, man.
And Arlie Ermy.
Does he play an asshole or a bad guy in it?
No, he's kind of like a shell-shocked shoulder, and Arlie Ermy's in it, too, so it's fucking awesome.
Of course he is, man. He's
What
got to be
about,
in those movies, man. It don't
Platoon?
make sense.
Platoon's a classic.
Platoon's good, too.
Would,
Yeah.
would you pick Platoon over Full Metal Jacket?
Hell no.
No, I wouldn't either. No.
Platoon over Hamburger Hill?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen All Quiet on the Western Front?
Yeah, it's
the
a-
World War One movie.
That's a
Yeah,
great movie, man.
That's a great.
The original one, though, 1930. What I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah, I've been meaning to revisit that. I seen that.
Casualties of War, man.
I told you about that one for a long
Casualties
time.
of War is really good.
I've actually
Casualties
never
of
seen
War's
Casualties of
great.
War. I've always heard of it, never
De
seen it, though.
Palma.
Yeah.
De Palma.
Sean
Yeah.
Penn and Michael J.
I think that's, and I always, the thing about that movie I've always heard is like how fucking mean Sean Penn was to Michael J. Fox.
Yep.
Apparently he
Yeah.
was such a dick to him so bad that like Michael J. Fox was like breaking down. It was so bad. He kept
Did you
calling
have
him,
him shaking?
he kept calling him like, he's like, you shouldn't, he kept calling Michael J. Fox down for being like a TV star. He's like, you have no fucking business being on this movie set and shit, you TV star and shit. And I was like, it's kind of ironic because like
Well,
Michael
what
J.
was that?
Fox became
Was
like the
that-
biggest movie star in the world at a time.
Was that because Penn was like method acting where he didn't want to break character, or was he just being a dick?
I think
He's just being a dick.
I think honestly, Sean Penn has been known for being a dick ever since like Fast Times at Ridgemont High. He's always been a dick. It's just his personality,
He ripped
man.
my card.
But like, it's
Because
I just think it's
supposedly
ironic.
some actors don't like to break character in between scenes because they want to like stay in the zone. So I
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
sure if he was if that's what it was all about, or if he just being an ass.
He probably has
You
done
see-
method acting before. I think method actors are the all-time greatest, man. That
He's
shit
great.
is-
Yeah,
He's great
Daniel
as the
Day-Lewis.
lawyer guy in Carlito's Way. Sean Penn, he plays a great scumbag lawyer.
Yeah,
Coke
Daniel
Dale, yeah.
Day-Lewis, Sacha Baron Cohen. You know, you got all the classic method actors.
yeah. That shit just blows my mind. It's awesome.
Yeah. No one beats Oldman, though.
Gary Oldman.
Gary Oldman's
Yeah.
amazing. Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude can play anything.
Hell yeah. Fucking Fifth Element.
Fifth Element. True Romance as Drexel the pimp. Fucking great.
Dracula.
Dracula, yeah. And
He's
the professional as the police chief or whatever.
Everyone.
Everyone. What's up, Derek?
It's been a while, Mike, you know? Fucking a week? Almost?
Oh,
Well,
no,
fuck, man. We all
shit.
just recorded Shameless Plug here, but the latest No Room in Hell episode, which is heavy metal horror.
So technically Moods has been on one of my shows. Just saying.
Oh yeah, I guess technically.
That's right.
I guess technically, yeah. I don't know, when I think of Norman, I always think it's Venom and Mike. I don't know why. I think it's
Jason Lloyd thinks that too when he tags it every time.
Did he tag you in the latest one?
I think
he didn't even post it on Horror Affiliate.
I didn't
He
even,
always tags me.
I think it's because you weren't an original host at the time. I think that's probably why. Even though I know you are original host now, or I mean a full-time host now, but I just But that is true, man. That is true. But yeah, check out that episode. It was fun. It was fun stuff. There's actually Mikey did some. We did some dubs on there. It felt like I was doing 22 shots, but like in a different order. It was very strange. There was dubs. There was 5 questions. It was interesting. It was fun.
My question.
Did you guys?
We put Moods on the hot seat.
Should I tell him the question, Moods, that I told you? So I gave Moods 2 scenarios to choose from. In the first scenario is he had to eat dinner with every actor he said he hated on 22 shots.
Jack Black.
Yeah,
Jeff Goldblum.
Kevin James and all them, Owen Wilson.
God,
and the second situation was he had to watch I Spit in Your Grave Deja Vu 3 times in a row.
You should have said with Jeremy.
With Jeremy
at the DMV.
Right.
Let me ask you guys this. What did you think of the post that I put out for all our guest hosts? How about that? That was interesting, huh?
I'm the king.
That was a big
21st
post.
Appearance for you, Derek.
Yeah, I was actually blown away by how many times some people have been on the show. It's crazy. I actually had already forgot that Venom had been on 3 shows. Fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was about to hit 10. I thought I was more like at 5 or 6.
I thought he was only on 2 also. I was like, what the fuck was the 3rd one? Yeah, man. Just time goes
you know
by.
what I think is it was interesting how many that Kyle had actually been on, considering he hadn't been on for so long.
Yeah.
Like, he was the original. Like, he was ahead of Derek for a long time.
Oh,
you know
for
what
sure.
I mean? And then Derek had that run of 11 shows.
Yeah, 11 in a row, yeah.
Yeah. You know?
But you
the end of the JF1 into the JF2 era.
I mean, if you actually,
but this is JF3 era now.
If you actually add up,
It's only
all
gone for 8 episodes.
JP, you'll be happy to know that the stab hype or overhype topic made its way onto the show too.
There was podcast
I
breaking.
heard they conceded. That's cool.
Podcast breaking. Fuck that, man.
Dude, Moods was totally backing down.
I know. I heard he conceded. He's like, you know what? I
No
rewatched it. I thought about it. And yeah, it doesn't make sense that they would be that high.
No, all I said
he
over and over again.
He admitted that poll on 22 Shots was a farce, that no one actually watched it before voting. So,
but Mike also said that he agreed with you only to get easier questions in trivia, which didn't happen, of course, as you know.
No, those were the easier questions.
Shit. Yeah, right.
You got to be pretty retarded if you only get 2 questions right.
I guess so.
No, I
say?
The whole Scream conversation, I just said college kids over and over again. That was my argument, just over and over again. So
pretty much, yeah. No, I was like, oh, here we go again.
I still think I was taken out of context. Just saying.
See, that's what I said the whole time. I was like,
if Mike's agreeing with me, you know.
Yeah, I don't even know what's going on here because Mike never agrees with you, and that's why I was like, even to this day, I'm still super. I'm almost concerned that he was so much on your side. Like, it's actually affecting me a little bit.
Me and Mike actually disagree more than me and you do, because me and Mike talk MMA like nonstop, and we always disagree.
You know what was happening? Moods is getting flashbacks to the When a Stranger Calls episode.
Oh, God.
I don't even remember what we were fighting about on that one.
It was just the fucking ratings. Like every time I agreed with you, and he was like, "What the fuck, Derek? You're supposed to agree with me. What the fuck?"
Derek fucking set me up. He set me up on that, man. He was messaging me before. He's like, "Yeah, man, fucking this and that. And then he said the polar opposite of everything that he messaged me, motherfucker.
I don't know why everybody thinks that I set people up now. Like, when did I?
You do set me up. Set me up all the time.
Dave says
Jeremy's never been set up on the show.
Get the fuck out of here.
He fucking thinks he has been, but it's actually not true.
How about the fact that Steve commented and said that talked about his mom coming in?
Dude, that was so funny.
Yeah. But no, I mean, I was pretty shocked to see like how many people have guested, like the amount of, if you add everybody together, like that's a lot of guests.
I was going to ask you actually, how many episodes have had guests on? So this is episode 185. Like it must almost be like, is it like close to 40% of the shows have had guests?
That's where it becomes tricky because sometimes we have 2 guests. So that
no, I meant just episodes in general with 1 or 3 guests. It doesn't matter. As long as there's an episode with a guest. How many episodes have we had that have had guests? Because it feels like a lot now. It really does.
Feel like...
Especially in the last like 100 episodes, there's been a lot of guests.
Oh yeah, well think about it. We didn't have a guest until like the, I think like what, like the 40s or 50s, what was it, the 60s?
It's kind of funny to say in the last 100 episodes. Like we're pushing 200. We haven't even thought of episode 200 at all. We've mildly threw around ideas. I don't think any of them have even been considered. So,
well, I already know the episode's going to be Evil Bong and Ginger Dead Man with Dave Parker.
You know, honestly, dude, I'm not overly that sad about it. You know, because those movies are quite short. They're quite short. Like it's, you think that, you know, how many films? 11, 12 total?
Well, I thought there was 8 Evil Bongs, but turns out there's only 7.
Yeah, there is 7. I actually, okay, this really fucking pissed me off. So I have the first 7 Evil Bong movies, and no, I have the first 6, and I had to order the 7th one. And apparently the DVD is actually quite hard because I have all the Evil Bong movies on DVD, and it's hard to find. The only place I could find it was at Full Moon, and of course their shipping is ridiculous, right? I'm not going to order that for. And so I was forced to buy the Blu-ray, which I got for like $7, and but I'm like, it's killing my OCD. So I have the first 6 movies on DVD, and then I'm going to watch one on crystal clear Blu-ray. The fuck?
Well, you could just watch them on Full Moon streaming, I guess, which is what I plan on
I know. I just didn't want to admit that I was probably going to watch the high def versions on Tubi.
Oh yeah,
because if you go to
Tubi isn't fully high def. I think it's 720p. Actually.
Some of the transfers on there look pretty damn good. Like I was watching, I think transfers on there the other day, and it looked really good. But the cool thing about Tubi is that it actually has a whole full moon category on there. You click on full moon features, and it's like their streaming service. It literally has every fucking full moon movie. I'm like, this is amazing. So, with doing the prep for 1991, I watched the original transfers, which I hadn't seen in years, and then watched part 2, and I loved it. And then I watched part 3 and 4. I got on this huge full moon kick. I've been like wanting to watch full moon movies and fill in the gaps in the collection and shit. So I love early full moon, but like JP even said today,
I often forget how much the quality has dipped in full moon versus like the early 90s. Like,
well, dude,
shit, Trancers, Dollman, like those movies just looked, set design wise, just so much better than
well, you know what it is?
Now.
Yeah.
You know what it is though too? I think with Dollman and I'm not sure about Trancers. I'm not sure where they filmed. Maybe they did, but I know Subspecies and stuff is all filmed in Romania and shit.
Oh yeah,
actually,
Subspecies for sure.
Yeah, they filmed a bunch of the early stuff all in the same place in Romania and shit like that. And like The Pit and the Pendulum, which I watched the other night too. And
hell yeah,
the wife came downstairs while I was watching. I said, hey, Aaron, come take a look at this. I said, where do you think this was filmed? And she's like watching it for a minute, and she's like, is this Romania? And I'm like, yeah, it is actually, because she used to live there, right? And I'm like, do you know this place? And she started watching it a little bit, and she's like, yeah, this is so-and-so village. I'm like, what the fuck? Crazy. Like, she knew just by looking at it was in Romania. I'm like, that's fucking nuts. So, but anyways, my point is the aesthetic of those early films is just so much better than they do now. They just look great, but like, it's kind of funny, you know, I've watched 46 movies for 1991 right now, and the leaderboard right now is like nothing but full moon movies. Like Pit and the Pendulum, I absolutely fucking forgot, because after Derek was talking about it on No More Room in Hell the other day, and I already had it on deck to watch, and I was like, you know what, I really need to revisit this. I haven't watched it in a long time, and you know, so I popped it in, and I was like, shit, dude, I might actually like this more than the Vincent Price Corman film. I'm like, this is fucking crazy. But I think the remake, the Stuart Gordon remake, is actually, it's like a character. Man, there's so many character actors in that movie that are brilliant. Everyone does brilliant performances. Like Oliver Reed's obviously shit-faced drunk in the movie and shit. It's like amazing, man. Hendrickson's like amazing. Fucking everyone's so good in that film, man. JB, you got to rewatch it again. It's great. You've seen it before, right? The Pit and the Pendulum.
What was it? No, I've never seen that one. I've seen the Corman one, but I have it on back order.
I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised at the production value and the amount of like big name actors that are in this, and just everything about it. It's acted well. It's like, it's got really great set design. The story's cool. It's kind of brutal in parts. It's awesome. It's a great movie, man.
Yeah, it's more. Yeah, like I said when I reviewed it, it's a more sadistic version of the Poe story.
It is, man. Lance Hendrickson fucking murders his role. He's so good. You know, his side henchman kind of thing, and Jeffrey Combs, and then you got Oliver Reed who shows up as the Cardinal, who's like I said, he's obviously shit-faced drunk in it. It's just so funny because he's putting on this strange accent and stuff. It's really bizarre. It's really, really bizarre.
The outfit too, it's fucking great.
It is, man. It's
the
just
greatest scene ever.
It's so great. So yeah, and it just like all these elements just kind of rekindled my love for early Full Moon, and like I rewatching Doll Man, I was like, I fucking love this movie. It's so much fun. Yeah, but
yeah, Doll Man's pretty fun. I gotta finish that one.
How they've changed so much, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Because I was looking at on Full Moon Streaming, they had that new Tiger King one on there.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just like, man, like I love exploitation in terms of like, I appreciate what Charles Band has been able to do and get people to buy his movies for so long, and Lloyd Kaufman and stuff like that. But even at this point, I'm like, dude, this is just kind of sad.
This is the lowest of the low right now.
It is though, man. And the thing that pisses me off is that he's putting out movies that are like 55 minutes. Like that's what pisses me off, man. It just feels like there's no effort put into it. Even though I know that they're getting low, like they're even more low budget than they ever were, kind of thing. It's fine. But like, try to make a full length feature, and like he's selling these movies like they're full length movies, but they're shorter than a fucking episode of Masters of Horror.
they're like fucking Bruno Mattei. Well, ironically enough, Corona Zombies is a Bruno Mattei movie.
Shut the fuck up. Oh yeah, with all the stock footage.
Yeah, they use fucking scenes from Hell of the Living Dead.
I forgot. I haven't seen it yet.
Now I'm hoping that the Blade Iron Cross actually kind of redeems them a little bit, because it seemed like they put a little bit more effort into that one.
Mm-hmm. I'm kind of curious on the Necropolis sequel that Chris Alexander directed.
That one too. Yeah, the Deadly 10, like even Ouija's I didn't think was horrible. So the Deadly 10 that they were doing seemed to have a little bit more of effort.
I think they should just call up Tim Thomerson again and just be like, yo man, you want to start starring some of our movies again? Because everything he did was kind of cool. Right? Because he was Doll Man, he was in Trancers and all that shit, man. I like Thomerson. He's got one of those presents on screen that's just kind of, it's like Wings Hauser to me. I don't know why I'm drawn to these guys, but I am.
Well, he's in one of my favorite vampire movies of all time, Near Dark, which is fucking amazing.
That's right. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
I love
there's like people that literally like make a career out of directing Full Moon movies. Like this guy, John Lachego. Listen to his like filmography here. You got Killjoy 3, Killjoy 4, Killjoy 5, and then a couple of other non-Full Moon stuff, and then Blade Iron Cross.
It's these type of directors that, you know, start out making B movies, and, you know, generally a lot of big-time directors have started out making these kind of low-budget B movies that, you know, graduated into great world-class Hollywood directors and stuff, but these are the type of guys that just aren't really that talented and kind of stick in that realm. So they stick with Full Moon forever.
Nikolai.
Yeah, right? That's what I'm saying. They
David
just,
Ducato.
You know, their movies that they made in 1994 look probably better than the ones they did in like 2019. It's pretty terrible.
Yeah.
It's funny when you get a David Ducato
progression
one, because, you know, he uses so many different surnames.
Who's that? Ducato?
Yeah, Ducato, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Dude.
You know,
somebody commented on one of my videos that I can't remember what video it was just recently, and he's like, man, you started laughing at the way I pronounced David Ducato. I think it's not pronounced Ducato. It's like, I don't know, some other
Ducato?
Yeah.
Ducato?
And I was like, whatever. I'm like, I don't care how it's pronounced. I like Ducato. It just flows off the tongue well. That's how I'm going to say it from now on.
That's us. That's us in general. We pronounce, like, even... Like, it's expected out of Jeremy and even me to a certain extent, but even Moods mispronounces a lot of names and stuff like that. But my thing is, like,
I'm bad with names.
I'm going to just do it how I think that it should sound. Like, I don't care what it actually is.
I'm pretty, you know, but David Ducato sounds right. You know, it's not like Jeremy fucking, you know, David Cummingham or something like that. Like, fuck.
I agree. I think it sounds good, too.
Right? Like, he's actually saying something wrong. Right? I don't know. But yeah, it's awesome.
Yes, sir.
So what's going on in the world around you guys? Everything's starting to open up around and shit. I don't want to get too heavy into quarantine, but it seems like things are starting to like kind of move and kind of progress back into semi-regular life.
Yeah, phase 1 actually starts Monday.
Okay.
The opening of, I forget what it was. It's opening up first. I think it's like coffee shops and shit, like the barber shops and shit like that.
Yeah.
Which is random. Why would that be phase 1? I don't know, but
is that the yellow?
I think because I was watching it, it was like because they had the press conference Monday, and it just because they had like 15,000 fucking people talking at once, and they pretty much repeating the same shit. It's weird because I don't even really watch the news because I just try to shut this shit off usually in my head just to move on because I'm just sick of hearing about it.
Yeah. For real, man. Yeah, first phase we actually got to open this week too, but it's crazy, like, you know, the stipulations and, you know, the things you got to follow, man. It's just absolutely insane. But
that's the thing is like, is it even going to be worth it right away? Like,
yeah.
I know eventually it'll be worth it to start dining in, but for the time being, like, you know, like when I go get beer and stuff from like the breweries around here, I'm probably still just going to get like takeout or whatever, just order to go because it's like I see no reason to rush it for a lot of places because around here, like if you want stuff, businesses are still open. It's not like everything's shut down and desolate. It's just that you can't dine in. So for the time being, I'm cool with just picking up my stuff and bringing it home, which I did a lot anyway.
I would be picking up at all. I'd be picking up my shit and taking it home anyway.
I usually do
I don't
too.
miss dining in. Like, that's something that I can live without. The only thing I truly miss is like
theaters,
haircuts, theaters, and gyms.
That's why they actually made that, like the salons and stuff, part of phase 1 because it was the one thing that was on everyone's mind. Like, people can do without dining in certain things like that, but like the haircut situation was just it was in dire straits, man. You know,
it's even down to my fucking shoulders. I need a goddamn haircut.
Even though it theoretically doesn't make a lot of sense, you know, because like, you know, it's basically hands on, right? But, you know, the stipulations and all the, you know, all the things that we got to go through have been really good. I mean, we've been open since, you know, Wednesday, so the last couple days, and you know, everyone's fine. Like, I mean, everyone wears masks, everyone's social distancing. It's like, you know, they're only hair drying on certain things. Like, there's a lot of protocol that you got to follow, and it's been really good so far. And fuck, man, the last 2 days, like, man, it's good to be back. You know, like, the fucking money is flowing because everybody is just dying to get in, and the cool thing is too,
listen,
man.
If you're
the tips are
insane. Convince people to buy you a 4K TV, don't say the money is flowing.
It's not even about them. I fucking can't believe. I'm not even gonna say, but the first 2 days when I was back to work,
1080p money's flowing. He needs some 4K money.
She's like, it's like people haven't had haircuts in a couple months because the tips were out fucking rages. I'm like, holy fuck. But anyways, it's just, you know, it's getting used to. It's just getting used to the whole protocol and all the safety precautions that you got to do and stuff. But it's been good. Bro, you know, it's been 3 days and there hasn't been any, you know, customer breakdowns. Everyone's really following the protocol and stuff. We had the health and safety officer come by pretty much the first day we were open, and she said we were the 5th or 6th salon that she'd been to that day, and she said by far we were the best. We went up and above and beyond everything, and she's just like, this is crazy. She's like, this is an example I'm going to be fucking using. I'm like, good, that's awesome. Right? Because you worry about shit like that, right? So you'll just shut your ass down. So
I can tell you right now, me and Carly yesterday went to we were in Walmart doing some shopping, and like I was like, dude, there's like, look, that guy, I don't have a mask. That guy, there's like 6 people in there that didn't have masks. And I'm just like,
in Walmart to boot, that's where like all the gross people are.
Yeah, it's just funny because like
they won't let you in my Walmart.
Right, and even the one that's closer into my town, which is usually the more scummy area, they won't let you in without one. They actually count people at the door and stop them and stuff like that. But it's funny because
they're probably honestly only allowing so many people in too, right? So they have to keep a head count, right? Yeah,
that one. But the other one, we started going in the wrong way, and this dude like yelled at us. But I'm like, there's like literally nobody has masks on here. Like, and you're worried about which way I'm coming into the door. Like, fuck off, dude. And like, I'm gonna be honest, you guys' area sounds a lot better. Like, I just feel like there's a lack of care in this area. Like, I don't think a lot of people, I mean, there are some people that do, obviously, like most of us, you know, this non-idiots, like, you know, follow all the rules and suggestions and guidelines and stuff like that. But most of the, like, there's a lot of people who are just kind of like not giving a fuck type thing.
Like unless they're currently dying from it, they don't care.
Yeah. Right.
And then they're dying, and then they care. You know.
Well, I don't know. Some of the stuff here is a little bit weird. Like, I think that some people take it a little bit overboard with like just their attitudes about it. And that, like, the people that are like, there, I was in a store the other day. Like, this store is super small, right? I went to go get gas. It's super small. It's super congested. It's tiny, right? It's a very small gas station, and they have the little markers on the floor and stuff. Like, here's 6 feet, here's 6 feet, here's 6 feet, and but the problem is that whenever you're walking, like, you're still coming in to 2 feet to like 1 foot to like 6 inches of each other. And I'm standing there looking down at my phone, just like texting moods or something like that, like I normally do. And the cashier dude was like, "Sir, can you step back?" And I wasn't paying attention. He's like, "Sir," and I look up and I'm like, he's like, "Can you please step back?" And I look in front of me, and there's a woman at the I was second in line. She was at the cashier thing, and I looked down to where the squares were, and I'm not exaggerating. This is not an exaggeration. I was probably like 5'8" away from her. I was just slightly off, like 4 inches away from the 6 foot mark. And I was like, I started getting pissed at the dude, and I'm like, and I called him out on it. I was like, "Really, dude?" I was like, "You got to call me out for like 4 inches." And then I'm over in the other section, and I noticed that there's like a group of people in the back, like talking to each other, like in a little circle. And then I look up and I see that there's new people at the checkout line, and there's 2 girls, and they're like 3 foot apart, and they don't even know each other. And I'm like, "Hey, dude, why don't you call her out?" And he's like, "Blah, blah, blah, blah." And I was like, "Hey."
This is a very
it's annoying. It happens all the time.
It's just, I feel like some people are, look, I'm not touching people. I got my mask on. Trying to create distance, but let's not get super fucking technical here about 4 inches, man.
Yeah. You guys talk about this being a very fitting episode for what's going on.
Right. It is.
Yeah.
So is next week's.
Yep. Or 2. Yep. So you guys ready to get into it?
That actually is kind of strange. I was thinking about that too. Back-to-back
I've
weeks.
Actually watched a ton of virus/infection/ like quarantine type movies. And dude, honestly, like, if these movies have taught me anything, I used to think that like, oh, if this all happened, we would like respond. But I notice now that if this was like a virus, like something in Rec or like something in The Crazies or any of those type of movies, like, there's no hope. We would just be fine.
Yeah.
I used to believe that we would be fine, but after seeing how this like super non-fatal version, mostly non-fatal, if it was something like
how ill-prepared we are
I used to think that we had like we were smart and it had like systems ago.
You basically had more faith in our institutions.
Like, I used to think that, oh, they wouldn't just go like quarantine the whole building and like, not let them out and stuff, and I'm like, actually, like, they probably would, because that's like their only hope is to do that, because as soon as that gets out, we're effed.
Yeah, for real, man. And, like, it's just crazy. Like, I jokingly said, like, when I was watching Quarantine Terminal Part 2, there's like, why is it? It's so weird.
Part 2?
Quarantine 2 Terminal.
Oh,
that's not what you said.
Yeah.
What did I say?
You said Quarantine Terminal Part 2.
Well, you know what I mean. But anyways, I jokingly
missed one.
I jokingly said it's so weird seeing hand sanitizer in these movies.
Right.
I have a huge bottle in my car.
I got a lot of them.
Oh, the shit they give us at work smells like pure brewery. It's like fucking gross.
I got a fucking 1,000 masks, literally. So much sanitizer.
I'm surprised you were able to find them.
Well, it took a while because we had to have all that shit even to open, right, and stuff. So, but most people have been showing up because we call a lot of people and stuff. A lot of people have been showing up with their own, so it's been good. So
that's cool.
Yeah, it's been a little bit easier, but
yeah,
definitely these next two. Yeah, this show and next week's show is definitely like a 180 from the last 2 shows, full of rape and ass to mouth. So we're on the opposite end of the spectrum now. So thank God for that.
Yeah, I know, like, when because I actually watched Dinner Show on the Crazies when it was, this shit was actually starting to happen a lot more, when it was getting a little bit more serious and shit. And I did it with Let Sleeping Corpses Lie, and that showed that when I started that movie, I'm like, why is it all these people just walking around in face masks in the fucking 70s? It's fucking, I was getting so paranoid watching Let Sleeping Corpses Lie, like that opening part where everyone's just walking around with face masks on.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what the fuck?
So the 2014 playoff is approved. Just throwing that in there real quick since we talked about it last week.
The 2014?
Yeah, the playoff bracket for the NHL. That they've the vote passed.
So it's on.
Why'd you say 2014?
So there's 14 teams then? Is that what you meant to say?
No, 24 teams.
Oh,
2014.
24.
I thought you said 2014.
Yeah, you did say 2014.
No, I said 2014.
Well, the Blackhawks are in it, boys.
Yeah,
we actually brought that up.
Seed.
We actually brought that up too, man. We're like, I said if they approve for 24 teams, it's hilarious because the Chicago Blackhawks are going to make the playoffs because they were 24th overall.
So the Penguins will have a play-in round because we were the
that's so random,
4th seed or something, or the 6th.
Could you imagine
something like that?
I don't know what the 25th place team was, but you're like, fuck, man, come on, we almost made the playoffs.
Right. So apparently there's like 3 teams from each conference that get a first round bye or something, and apparently they're going to play during it so that they can keep, that they're in they're in play shape.
Yeah, for sure.
They're going to do like a round robin thing.
Well, they're going in dry without KY right now, man. Like, they've been off for a couple months, not skating and shit. It's going to be
they're not playing yet. It'll still be a couple more.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like going into playoffs, like you're going into spring training. So the only difference is, like I said, though,
I think that might be fake news, JP. I'm not seeing it anywhere.
It
might come down to what team adjusts.
They were supposed to vote today.
Well, I'm not seeing it on ESPN or any of the big websites.
I was watching Tim and Sid today. I didn't see anything on that either. So that's not when I think about it. But I didn't see the whole program.
It could be, but they are supposed to vote tonight.
Yeah. It's not we'll know tomorrow for sure. Then
I think it might be a little fake news. You're right.
Jesus, this guy. Fucking, we don't fact check. Who are you, fucking Michael Rappaport?
I normally don't. I normally got pretty good sources, but I think you're right.
Stop Donald Trumping it.
Donald Trumping it.
Yep.
I'm trumping it.
Either way, I mean, I think something's going to happen. We'll see.
It says they're expected to approve.
Hopefully, man. I'm fucking getting antsy for sports, though. I'm not going to
30 minutes ago.
That'd be like a Sam thing to post.
Yeah, look at this fucking guy acting like Sam and shit. Come on. You know better than that. You're the one that gives him shit all the time, and here you are acting like Sam.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. He's got nothing. He's got nothing. Just straight crickets. Just straight crickets.
Remember that one time Sam posted, wow, fucking Ennio Morricone said he hated Quentin Tarantino.
Oh, yeah. I remember that shit.
It was like a fake news article.
Well, every time he even posts something, I'm always like, where'd you hear that, dude? Come on. Give me the fucking factual post or some shit. Yeah. But everyone's like, who the fuck is Sam?
He's a little ginger that looks like Gimli from Lord of the Rings, kind of.
Sam, I am.
Okay, man. I guess we should probably move this along, right? What do you guys think?
Let's get into some RECs, some records.
All right. Yeah.
Is it called record or rec? What do you think?
I always called it rec.
I call it rec too, but just wondering what you guys
you call
think.
rec.
I call it rec.
You call the first rec too?
Yeah, I always call it rec because those old school video cameras, that's what it shows when you record.
Yeah, but it stands for record. It's short.
Yeah. I don't know anyone who I guess back in the day, you would hear people be like, come on, it means record. And it's like, duh, we know what it stands for. But
I just do whatever the fucking song said it did. Wreck it, baby. Fucking song that plays at the end of the movie.
Yeah, I just call it REC just to be different. So
REC.
Wait, you really call it REC?
Yeah, man. Are you RECing? Yeah.
REC4 Apocalypse.
So wait,
down with RAC?
REC3 Genesis.
So wait, are you? Yeah, you're gonna. Now, next up is REC3 Genesis.
All right. Yeah, let's move this along. Get into these REC films.
22 shots. And now, our feature presentation.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Moods, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah. All right, so getting into these featured reviews here on episode 185. This is a Patreon pick coming from our homegirl, Zaza. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And that is, of course, the Rec franchise. And, you know, how we do it here on the 22 Shots. We don't just do the original franchise. We got to include the remakes also. So 6 films.
We go overboard.
We do. We always go overboard, man. You know, like a couple weeks back with I Spit on Your Grave doing Savage Vengeance. Never going to bring that up ever again.
In a few months with Paranormal Activity doing literally, like, I've never heard another, podcast cover this with the series, and that's Tokyo Nights, which is the Japanese sequel.
Mm-hmm.
Which we actually did finally find.
I found it finally.
Yeah, good job.
Hell, fucking, what's it called? You guys even added the fucking Evil Bong and Ginger Dead Man films together.
Oh, no.
Stoked.
Yes.
So stoked. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I'm actually excited for that. Dave's going to kill himself.
I'm like, I'll give an extra $10 if you get Mr. Parker.
Dude,
He's going to have a mental breakdown.
Mr. Parker has become the villain of 22 Shots.
I
don't know if you guys noticed or not. It's hilarious. But yeah, he is the villain. He's the bad guy.
Amazing. All right. So first up here, the original film from 2007, appropriately titled REC or Rec or Record, however you want to put it.
I like the stylized version with the brackets next to it.
Yeah,
I know that. I like that too.
With the red dot.
Yeah,
red
implying
dot.
It's actually recording. That's cool. Directed by.
Which doesn't make sense in the third and fourth movie, but.
No, it doesn't at all. Directed by Jamin Balagrua. I don't know how to pronounce his name. And Paco Plaza. Spanish directors. The Jamin. Do you know how to pronounce it, Derek? Do you know how? Gem. Is it Gem? How the fuck is this?
We need Venom. We need Venom.
Balaguerro?
Hold on. Let me get a try here.
Oh, yeah, you let the Mexican do
Let me pull it up. This is my forte. Wame.
Is it? Maybe it is Wame. Yeah, that could actually make sense.
But I
Balaguerro?
think JP gets that shit
Okay,
right.
but what about the last name?
Balaguerro?
Balaguerro.
Balaguerro? I guess you got to roll the tongue.
You should just
Balaguerro.
Balaguerro.
How did you guys pronounce it on the Sleep Tight show?
Balaguerro.
I don't know. It probably did the same fumbling around, but yeah. But anyways,
No, that was so long ago. We weren't.
You just say Paco Plaza and the other guy.
Yeah, Yamin. I think the other guy. I don't know how much he's actually involved. I have no idea, but I know this guy because he directed The Nameless in 1999, which is a really, really great film. He also directed Sleep Tight, which we've actually reviewed on this podcast also, which is another really fantastic film. So this guy's got a pretty interesting filmography.
Yeah, Paco Plaza does too, man. He did Werewolf Hunter for Brian Usna back in the day. And, we directed Veronica a few years ago.
Yeah.
That was...
Yeah.
Oh, he did do Veronica, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, these guys actually have pretty impressive filmographies. So to work together and do these rec films, pretty cool, man. Pretty cool stuff. Anybody seen The Nameless here?
No.
Years ago, yeah. I think.
It's a good one.
And the writer of the first two Wreck movies actually did a movie in the States called The New Daughter with Kevin Costner.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, The New Daughter. Interesting. All right, so quick little synopsis here. A television reporter and cameraman follow emergency workers into a dark apartment building and are quickly locked inside with something terrifying.
Whoa.
Terrifying indeed.
Spoiler alert.
Fucking scary as shit.
There will be spoilers in this series.
Yeah, I don't even say it anymore because I put the intro before.
Oh, do you?
Yeah,
Okay,
I always do when we spoil. Yeah, so it'll.
I love the spoiler intro.
Yeah, the spoiler intro is awesome, man. But yeah, I noticed. I think we did it for I Spit on Your. We didn't say anything, but of course, I was going to put that there anyway. So, but I digress. Yeah, record from 2007, man.
So he does fucking call it record.
Whatever. Record, REC. Very interesting film. I honestly, man, I think this is a good one, man, because I just love the way this one progresses, man. Okay, basically we got this reporter. Her name is Angela. She kind of has her own kind of like, I'm assuming it's more like a cable TV show, and she's kind of like a local celebrity type deal.
I thought it was like public access.
Yeah, it's like a public access.
It feels like either public access.
I thought it was for the news,
like, the evening news, when like they have the news reporter go out and like, oh, what's going on at night on the town? Kind of let's go find.
I
stuff.
assumed that it was like it would probably air at like 5 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And it's called While You Were Asleep.
Yeah, see that I thought that she was like a straight up news reporter too, but I think it's like a little bit of a TV, like it's a show that she does specifically on shit that, while you're sleeping, right? Why not cover the night shift on firefighters and see what they're doing while you're sleeping? So it's kind of an actually cool premise for an actual real TV show.
What's funny is like it is looking at it through like a 2020 lens. It would almost be like a YouTube show now. The way it's like.
Oh, absolutely. So. Yeah, we get introduced to our main character Angela in the beginning of the film, and she's doing her little burp, I guess you want to do it at the
spiel,
a little spiel, with her cameraman. She's in the firehouse, and she's basically just kind of going through the day-to-day activities with them. She's interviewing some of the firefighters and stuff about what they do and what they eat, and just general conversations and stuff. Kind of put a show together, kind of thing. And then of course they get a call, and it's a call to this apartment building where apparently someone's heard some loud screams and stuff, so the firefighters are called there, and she goes along because why not, right? She's there already. So
they go mentioned along. That 70% of their calls are non-fire related.
That's actually true. Well, I got a good friend that's a fireman, and he's like,
oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, he's like, the majority of their calls are like, it's shit like that, and tons of suicides, man.
My cat's stuck in the tree.
Yeah, so they get to see that joyful stuff, but. So she goes on this trip with them. They get into this building, and then of course this old lady just fucking freaks the fuck out, starts like going nuts and shit, and then shit goes.
All hell breaks loose.
And then basically all hell breaks loose. And of course this is like shot found footage and stuff. But so what are your guys' thoughts on this one, Jeremy? Let's start with you.
I have a question. So did the CDC or whoever, I'm just gonna call it the CDC because I don't know what it is in Spain, but did the CDC know what was going on in this house before they went in?
Yeah,
Was this like a setup that they set them up?
Yeah, because they had the one guy that comes in and they talk to. They went back to they set this got this apartment address.
Spit it out, Junior.
No, they got the apartment complex from the dog.
The dog.
Yeah, I know that, but I don't know.
No, the CDC knew, but I don't think the firemen knew. If that's what you're asking, they just innocently went there because it was a call.
The firemen don't have any pre-knowledge of what's going on there. Yeah, the CDC they actually do know because of what was related with the dog and what happened at the veterinarian
They're just
place.
A little late.
But so I mean they would have to have known because pretty much when they go in there and shit starts going down, it starts getting locked down right away. And the only way that would ever happen is if they had any pre-knowledge of something that happened outside of this place that could be linked to there.
Why would they send these people in there then if they're just gonna fucking lock them in?
I think it's probably,
why would they send you in there?
Well, it's because
fire department. And
they didn't send the fire department.
No, the fire department was on their own volition because
why would they let them in if they knew that shit was
didn't let them in? They weren't there.
They weren't there yet.
I know that, but they must have had any idea because fucking 5 minutes later, their whole fucking...
No. What happened was
the firemen
it's delayed. Like they're probably finding out about the dog after the call had already been made for the, you know, it takes time to get that into action, you know.
So the firemen get in there, and then once the shit starts going down with the old lady and stuff, that's when they show up outside, and then they realize that the fire department's in there and there's a bunch of people. That's why they lock the shit down right away. That's why they can't get out right away. Right? Yeah,
because the whole thing with the dog's a whole separate thing.
Because they try to get out like instantly, and they can't, because they're like, holy shit, this dog is related to this place, or some shit going down in there. We need to lock it down because it's obviously some type of contagion or infection or something. Yeah,
I mean, you could almost say that the CDC was maybe on the way to the building at the same time, but the firemen just got there first.
The fact of the matter is,
you figure here's how I timeline it, right? So this stuff is going on in that apartment complex. It gets released. It gets the dog infected. The dog goes to the vet. The vet's like, what the hell is this? This is kind of weird. Maybe a day goes by or something. They test it. Some weird shit happens. CDC gets alerted by it. They start moving action. They're, you know, in the process of tracking where the dog came from. And the same night, the infection is spreading. So somebody gets infected and is acting weird. They call the fire department while the CDC is already has this game plan in action to quarantine this place.
I got you.
Yeah. So they get there first, and as soon as they get there, they lock it down, and then fuck yeah.
Well, I also want to say, like, the setting that they chose for this movie is fucking fantastic. I think when we get into quarantine, we'll dissect why I think that film doesn't have the same kind of feel to it.
It doesn't at all.
Because that movie, the setting's a lot more wide open. When this movie, it's much more claustrophobic and tight. It's very, especially on the bottom floor and the lobby of this fucking apartment. The walls are super close together, so it creates a really chaotic and terrifying fucking scene of offense towards the end of the movie.
I think what it might come down to is that the apartment building in Spain is probably just a lot smaller.
Yeah.
Right. It's just probably smaller in stature, where the one obviously in America was
LA, I think.
In LA was just a bigger and wider one. So yeah, but it makes a big difference though.
Oh yeah,
I understand where you're coming from completely, because when you compare the two films, which it's kind of funny because, you know, we're not that far yet, but you know, the films are very similar. They're almost like shot for shot, kind of scene for scene, but it's amazing when you compare them, the contrast and difference. Like, you're right, man, the claustrophobia, the atmosphere is so different. It's so different.
There's a lot.
It's not as dark either. Not as dark.
We're obviously gonna get to it later, but
yeah,
I don't dislike all the changes. I think that the big difference between because it is very much the same movie, and that was something we leaned heavily on our Omen review. I think that they're a little bit different, and I'll explain why then. But this one, I think for at the time, you know, 2007, let's not forget, you know, found footage has been around since the 80s, but it really, you know, made a huge splash in the 90s, but then it went quiet. Like, you know, the end of the 90s, it really took till about, you know, 2000, around this time, you know, 2005, 2006, 2007, around there is where it started picking back up. And I think this is one of the films that really made a case for how effective the POV style can be. It's a different experience. I think a lot of people hated it at the time, but I think it's come down a little bit from people hating it, because it's funny because it gives you a different feeling. There's no you can't replicate the feeling you get of like the characters running through the hallways and scared in a regular movie. Like, it doesn't elicit the same fear.
When it's just that one shot when they're running up the staircase towards the end of the movie and all hell is breaking loose in the lobby, and the camera like pans down really quick to the lobby, and you see all the fucking people going crazy as they're running up the stairs. Like, that shit is fucking terrifying, bro.
Yeah, when that shit is that shot, they look.
Yeah, the handheld realism. Yeah, the handheld realism. When it's done properly, it's so effective, because I've always said, you know, with found footage films, man, there has to be one thing that sells you as a viewer, and that's the acting. If the acting's shitty in a found footage film, it just doesn't come off. And I think this movie has really, really solid acting throughout it. I think everybody pulls off their roles so well, and it just comes off as believable, right? And I think that's a big difference between this and Quarantine, though, too, man, because I think a lot of the acting in that film is really bad. Like starting with
I
Jennifer.
think it's really good in quarantine, but I think it's different. It's not.
I think
this is more of like a. There's no charisma to these people. They just seem like regular people.
That's the thing, and that's what works because this is reality, right? They're supposed to be normal people. That's why it works so well.
It works. Yeah. It works in the sense if you're making if you're literally trying to make it look like a found footage
which
film.
Which they were trying to do, right?
Right, yeah. But to me, I already know it's fake. Like that gimmick doesn't work anymore, so it doesn't really matter to me. Like I'll take either or. Like it doesn't add any extra enjoyment to me or hurt it if I know that it's a movie or not.
Yeah, see, I never play on that, man. I mean, I understand what they're trying to accomplish. This is a found footage. It's supposed to be, it's fake to us. It's reality. It's like a realism type thing that they're doing
for the story.
Right? And I think if and that's where the acting plays the hugest part. Like I usually don't fall back on and criticize these indie low budget films for having shitty for shitty, because it is what it is. But when it comes to this film where it's supposed to be set in this kind of reality type setting and this narrative and stuff, if your acting is off, it doesn't come off believable because it's supposed to be believable. And in Wreck, I figure it just fucking hits you right in the face hard. I mean, the way it's shot too, and obviously, the setting itself really is like a character in itself because it is so claustrophobic and it's so dark and stuff. But the camera work is really good too. It really honestly is. It captures the character's emotions and the reactions to certain situations so well in this film. It's fucking fantastic. But I think what also really helps is that there's no downtime in this. You never get those moments of like long dialogues and stuff where it allows the characters to, basically kind of falter at their character in their acting and stuff. There's no time like that at all. Everything's kind of captured and balled up really so well in this film.
Interviewing the little girl, I think that's like the only part that has that slowed down this.
Yeah, and
for me, this one with the way that the one thing that I think doesn't really work for this film is that I don't really know any of them. Like Vidal is kind of has a little bit of presence. You get to learn a little bit about her. Like the other firefighters, all the people in the building. Maybe the little girl is the only character we really spend any time with. And I always say, like, you don't really need to have likable characters, but I feel like in this one, I don't care that they're dying so much as I do in other types of films.
Well, I think
because you don't really spend any time with them to learn who they are or anything about them.
But this movie isn't supposed to also...
Yeah, do you care that they die?
Yeah, it's not about... Because I think that's why this movie works so well is because, these are still human lives in there and you understand the severity of what's going on right away. Because when you have people flying over banisters and shit and hitting the ground right away, that's some frantic ass shit. Awesome. Yeah, it is. That's some frantic ass shit, man. Like at this point, there's no time to introduce and get to know characters because it's not the focus point at all.
And that gets away from the realism. That's
a good point, Jeremy. It does get away from the realism. It also takes away from the pacing. This movie runs 78 minutes. It has like no downtime. It's straight booyah from the time they get to that apartment to it fucking ends. It's crazy. Even like in the third act, like a lot of third acts will kind of start out slower and shit, but it's so fucking atmospheric and so thrilling. When they're in the penthouse at this point and shit, and they're just kind of finding, we're learning shits in the narrative, about this, like what's really going on and shit. It's so creepy. It could be fucking slower, but it's not. It's just so damn well done. I don't care. I never thought once about ever knowing a character in this. I mean, theoretically, the only character that you ever really follow fully and kind of, the focus point is Angela. Really?
Yeah.
Right? So
but
it's about her.
Don't you think that's kind of the point of the breakneck pace and all that? We don't get time. We don't have time to know them because once shit hits the fan, it's like
I like that about the movie because it's short and I dig that. But you can always have that stuff at the beginning and then the breakneck pace as soon as they get there. That doesn't change that aspect of it. I prefer it the way that it is because it is short and it's fun. But I'm saying you would still have the same feeling of that whole sequence if it started there. You know what I mean? That's why. And we'll get to the remake in a little bit. But I get what you're saying, and I do prefer it this way. I think that it's cool. I just think that whenever you're talking about it's hard to tell these people apart because it's foreign as well. It's nobody has like a distinct voice. It all sounds like obviously Spanish.
Well,
so
you're also reading subtitles though too, right?
And stuff like that.
Yeah.
like because it's also dark, you know, it's hard to. It was like, wait, which guy was that? The one that was like the what who was that?
It also doesn't help though too. I mean, you are reading subtitles and you're also dealing with firemen who are all actually dressed the same. It's like the majority of your characters,
and even the police and the firemen,
and
they don't even really. Yeah. That's one thing that Americans in general seem to do a little bit more, is make these distinct looking uniforms for different types of officials. And like the police and the firemen are kind of dressed in all like dark, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. One of them has red hats on, but it's kind of hard to even tell them apart once shit gets going. But yeah, I think that the most successful aspect of this film is the pacing and the unrelenting like tension that's happening, and you're on the edge of your seat kind of because of how intense it is. Somebody said all hell breaks loose. Like that would have been a great alternate title for this film, because it does feel like that. It's just like all hell breaks loose. And then at the very end, we come to like a screeching halt, and we do this sort of different type of horror where it's no longer fast paced and it's more suspenseful and tension of these characters just in this dark ass room, which is, by the way, I think is one of the most effective, scary things in horror. That whole end sequence is terrifying. But I will say, I think that because I had seen Quarantine before this film, which is maybe
haven't I.
Me too.
So haven't I.
What's that?
I think most people did.
Really?
And I preferred this one to Quarantine.
Well, I'm not saying whether I prefer. I'm not saying I prefer.
I saw this one before Quarantine, but yeah.
I'm just saying why I like certain things about that. But this one, I didn't know what the reason was. So whenever I was seeing them go up into this room, and you start seeing, because it's distinctly different from Quarantine, which I think is a good thing that it's
different. I thought you were going to say that Quarantine was better than.
What, Super Rabies?
I think it's just. I just think I think it's good to not do the same thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But this one is so cool because, and they just tease it in this one a little bit. But they expand upon it on the sequel. But they start teasing that this might be a religious thing, which I just thought was incredible.
Yeah, I think you know, kind of the twist, which is a little. It's kind of interesting how they do it, because it's like a twist, because you're thinking the whole time this is like some kind of weird infection / rabies things, because yeah, well, I mean that's what they're under the impression, right? Because of the whole animal thing too, right? You're automatically thinking rabies and stuff, because they put that into your mind and you're rolling with that, but then they twist it up in the end of the film, and they do it so well because they do it with like visuals and a little bit of audio and stuff, and it's very
and that's creepy, right? Just the look of all these things, like, because you're thinking like, who the hell lives there? Like, this is scary.
The thing I like about that though,
exorcism type of demonic possession. And one thing that, and this goes with the sequel too, but the marrying of the scientific explanation of it passing through, you know, scientific means and not pure supernatural, yet it's a supernatural base, I think is super interesting.
Yeah,
I like that a lot.
Yeah,
that fucking ending's fucking. The one thing I always like, I love actually the little interviews that they do have with like the side characters. Like,
so do I.
You like that? You do get a little development with the Caesar character, who ends up surviving near the end. You know, he's like then he goes. Who, ironically enough, that actor is in actually Sleep Tight and Veronica. He's actually in a bunch of the other directors' movies. So he's actually a face I did actually recognize on rewatch from all the Paco Plaza and I mean, whatever the fuck the other guy's name is, the other movies.
Something.
Well, girl, you know, but. I like that. Like, he goes over the show, like, he thinks they're not recording yet. I think it's the fucking Koreans.
Yeah. But
straight racist.
Yeah, they even had some racism in there to boot.
Yep. But I love that how they twist it up at the end there, but they still kind of leave it very ambiguous. I think that's really interesting how they did that.
Yeah, I mean, they give you just enough information to make it intriguing and kind of a mystery still. And then, of course, it will set up to the lead-in to the second one. But, you know.
Did you know who played the giant girl at the end?
No.
Jerry's mom?
Jerry Herring himself.
That's Javier Bardem, who played Mama, and he played the leopard in It.
Oh, really?
Giant girl?
Well, that makes
What
sense.
giant girl?
Well, the thing at the end is
the creature in the
the
attic.
possessed girl.
She's not giant.
Yeah, she's skinny.
She's just fucking thin.
Fucking rail, thin, frail, and fucking
Yeah,
grotesque.
I think that's the little girl, right? That's the one
Yes.
that's possessed.
Yeah.
She's possessing everybody, right?
Yeah.
Well, we find out what
Well-
the thing is possessing everybody that's inside of her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is I think that
Her body was the host of. She was the main host.
she was the start.
Yeah.
She was the Reagan, basically.
Hence,
Patient Zero.
which is kind of
This
interesting.
Is what
in-
would have happened if Reagan didn't get exorcised?
It's interesting because in this film,
Imagine.
they even have that note of like being passed on to animals and shit, which they kind of play out through this too.
Yeah, I think that the whole ending with her in the first of all, was damn creepy whenever he stuck his head up in there, and then she apparently fell down in there at some point. We don't see it, but boy, was that creepy, man. When they're just like, and then they like hit stuff and it makes noise, and then it's terrifying. That is a terrifying scene. I love that scene so much. Reminded me of Grave Encounters a little bit, actually, but
Yeah,
with
kinda.
night vision and stuff. But yeah, that whole night vision thing was great. Loved it.
Is this movie the movie that kind of set off the whole,
Yes.
nighttime vision shit, staring into the fucking camera and then getting pulled away type shit?
I mean, I was gonna say it was the standard bearer at the time. It kind of set the blueprint for
Popularity.
Because
that era.
I know it is obviously spoofed, but it had been done a million times after. I'm starting to think that this might have been the film that kind of created that phenomenon.
I mean, it is pretty like the history of found footage is such a little interesting aspect, because you think that it starts with Blair Witch, but it really
Last
doesn't. Right?
broadcast.
Well,
and-
even
and
then,
the McLaren or whatever, the Vinegar Syndrome movie they just released.
McPherson.
The AGFA
But even
film.
before that, of course, you got Cannibal Holocaust. But what I'm saying is, everybody considers Blair Witch to be the start. But not only was it not the
Mainstream start, yeah.
film that, but it wasn't even that. It not only was it not the first film, but it wasn't even the film that kicked off found footage.
No.
Like,
Well, I'm saying it was
it
probably the
didn't
biggest
see a
found
bunch
footage
of
film.
copycats.
It was probably the biggest known mainstream type film of that type. Of that
With the marketing
subgenre.
and everything too.
Because when you
That
think
one.
about it, last broadcast, and nobody even knew about that movie until Blair Witch came out. And then Man Bites Dog, which was, years earlier. Actually, not that far earlier, like 90, I think he came out or something, 93, something like that. So long,
93 was
six
Bites
years.
Dog.
Yeah, it's not like 6 years removed from that. And then 89, which the movie just finally got released with some McPherson tapes. Which I actually did watch the other night. It's a short watch. It only runs just over 60 minutes. But, from a found footage angle, that movie is fucking it's just like we're watching here on Rec. It's that type of found footage. And I was like, wow, 1989, it was very much one of its kind. It might have been the very first type of film kind of like that. It's very interesting. You guys got to check it out, man.
Well,
I've been wanting to see it for
we got
years.
a bunch of. I have it. I picked it up. That movie's actually been on our website for years.
Yeah. I just think I think it's all really cool until the ending is just really fuck.
So check this out. This is really the birth, man. So I have in front of me this list of found footage films, right? So the first horror one that we know of is Cannibal Holocaust in 1980.
Yeah.
But there was actually one from 61 called The Connection. Never seen it, but it's not a horror film apparently. Then they have stuff like Guinea Pig 2 added, UFO Abduction, the McPherson tapes, Man Bites Dog in 93. Skip ahead a little bit. There's another Alien Abduction one in 98. Of course, The Last Broadcast from 98. The Blair Witch Project in 99. But check that out. The Blair Witch Project in 99. And then we had the St. Francisville Experiment in 2000 from Ted Nicolai, oddly enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then check this out. Really nothing. Gang tapes, August Underground. None of these are really, truly, anything big or anything like that. August Underground, Mortem, The Collingwood Story, The Great American
Well,
Snuff
it depends
Film.
what your version of big is. I think those August Underground films have a massive cult following.
Well, I mean, big is in make waves to where other people start doing what I'm saying is
Pop
the Blair
culture.
Witch didn't.
Yeah, that's
off
what I meant. I mean, there's two different type of
a
worlds, right?
subgenre.
Yeah.
0 Day, look, nothing here. Literally keep going down. Nothing until about 2007. in 2007, you got Welcome to the Jungle, the Poughkeepsie tapes, Long Pigs, Head Case, Exhibit A, Paranormal Activity, The Death of a Ghost Hunter, Live, Wreck, and Look, all in 2007.
Yeah.
And then right after that, Cloverfield, Diary of the Dead, Quarantine, Home Movies, District 9, The Ritual. Like, there was a ton. Wreck 2. Like, it just was a massive wave right after that.
And there were some really big ones that year. So what was like the first movie of the year to come out, found footage wise? Because I mean, obviously Paranormal Activity in America was like the next thing. It was like reinventing fucking sliced bread, for Christ's sake. It set off a shitstorm of just found footage. And I think this is the problem, because in 2007, if you watch Paranormal Activity and you watch Wreck and you watch, even Long Pigs, which is fantastic, you're like, okay, there's a lot of films, but you mentioned earlier that people really kind of hated on found footage. I don't think people started hating on found footage until 2008-9, when it was like the oversaturation in the genre. Yeah. It's kind of like zombie films a few years ago, when it seemed like every week there was one coming out and it's like, oh my God, but now they don't even make zombie films anymore. It's fucked. It's kind of weird, but
I think VOD played into it too, because then every person with $20 and a camera was like, well, let's make a found footage, and it just became the floodgates opened.
And that's the thing.
It's
like,
very weird.
Found footage came out, like, I was very intrigued with it. Like, I didn't like Paranormal Activity. I just didn't really like the narrative to it. I thought it was kind of whatever, but I guess we'll revisit those. But some of them I thought were really good. Like, I liked Wreck from the start. Long Pigs was really cool and stuff, but like any genre, it's going to have its hits and misses, right? And I don't think people hated on it right at first. I think it was intriguing. I think it was just the abundance. But there's some, it's crazy.
No, you're right. Definitely people didn't hate on it at first, because
but this year produced some of the best ones. This year actually produced some of the most iconic and best ones, like Wreck. Like Long Pigs, I think is insanely criminally underrated, man. It's got that whole kind of man bites dog serial killer aspect to it, where he's being interviewed kind of thing, and it's really interesting. If you've never seen it, you got to check it out. It's really cool.
Ironically enough, 2007, like you said, Poughkeepsie tapes came out the same year as Wreck, and it actually has connection because the director went on to do the remake.
Mm-hmm.
There's a remake of the Poughkeepsie tape?
No, he did the remake. He did Quarantine. The guy who directed the Poughkeepsie tapes.
But did people actually see that in 2007 though? Did people actually see that in 2007?
That was on MySpace.
Yeah. Not really.
I don't even remember. Like, I remember when the movie, because it had like this, it seemed like instantly it had this cult following, like, you need to see this fucking thing, and then finally Scream Factory put it up. Apparently it's not the full cut. I don't even know.
Because it was on MySpace.
Yeah, I felt like no one even saw it.
Look in the original like pressings, and they cleaned it up and it looks different than it did on YouTube and shit.
For sure. Yeah.
So if you look at this though, what I find the most fascinating about the found footage subgenre is, of course, the Blair Witch 99. But honestly, almost 10 years later, before we got another big type of found footage film and a wave really that made waves in the industry. And if you look at it, it's so weird, because Paranormal Activity, which a lot of people give credit to, is the second, the one that kicked off the wave. But you look at the production dates, and like Paranormal Activity, Wreck, even Poughkeepsie tapes, all kind of started production around the same time. So it's interesting that multiple, even Welcome to the Jungle was pretty fun, but multiple people's heads was in this space to do a found footage film out of nowhere, seemingly.
Yeah, but
it's kind of interesting.
It can't be coincidental though. It's almost like it just can't be. Like, what are the chances?
The digital cameras,
but it's also, the fact that these movies in style and in like they're very, very similar. Like, what are the chances of having not really done this type of subgenre in years, and all of a sudden all these films in 1 year start coming out? Like, I feel like I don't know, man. I don't want to get into conspiracy.
I feel like Jeremy might be onto something, that maybe like
it's weird.
It had something to do with like cameras. Like maybe the cameras got really cheap.
But in 2007,
do you think a movie like Wreck has aged better in hindsight than something like Blair Witch? Because when Blair Witch came out, it was so new to the mainstream audience that there was the huge viral campaign convincing people that, oh, this is some real stuff you're watching. Whereas by the time Wreck came out, people knew going into this, it's just a movie.
I think they both aged fantastically.
Yeah.
Equally great.
I mean, I think Blair Witch got a lot of love at the time, but it seemed like over the years, and I don't mean for us personally, like what our views of the movie are. I'm just talking about in general, people's thoughts. It seems like
I don't think people
the hype on Blair Witch kind of waned.
No, I don't think that people like look at it now and be like, oh, I used to like that, but I don't now. I think people either liked it or they thought it was people walking around in the woods.
That's actually not true, because I've talked about that on the show before, where I dug Blair Witch when it came out because I saw it in the theaters when it came out in '99, and it still had that stigma of being like real, even though as like a fan that shit ain't fucking real, but it was still really cool to see it on the big screen and still have that kind of that aura about it, that it was real. It was an interesting experience that I'll never ever relive, because you just can't market shit like that anymore.
Paranormal Activity, bro.
Yeah. I don't think it was the same. I don't think it was the same.
Kind of unique too, because even the internet itself in the late '90s was still just like catching on newer with just mainstream households, and I think it came out at the perfect time where even for people that retroactively or retrospectively don't feel the movie itself is great, but if you watched it back then, like in the theater, going into it thinking like, what the hell is this? I see all this stuff online about it. It created like the perfect kind of avalanche at the time, where watching it now, you're not going to get that aspect from it.
I feel like I went back and forth on this. Like, I was getting at this before. I mean, I've discussed this before. Me and JP have had these conversations. He's always been a big fan of Blair Witch Project. Going back to what I was saying, when I seen it in '99, I thought it was pretty cool. I liked it. And then I went kind of through this time in the 2000s and stuff where it came on a VHS and watched it again. I was like, okay, well, and then I just kind of went into this lull with it. I was like, okay, whatever, it's okay, and it was one of those films I'd watched and I was like, I didn't really care for it anymore. I was like, whatever. And then, I just let it sit for a while. I didn't check it out for years, and I rewatched it again for something. I don't even remember what the fuck it was.
It was the show. It was episode 88.
That's right. Yeah, we did it for this show. That's right. And then I was like, fuck. It just kind of like made me realize how much I actually really did like the movie. Right.
Yeah, so but that's not what he asked. That's why he said, do you think people liked it and now don't, basically? But
well, what I'm saying is I went through waves with it, right? Because there was I just kind of broke it up. Like there was a time where I liked it and then I didn't, and I re-liked it again. I'm not just saying that. I know what he's saying, that people liked it back in '99 or disliked it and then kind of went vice versa later on down the road.
Well, like even let's say even for like a new viewer, say like you show someone Blair Witch and you show someone Rec in 2020 who's never seen either one. Do you think with a movie like Blair Witch versus Rec, Blair Witch was heavily aided by the atmosphere and hype created at the time with the viral marketing and the, oh my God, is this real or is this not? You're never going to get that kind of thing watching it as a first time viewer in 2020.
So
Rec didn't have that burden going into it in 2007. No one went into watching, well, at least that I know of, no one went into Rec thinking
it was
this
real.
might be real.
I think at this point, if you saw them
today,
I just think if you saw them today, if you showed those movies to somebody that never seen either one, it just comes down to which one they like more. I mean, from where our where our perspective is, we know the history of Blair Witch and Rec and things like that. So those things affect your viewings for sure.
Right, and that's exactly my point. Is like, was Blair Witch aided by the time that it came out, where you can't replicate that?
Well, going back to what I said, going in waves, I mean, over the years where I liked it and disliked it and then liked it again and stuff, I mean, knowing the history and coming from that history and then not liking it and then re-liking it, it wasn't the marketing that made me re-like it. I just actually respected the movie for what it was all those years later. And just being, I actually kind of put the marketing and all the hype and all the things that went with Blair Witch to the side and just rewatched the movie as a fucking movie, and I actually really enjoyed it. I think it actually helps sometimes. I think when people can kind of eliminate all the distractions of going into a movie and things like that, I think it really does help with your perception of what you're actually seeing. Because sometimes it's very distorted. It's very distorted when you have outside influences on you. And I think that's a major, major factor that a lot of people don't even think that it's being considered inside their mentality when they're checking out things. It's kind of a weird mentality, I think, man.
I agree with everything you just said. But to go back to the thing that Mike was asking specifically, one, of course it aided the excitement for the Blair Witch and what people liked it at the time. Now, today, your question about what showing somebody it now versus showing somebody at Rec, it literally does come down to personal preference. And not only personal preference, but Rec is an easier digestible film because you're talking about fast paced versus slow pace, right? Of course, the fast pace is going to be more appealing to most people. I think at the end of the day, what it comes down with Blair Witch, marketing aside, you either buy it and like it, or you think it's people walking around in the woods. I think that most people see it that way.
Oh yeah, we know a bunch of people like that.
Again,
right.
It is personal preference, because if you do the contrast, a fast-paced film like Wreck versus a slow burn, I mean, those are two totally different types of viewers and personalities, right? For film, because a lot of people can't fuck with slow burns.
Everybody knows that the third film's better anyway, right?
But I don't think that it has to do with the marketing not being able to help the film. I just think that it's in general because the film is slower that less people are going to like it, and it doesn't have to do with the fact that Wreck didn't have the expectation with the marketing. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like you put the films side by side against somebody that's never seen them, and I think personal taste comes down to like if they have like fast. It's like people that like slow moving walking zombies versus the running ones, right? That's kind of like comparing.
Not even necessarily that 100% too, because I prefer the slow ones, but I think Wreck is just like I don't think it's because it's like fast moving necessarily.
But slow burn movies
more enthralling.
I always feel like slow burn movies are an acquired taste though for some people, because a lot of people will look at slow burns and be like, in the first complaint about the movie is like, it was pretty good, but it was really slow. But like, I'm one of those weird
70s slow burns, huh?
Right? I'm one of those weird viewers that I love slow burn movies as long as they're they're progressing properly and it's got interesting dialogue and stuff. And I love really heavy dialogue movies as long as the dialogue's good. I know that sounds kind of strange, but but I can watch those things all the time where some people just can't fuck with them. They're like, man, this movie is their biggest complaint. It's too wordy. It's too slow. I'm like, fuck.
I actually love movies with a lot of dialogue.
Me too.
With all the viral campaigning and all the convincing of people it might be real, would you say there was more hype going into Blair Witch or more hype going into Stab? There was no hype
going into Wreck, I'll tell you that. Oh, Stab?
Yeah.
Right.
Dude,
the people in the Blair Witch Theater
film,
weren't even acting like Stab.
Fictional or non-fiction film, Stab definitely probably has the most hype of all time.
Did people show up to Blair Witch running around in flannels and jeans and like, oh, we're excited, we're going to go in the woods?
Dude, I'm not going to lie, man. When I seen Blair Witch, man, people were walking to the theater a little bit hesitant. It was a really strange experience, man. People like weren't sure about what they were getting into, because I think it's a lot of people too that the marketing, it fucking sucked them in and pulled them in. They weren't necessarily like hardcore horror fans and stuff. They weren't really into genre films. And so like the aura and like just the overall atmosphere with people, it just seemed different. Like, when you're waiting in line to get in the theater, people are like having a good time, eating popcorn, cracking jokes. It seemed a little bit more mundane. Like everyone was just kind of on this lower level. Like, what am I getting myself into? Like it was a little bit freaky.
Like, what am I going to watch?
It's almost
the way the movie was presented and the way it was filmed. I mean, they did a good job of like making it actually seem like it could have been something that was like just found on like a VHS tape.
Yeah.
Well, they made a whole fucking fake documentary about it.
See,
too,
the marketing,
amazing.
It is, Derek. And like, I mean, the fact that they did that, it just makes it even more better. Because that shit had people believing like you cannot get any better marketing. I mean, the original marketing to actually making a dog, you just can't. Things that you'll never relive.
It was a situation where you had people freaked out before they even saw the movie, which is brilliant.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Getting people on edge just to go to the theater in the first place. That's like that's up there with like the movies from like the 60s and 70s that like the news channels would be hyping it up and people would be scared to death before they actually watch one frame of the movie.
Absolutely. The only other movie I can think about that had this kind of strange aura and atmosphere about it that had people kind of like questioning why they were at the cinema or why they were going to see this was the Ring remake. Because the rumors is that someone had died in the theater and stuff, and it's the whole narrative with like watch the videotape and die in 7 days kind of thing, right? Mm-hmm. And like it had people on edge, because when you hear something on the news, like which we're living through right now, it gets people on edge, when you hear about coronavirus, people dying. So this person went and saw this movie, but you only hear that part about it. They went to the theater and they died while watching The Ring, but people die in theaters all the fucking time. Right? They go to Meryl Streep movies and have heart attacks and shit, but that doesn't make the news. But it doesn't make
who?
Yeah. But like I mean,
I think that the
but it definitely added
Paranormal
to the
Activity.
marketing.
Jeremy was right with the
Yeah.
the marketing. That was really good marketing too. The way they, showed the shots of the theater reacting, looking like a stab premiere and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the fact that
I don't remember.
they limited this when Paranormal Activity first came out. They limited the supply of how many, because I think
that was not intentional. They didn't intentionally limit it.
I don't remember the marketing for Paranormal Activity that well.
Well, no, you had to go to the website.
It probably didn't happen in Canada that much because it was sort of you had to call your theater and request the movie to get it.
Yeah, that's true. I remember that.
Yeah, and then
there would have been areas.
It was one midnight showing.
I mean, it would have obviously shown in Vancouver because.
And then they sent different endings to different theaters to help with word of mouth. Like,
but that's a Blumhouse thing.
Like, which ending did you get? Which ending did you get?
Unfriended 2
then you
did
try
the
to
same
see it
shit.
again to see if you could get a different ending.
Fucking Unfriended 2 did that shit.
It was the clue of its era, man.
Yeah, right.
Unfriended had.
Yeah, it was cool.
You really like that movie, don't you, Jeremy? Unfriended.
No, but Dark Web had 3 fucking different endings.
That they sent out to different theaters?
Yeah, every theater got a
Paranormal
different
Activity
ending.
was so influential
Didn't that movie
Watson
suck
created
too?
his own on Skype.
Dark Web?
Yeah.
That was alright.
Well, which ending did you see?
The one where the guy got hit by the bike.
I haven't
I
seen
actually
it.
liked it better than the first one.
Wait, hit by the bike or the bus?
I actually haven't seen
Bus,
the
I
movie,
don't-
so thanks for the spoiler. Well, maybe
I
I'll
gotta
see
say,
what
maybe
What if the ending was like one time he gets hit by a bus, one time he gets hit by a car, and one time he gets hit by a bike?
Oh, so it's the same shit but different.
No, I'm just saying.
No.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Yeah, that's
But-
hilarious. That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, marketing and found footage films are interesting because we have seen a couple of different attempts at making, like The Bay had some interesting marketing with just kind of selling it. And then what was the other one? Was it Megan is Missing that had good like word of mouth internet marketing?
I think that was it was more reviewers and video reviewers and shit like that kind of spread the word on it, because I didn't really know much. I hadn't heard much about it outside of that type of communities.
That's
But
the one
yeah,
with the red cover.
Yeah.
it's
Yep.
But I only remember the marketing just through pretty much word of mouth.
That's yeah.
It wasn't like outside
same thing
marketing.
with August Underground. That film like really weaved through the internet age of like YouTubers and stuff like that.
Megan Missing was one of those movies though. Like when it first popped up on the YouTube, it was like everybody was saying you have to see this film. It's so brutal. If you have kids, that was the way people marketed it and sold it to other people. Was like, if you have kids, you have to see this movie. And I mean,
Is that any good?
I've never seen it.
Me neither.
It's okay. The problem is with Megan is Missing is it has bad acting in it, and so it comes off as being really shitty in that aspect. Like, and I said, like,
Jeremy will hate it.
that's the thing about.
Yeah, I'll hate it.
I don't
That's
even
why-
like I said, bad acting in a regular film. In a
It does
cinematic film.
affect found footage.
Found
big
footage,
time.
it
You
kills it.
hit that on the head.
It kills it. It kills it because when you're supposed to be watching real shit and it sucks acting wise, it's.
God damn, that shit's expensive.
But I will say the ending to Megan is Missing might be the most drawn out, tedious, fucking insane thing you ever watch. It goes on for probably anywhere from 12 to 14 minutes of this still shot. Oh my God. It is fucking brutal to watch.
According to eBay, the sold prices of Megan is Missing is $152, $76, $51.
Blu-ray or DVD?
I paid like $12 for the DVD brand new on Amazon when it came out.
$48.60. So I guess
cheap.
it's out of print.
Yep, it was super cheap. Probably $12 DVD. I don't think it's had another release though. So yeah, hence the
weird. There's a lot
prices.
of films in that sort of 2007 to 11 era that have kind of went out of print and hasn't had other releases. But if you look at the amount of found footage films that came out from 2007 to like 2012. It's insane. Like they really did get.
Well, that was the
up.
era. It was like 4 or 5 years
It's the
of
golden
like
age of found footage.
Yeah, it seemed like there was 20, 30 a year, and it was like, fuck, man, like.
It's a great found footage movie.
That was about the time when they started doing those really shitty Bigfoot found footage movies, where the whole movie was just characters walking around, and then you get 1 second glimpse of a Bigfoot at the end.
Till fucking Exist came out.
Yeah, Exists, man.
But
might even be legitimately one of the best Bigfoot movies of all time. Like, I'm not even joking. And as a found footage, it's great.
Yeah, Atrocious is a good spin.
Atrocious is
found
good.
footage.
Atrocious is another really good. See, that's the thing with found footage, man. There is some really top tier found footage films, and then that's the problem. There's so many misses.
Even Paranormal Entities, all right.
Is that a joke? Is that a spoof?
It's the Asylum version of Paranormal Activity, but it's played serious.
I can't believe you just said that an Asylum film was actually pretty good. That's pretty fun.
No, it's kind of, a lot of people think it's better than Paranormal Activity.
Coming next on 22 Shots, we're going to do an Asylum show. We're just going to review like 30 Asylum films with the awesomest alternate names to obvious films, Hollywood blockbusters.
With Dave Parker.
Yeah, with Dave. Fuck, he'd probably never want to come back ever again. We can't do that to him. Oh, shit. Yeah, the back-to-back shows, right? The fucking evil Bong series and then Asylum movies. Oh, dude.
We're going to find another rape revenge franchise to piss him off more.
Is there any other franchises? Fuck, I don't know.
I'll just do
I mean, there's two Last House on the Left films.
Yeah, it's more of a OG versus remake thing. Again,
but then you guys
stop
review
with
that
those.
Already?
Just the original.
No, we never did the remake.
Willing to do a
It's weird how many times we've actually brought up the remake on the show, because I always bring up the microwave scene, how fucking stupid it is, and we've never reviewed it. Never. I don't even. Actually, no, I do own it on DVD. No, I do. Yeah.
Oh, I own it on Blue.
How in the fuck did we turn the rec review into
where's
like
Rec?
a 45 minute?
No, that was good stuff though. That was a good tangent. That's an example of a.
That was a whole knowledge segment.
That was a good tangent.
That was a knowledge segment in the middle of the rec review.
It wasn't like a personalized fucking question about something.
But I think
outside of it.
But I think you're right though. I think people, with found footage is, it has been a love-hate relationship, but looking back on it now that it's really slowed down over the years, I think it, even for the people that did like it, you can even appreciate it more now. Like these movies, like films like Rec stick the fuck
I love
out.
them now.
Because
I love them.
In my opinion, Rec is honestly one of the top best, not just one of my favorite, but the best found footage films ever made. This movie is fantastic from top to bottom.
I think it
does everything right.
Standard.
It does everything right. It's got fucking. Another thing about this movie I really do like is the fact that they don't fuck around, because and that's a big problem in later found footage films, is that they try to get too fancy with the found footage and they put in all these unnecessary, digital glitches and all these little fake things that are happening that just kind of take away things that you notice. You're like, why the fuck is the camera doing that shit in this situation? Like, it shouldn't be fucking
even
up.
in the sequel, they take some liberties with that stuff.
Yeah, well, the
sequel.
Rec 2, yeah, it's a little bit. Yeah, there is some technical aspects of that movie that are definitely a little bit not as good as this one. Like, I think the effects are really good. Like I said, the acting, the camera work is fantastic for what it is. The kills and the gore or for the most part, are really good in this movie. And like Jeremy mentioned, the claustrophobic, and that's the thing. This movie is actually thrilling and super scary. It captures that claustrophobia and that atmosphere so well that it's almost terrifying. Like, you can feel yourself in that situation being like, fuck this. Like, this is not good. This is not good. And then when it gets to the third act and it gets, again, you're in that pitch black situation and you're finding out shit, dude, it's honestly fucking freaky to me. And especially what they're finding out. I think it's done so well. The narrative switch, and that's this kind of twist that's ambiguous. I think they just did everything perfect in this movie, and I like the fact that they did what they did too. And I've heard people say like, "What the fuck? Like, is that what they're alluding to?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but I'm like,
it.
but that's
so
but that's a good thing, because it wasn't just this general rabies or this infection. Like a lot of zombie movies where why are people zombies? There's no explanation to it. But this movie,
yeah, because there's no more room in hell.
Because there's no more room in hell, so the dead will rise. And in some zombie movies,
with you, it's something different at a time in an era where they've done kind of everything with that sort of narrative, and it's just like, adding this supernatural element to it, or a suggested or hinted at supernatural element of possession, and it makes sense. Like, it doesn't break the narrative of infection either, because you can have both. And it just, to me, the moment where I started seeing these fucking exorcism or like demonic possession type pictures posted all over the place, it just gave me cold chills. That whole scene in the penthouse, as they call it in the Barcelona film, is creepy as all hell. And it's building up to that. And I like how, it's at the top of the building, and you just know, when they mention, like they casually drop it in there, like, hey, this guy, there is one other guy, but he hasn't been, he comes like every couple months or something like that. You plants a little seed in the back of your head that maybe that might have something to do with it. And then also you have this sort of, whenever they have this like frantic pacing and like running up the stairs. It's just fucking terrifying because you think about it and you're like, there's nowhere to go, you know. And then she has the keys and stuff like that, and getting in the door, and then you're trapped in there afterwards. Everything about this film just works. You know
another thing I like about it too is that the cameraman in this one isn't really a character. He's more of just like the camera. Like there's a voice there, you know, but he's never really on. Like that's
they don't show him.
That's the difference between this and Quarantine is that do they show his face in this one?
Well, he's dead.
Oh yeah, like I meant like, you know, like in the contrast between this and Quarantine is like actually like a character. Like you get to see him and stuff. It's like a totally different feel. But I like that fact, man. He's just literally this dude with this camera. Right, I love that. Yeah. It's great, man. It just kind of adds to it for me.
Yeah, it's kind of like that dude in a movie from last year, Record of Sweet Murder, the camera dude that you don't really get to see.
Exactly. It's almost like this creep element, right? It's like this dude never shows up.
Character, yeah.
You can hear the voice, but you never get to see the face. It's fucking cool, man. I love that shit.
Yeah. Anybody have anything else?
I will say, man, the one bitch is talking about like suing and stuff. Oh man, I just want to strangle that bitch. Is fucking. Oh.
I love when that's the one other scene that you get with the Angela character, like when she's interviewing the daughter. Please shut the fuck up. I'm trying to interview. You know, and like earlier in the movie too with the police chief. If this guy's fucking boring, we'll just cut around him. I love those little signs and dialogue.
I think that the little paranoia between the little group where they're like, you know, maybe it's your paraplegic father who's sick or something like that. Like, I like those little aspects too. It's kind of minor, but it's there.
Yeah. Right, I love there's little cracks in the scenes between the people in the buildings. Like, people turn on each other in these kind of situations. Like, even if it's ever so slightly, fingers start getting pointed at like what could possibly be the origin, because nobody really knows. And I think that's a good aspect too.
For real.
Well, you want something to blame so that you know. Like,
well, you want to be able to identify and explain it. I think that's natural. That when a situation like this breaks out, you want to be able to say, "Oh, this is what it is. This is how we solve it." You want to solve the problem, and until you know what it is,
if you blame someone and you think that it's them, then you have isolated the issue, and you could then separate the issue from yourself. Yeah, makes sense.
Exactly.
All right, let's get into ratings. I will go first if you guys don't mind.
Oh, okay.
Do the honors.
Okay, so Rec, I've always heard that it's good. I've actually owned it on DVD for years.
This is
funny when that happens.
This is the first watch?
Yes, I've never seen.
Oh
Rec.
wow!
Oh shit! I didn't realize it was your first. Holy fuck!
Actually, all four of the Recs and Quarantine 2.
I know you mentioned that you'd seen Quarantine before this one, but I didn't realize this was actually your first watch. Crazy.
Yeah. Always heard that I would like it. I've actually owned Rec 1 and 2 on DVD for probably like 6 or 7 years. I think I got it from a Hastings sale and never watched them and upgraded the Blu-ray. So literally those two editions in my collection were completely useless and pointless the entire time I've had them.
Dude, you know how many times I'm watching one of Dave's videos and he's like, yeah, I owned this movie for years. I had it on VHS and DVD and I finally watched it on Blu-ray 15 years later.
Right, exactly.
I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. So I did pick up the Scream Factory box set, which very good, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty
good. And I will say this, man. I don't think that there's really much wrong with this film at all. I mean, I don't really think that even the thing that I mentioned about the lack of character development, I'm not saying that it's a knock on this film. I'm just saying that I liked it in the other film. I'm not saying that this film is bad because it didn't have it. So even that wasn't a complaint. I'm just acknowledging it. And I think that the aspect of this being supernatural really kind of was the big up thing for me, because that was the one thing that I think out of everything that really separated it from Quarantine for me, in terms of like story wise. Like, I guess that's the big difference, is what the cause is. And I didn't expect it because I didn't know about it. So that it really, I'm happy that I didn't know about it and it was able to hit me still. I think that honestly, dude, I don't see how this is. I mean, I know that it's respected and loved, but it really is one of the best films of the decade, in my opinion. The 2000s. So honestly, I'm coming in with a 10 on this one. I don't know if that's too high or what, but I loved it.
I gotta say, man, I have to say it, but my shitter is blown out once again.
Can't believe you gave it a 10.
I am fucking so taken back by this right now.
Applaud.
It's crazy. Like,
Really?
185 episodes, and it never ceases to amaze me when my shitter can get blown out. I'm like, okay, there it goes again. There it goes again. Leather ruined.
You want me to go next?
Unbelievable. Yep. Go ahead, Derek.
This is actually my favorite found footage film of all time. Like what JP feels about Blair Witch. I still respect Blair Witch.
It's number 2 for me now. I think this is my second favorite found footage film.
I always loved this movie, and I love the aspects of the characters that you do. You know, it's not like they don't have character development. It's just very subtle, which I do like. I like the subtlety of the hostility of the group, which I think works for this film's benefit and the realism of the found footage. And I love how it's shot. And, you know, when you see like little creepy things out of the corner of the camera, you just jump, and it's fucking really scary in the fast pacedness when they're running. You see like a fucking demon face, which I love the look of the creatures as the films progress a little bit more, especially in the sequel. I love that aspect of the sequel. We'll get into it in a minute, but I fucking love Wreck. It's fucking amazing in my opinion. I see nothing wrong with it. It's a 10 out of 10 for me.
I just love it. That's great. 10 out of 10. Derek is talking the truth. Nice.
Back again.
I love it.
When it's a film I really love, I it's just, even in like shitty films like Demons or fucking some stuff that might not make sense, if it's not, that's more of a nostalgia at 10, you know what I mean? This one's just, it's just perfect in my opinion.
Not even that, it's also entertainment 10 too.
Yeah,
I'll do those.
Yeah, there's really like this, and that's what I was saying too. The sub, 90 or 80 minute horror film is such misrepresented in the horror landscape. Like, not only like it's an actual, not just because it's shorter. It's because it helps so much with pacing in a film like this. It really does elevate the experience.
This is the type of movie that doesn't need to be longer, though. That's why it's done so perfectly with the runtime.
It doesn't feel like there needed to be any more than what we got.
No, like what you got was good. Like you don't need the character development stuff because it's not about them.
Well, and that's
it's
the
about
thing.
situational.
We were talking about earlier how once it ramps up, it never stops, and it didn't feel like it didn't feel like there was ever any reason for it to slow down to explain anything or introduce unnecessary characters. It felt like once it got going, we got everything we needed, and it was being thrown at us, and it was that frantic, breakneck kind of pacing that just added to the atmosphere.
I just thought of something. I wanted to bring this up, but I forgot. Do you think that the CDC would actually just send in one guy?
Well, I mean, honestly, depending on... Yeah, I mean, I could see them doing it, man. Well, they don't know what the severity is, so why risk other people, right? I mean,
yeah,
he kind of has...
I feel like that instead of doing that,
him.
they would pull out one person.
I don't know. It's tough to say, man.
Well, no, it wasn't really the CDC guy, though, in this one, was it? It was the guy... It was like he was like pretending to be... Because it was like the priest guy, right?
Yeah.
No.
That's part 2.
In this one, he comes in and he's doing
that's
like
in part
test 2.
That's right. I'm thinking part 2.
Textile man.
They're blended together now.
They do blend together.
No, it's a CDC guy. Yeah.
Yeah, in this one it is a CDC.
I think what the mentality,
whatever Spain CDC guy is.
What might be is that there's all those firemen and stuff and police and stuff. So why not send him in there? He's protected, right?
Yeah.
I feel like they would just send in a team of people. I don't think
a team is needed, though.
Well, I mean, the chances of somebody being murdered.
They're probably gonna send one guy in to see how bad the situation.
Yeah,
is.
I think got it. They don't know exactly what the situation is. They might think everything's still calm, so let's just send the guy in there to get a test and come back out.
But I think they do know that. I think that's why they only send in one person too, because you got to remember once the fire crew gets there and the police get there and shit, I mean, and they show up, they fucking quarantine that place off instantly. So they know something's bad in there. They're not going to send in a team of people. That's why they send in one. because
see,
they know
do
that
send a
severity
team
is
in the
probably
sequel, though.
about I mean, but
That's when they don't hear back from the other guy.
They send a team in the sequel when it's worse off.
Well, I mean, at that point,
send a team when it's less bad.
I mean, when things escalate to a point, I mean, sometimes you try to fight it with power too, right? With numbers too. So, you know, what's the point of sending? If it's really bad, why would you send in one person when you can send in 10 and probably kind of, you know, start to settle the problem? But who knows?
I think that when it comes down to it, smart wise, yeah, probably be better to send in one. But I just know that organizations typically don't do stuff like that where they like sacrifice one person just in case. You know what I mean?
JP's about to change his rating to a 9.5.
No. It's not. It's a non-issue. It's just
depends on the country too, I guess.
He's talking himself out of it.
It might even be protocol. It might be just protocol to send in one guy to figure some shit out. I mean,
because I think they do send in the U.S. version. They do send 2 guys in.
Yeah, it is 2. You're right.
Yeah, because in Spain we don't know what their CDC is.
Yeah,
like.
they probably have
like it's totally.
They probably have like less fucking everything. So
yeah.
All right. Well, whose turn is it?
Might as well go with Mike. Right?
All right. Well, so
wait. No, let's go with Jeremy, so we could go 22 shots, non-22 shots.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I like
All right. Wreck. So I love Grave Encounters. I love Wreck. I haven't decided which one I love more. Probably Wreck, to be honest with you. But
I love them both too, but I would go Wreck.
I have a new appreciation. I didn't realize how scary this movie was, how claustrophobic it was. I give it a 9.5 out of 10.
So it doesn't beat. Okay. Well, it's in the Hall of Fame already.
Nice. All right, Mike.
All right. So, I mean, what's more to be said than what everyone has already said? But I know at one point this was my favorite found footage movie. It might still be. I have to like sit down and like list them all off. But
what's it like the top like couple? Just because I could get your taste.
What the hell else would be my top?
This is like trivia all over again.
This used to be my favorite found footage film, but then I remembered that.
Well,
I don't remember anything.
What I mean is, like, I know for sure when I first saw this, it was definitely better to me than any found footage I had seen. It was like the new standard bearer. Basically, like, if you are going to make a found footage movie, you better try to do as good as this, because this is just excellent in every way. It's it's an easy rewatch because of the pace, and it's, you know, on the shorter end of movies. There's no downtime. I think the story's good. I think the twist with the religious kind of stuff mixed in there is a great touch that we don't get. I've heard people discuss before that might have something to do with the country of origin, because Catholicism is a bigger part of the country, so adding the religious twist.
Spanish horror in general,
right?
Very especially these guys.
Well, of course,
mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And I like the whole. I just love the setup, where it's just like, you know, an overnight kind of TV crew that are just kind of innocently out there, and it's a wrong place, wrong time, and they get stuck in a situation, and once you realize, like, they're not getting out of there, like the goal of the outside forces are like, no, you guys are blocked off from the world. Good luck. We doubt you're going to make it. And they're on their own in there. I just think it's such great elements where just the paranoia, the claustrophobia, everything works in this movie. I really can't find any flaws in it. And I am going to go ahead and say a 10 out of 10.
There's definitely an argument to make that it's the best found footage film out there. You know, for me, it's still Blair Witch, but I think that there's an argument.
Yeah, I think
legitimately,
this was like the general like evolution of the found footage for like the next era, after like kind of the Blair Witch and the stuff that came out since. I think this one, it kind of hit you with like, holy shit, okay, this is where we're going now with found footage, and it was just a great production.
Yeah, well, I pretty much said everything I have to say, and yeah, this has always been one I've loved, man. This has got to be right up there. I think my favorite found footage movie is probably got to be Cannibal Holocaust. I mean, a lot of people don't consider that to be like a true found footage film, but I say, fuck you, because I think it is, and I love Cannibal Holocaust. I think it's great. But for like modernized films, this has probably got to be it. I love this, and Exist is another one I think is super actually kind of underrated, man. I think that's a great movie. Really fucking good shit. But anyways, Rec, I said what I had to say. 10 out of 10. I don't think there's anything wrong with this movie. It's like, to me, it's just a perfect found footage movie from start to finish. It's just like, the pacing is everything. The acting, you know, the way it's filmed, it doesn't do anything unnecessary. It doesn't have those stupid old fucking digital glitches and stuff that weren't that prevalent in 2007. I think it happened more, say, with like even the sequel with this, and people started to really try to kind of elevate the found footage into an area that wasn't needed, you know, by putting some of this fake bullshit in there. And I think this one,
I hate that crap, man.
It just doesn't do it. It keeps everything very authentic, and I think that everything about this movie is authentic. It's creepy, it's scary, it's thrilling, it's everything. Claustrophobic. It's fucking amazing. It's awesome. It's just got some like holy shit moments, like when those fucking bodies go flying off the banisters and shit is crazy.
Oh yeah, it's brutal.
Like, it hits the ground. Like the sound design on that too is crazy for like a found footage film, man. It's crazy because like you're focusing in on these characters, and all of a sudden you can hear the body falling. It's like and it fucking thumps, and you're just like, oh,
there's
God
something
damn
cool
it.
about the fact that
Like,
it's
it's
not in the center of frame either, right? It's like off to the side.
Anything in your
Like,
peripheral
which you would
vision,
get in a real movie, it would just, you know.
yeah, dude.
it would
Like
probably
when you
show
see
that.
shit,
There would be like a cue or something like, oh, it's something's about to happen, but you had no. If it's a first time watch, there's like no indicator that that's about to happen.
I love that peripheral shot. You know, it's kind of like you know something's about to, but you're not quite sure, and the focus isn't there, and you see that in your periph, and it's just like, it works so well, man. It's really, really good. So, Rec from 2007 comes in at, what is that, a 49.5 out of 50? Thank you, Jeremy, for fucking that one up.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Still doesn't break the record at Scream, though, which is like a 70 out of 70 or something like that.
70? What the hell are you talking about? 7 people review. Oh, yeah, 96.
Yeah, the 96
Not
show,
only
yeah.
96,
Forgot
but
about
also the Scream franchise. So, yeah. Yeah, I think across the board it has like 7 sevens or 7 tens, which is just kind of insane. It has the record for the highest point total. I know that.
Fuck.
Come on, Nightmare on Elm Street.
No,
we're gonna
sorry,
break
it's
it.
60. It's 60 out of 60.
All right, so yeah, that is
Rec
Rec
2.
from 2007. All right, so moving along into 2009 with Rec 2, also directed by Yamain Balaguerro and Paco Plaza. I don't know. I think
called the
I'm
homies.
Wami.
I think I'm
The
getting
Mexican
better.
homies.
The Mexican homies, yeah. I think I'm getting better, but I don't think I'm perfecting that at all. So, quick little synopsis here. In order to ascertain the current situation inside, a supposed medical officer and a GEO team step into the quarantine and ill-fated apartment building. Yeah. So, thoughts on...
Am I going first again?
Sure.
Oh, the structure pisses me off, bro.
Really?
It pisses me. Oh,
I honestly think this
fucking
is
hate it.
really
What do
interesting
you
how,
mean pisses you
how
off?
they start
It-
this movie.
It
Literally.
starts off so good. It starts off so good, and then halfway through the movie, it fucking pretty much resets, and it changes fucking perspective to these 3 annoying kids who I don't really care about.
okay.
I
Jer-
fucking hate it.
Jeremy,
It's like,
I can
What?
actually 100% agree with you for once. I think that is the stupidest shit in this movie
oh
too,
my
man.
god, it has such a good pace, such a
does.
good
I agree.
thing going on, and then they
100%.
fucking shit the bed, and they fucking.
That's my biggest complaint with this movie, man. I think the way they start this movie off is perfect, man. It literally starts where the first one ends. So essentially,
Which
this
is
movie,
super underrated in doing
it's
in
really
sequels.
good.
I love it.
I mean, when you watch these movies back to back, it literally feels like you're watching one huge movie. It's awesome with an intermission. It's great, man, and I love that. Everything is going really good in this movie until what Jeremy just mentioned, man. All of a sudden, there's this point in the film where, you know, it's paced really good. You know, everything's pretty frantic in there. It's going, and then all of a sudden they introduce this kind of like subplot with these kids that are fucking around on this roof, and they ultimately end up making their way inside the building because they follow these officers into there where they end up getting locked in and stuff. ultimately they
don't care. Doesn't go anywhere.
Well, the thing is,
literally, it doesn't go anywhere.
What do you think the reason for that is? Just to add to the body count, or like to add some different perspective? I kind of like the one thing I do like about it is that
I don't know why they did it, because
how the stories come back together. I like that. But I think it's just like kind of silly.
It doesn't need to have that hitch point.
It doesn't contribute to the plot.
It doesn't. It doesn't have to have that, because that's exactly what happens. You have these kids and these officers and stuff, and then they eventually meet up with the core narrative back in. But maybe that's what that they were looking for. Who knows?
Well, here's why. Let me explain to you why it was used, okay, and why it does contribute to the plot, because that's false that it doesn't. And the reason that it does is because they wanted to have the guy, the father of the dog people, to go in there, but they needed a way to show it because it's found footage. So that's why they have the kids there. So that's why it was. Yeah,
I know why. I know why that's happening, and exactly. But it really does take away. It does. It definitely is a lull in the film, though. Like it creates this kind of subplot that it seems to totally take this kind of left turn and really kind of slows down the pacing hardcore. I agree. I think they could have done something a little bit different to get him,
because it feels like it kind of cheapens the seriousness and the
absolutely, because they throw
the height of everything that's going on by having these kids, right?
Well, it's because of what they're doing too. They're fucking around. They're just fucking around with a blow up doll and shit like that, and I mean, I completely understand why they put that there, but it adds this kind of comedic level to it that, I mean, if you want to do something like that, just do it more proper. I think there's a different way of doing it. And
there's a smarter way to do it. I don't know it, but I'm sure there is.
Just less comical, and obviously, and not make it so damn long too. Like it really fucking left turns itself in this film, and I feel like it just doesn't recover properly either. But it slows down big time. Yeah. So yeah, I definitely agree with that.
I don't mind it as much as you two probably, but I agree that I didn't like it.
Yeah, it's a little jarring.
Jarring. Put $10 in the jar cup. I was jarring shit on this, because it goes on like that whole subplot with the kids and the officer and that dude and stuff. It goes on for a long time in the running time. I'm like, before they finally meet up with the other, the actual core narrative characters and shit, and you're like, what the fuck, man? Like, this is ridiculous. I mean, it eventually leads them into where they find Angela and stuff, but whatever. I think there's a different way to do that. I think it's just a bad move.
The way it starts off, it almost feels like it's going to be an Aliens to Alien, because you get the SWAT team with the machine guns all loading up and getting their guns ready. It's like, okay, are we gonna do this thing where they're just gonna come in, start blasting away? And there's that false sense of security of like, okay, we're loaded up with weaponry, we ain't got nothing to worry about. And they get in there, and in close quarters, sometimes those the automatic machine guns and all that stuff is just. Like I said, false sense of security. You think you're protected because of it, and once they get in there, it almost betrays them that they don't have the same training to handle the close quarters. Because I thought it was. I liked the setup. I feels like a natural next step. It's like, okay, if
this didn't work, now we have to send in a team.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
we need to send in the professionals now, to almost like the Space Marines and Aliens. So it's like you're ramping up to action. We're going to get more
the way that they
action.
film it with the different cams was a little hard to swallow.
I don't like it.
It's video game like.
I don't like it at all.
It's a little hard to swallow in terms of it just doesn't feel as naturalistic as this TV reporter who happened upon this situation. It feels a little forced.
It's the way it's edited, though, too, man. Like when they're climbing in and out of things, and the camera angle's changing at points, and you're like, "Where the fuck am I?" Like you almost feel like you're losing your place in like where they are. It's really.
It definitely is harder to follow, but I kind of like that in a way, because it makes the. I like this guy's in this room dealing with. It does feel like a video game.
Yeah.
This guy in this room's dealing with this thing, and then the people that are on the other side of the door, we cut to their cameras. I kind of like it. It as a progression of trying something to elevate the film in a different way and make it stand out a bit. But it's just harder for me to buy that these people are suited up with these body cams. For what? What's the reason?
It might be standard when they go into situations like that to have the cameras, just for liability. Who knows?
I would believe
it could be
now.
it could be anything liability. It could be like, you know, like how police officers have body cams now just for all
yeah,
that.
but
that
it's a
didn't
different
happen
time.
until like
Well,
2016 or something.
Yeah, but this is 2000. But I mean, it's also different era. Who knows? They could have had fucking the SWAT team could have had cameras for specific reasons for whatever. You know, who knows?
But they say like, keep them on, don't stop filming, and I'm just like, why? Like, why? So are they need, like, because to me it would feel more like something that they wouldn't want to be filmed.
I don't know. I mean, it's pretty. I mean, the curiosity level is pretty high in there. I think you'd want to be filming that shit. Who knows?
No. I mean, like like I don't know. I think that someone like me might, but like I feel like the whole quarantine. Typically in quarantines, like you don't want this out into the public. You know, you don't want this captured on film to you know, create a panic or something. So I just find it funny that they would, you know.
Who knows? Maybe
Maybe that was for the church.
Maybe they were live streaming that back to.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
Maybe the SWAT team had a dude in a van and was watching all the footage and be like, "Okay, man, this is what's going on. They're in the penthouse here, and there's."
I mean, yeah, I guess, but I feel like there would be more communication.
I think it might have been the background of the actual priest character. Spoiler alert: the CDC guy's really a priest.
Oh, you don't have to say spoiler alert. We already said that.
Well, you know what I mean. But, you know, but fucking, you know, he's a priest in the movie, and I think it was just for a record for the church itself. Why I think he actually requested them all to have cameras.
Okay, whatever.
Maybe.
I'll buy it, I guess. I like the this one. Obviously, what was hinted at in the first one, they expand upon it a lot. I think that it's great, and I also think that it like kind of hurts the film a little bit. And I think that it's great because it's like cool how he, you know, the religious aspect of it actually does work, and they can kind of hold them back a little bit by, you know, crucifix and pinning it on a door.
Narrative wise, I think having the priest, you know, there to get a sample from, you know, the actual, you know, original host and thing.
Patient Zero.
Yeah, from Patient Zero, basically, I think was actually kind of the right idea for the narrative, because once it's hinted at what, you know, in the first one and stuff, I think this is the approach you probably should take, because this is probably what they would do, right? Mm-hmm. You know, and it kind of made sense to me. So
I just don't get why at the end, whenever they kill her, like why they couldn't just still use the blood.
Because
the actual host was inside of her at that moment.
Yeah.
What's that?
So the original host from the first movie, when she's
inside of her.
Yeah, it wasn't inside. It was actually, it had moved on to Angela.
Yeah, but they don't know that whenever.
Well, that's why the priest said that
shoots her in the head. The priest's all mad because he can't get the sample.
Oh, I see.
Like, why couldn't he just get
when
the
Angela blows off the head of the original host. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah,
I was like, I mean,
because he's livid,
obviously
because he's
it wouldn't
super
have
pissed.
worked because. And see, that's where the film gets screwy for me, is because and that happens a lot with religious aspect, is I'm just like, what is the purpose? Like, if the demon can just body hop and stuff like this, what's the purpose here? Like, in
the mythology is that if you can stop it at the source, right, then you stop it, kind of thing. So, I mean, that's what they're playing off of, right? You have to catch the original.
No, I'm saying like in terms of the point of view of the demon, the devil or whatever. Mm-hmm. Like if it just has the ability to just body hop a la Jason Goes to Hell, then why does it even matter?
I mean, I guess that maybe they knew. I don't know. It is very not explained,
didn't he
because
body hop a long time ago.
Well, see, in Jason Goes to Hell, that movie it's a little bit more supernatural, demon-esque. In this one, they physically show, in the end of this movie, we get the explanation to how the shit went down in the first film, in the very last scene of this, after she blows away the original host.
Same as Jason Goes to Hell.
Yeah, and then, but it's like literally like a physical thing. It's like this fucking like
worm.
That's what Jason Goes to Hell is. Remember Jason Goes to Hell? They drop the worm.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
that's why I said
so.
That.
It's like a demon worm. So it's like a demon worm. That's so the end of the first film, when we see Angela get grabbed and pulled away into the room or whatever, fight ensues, kind of thing, and she kind of loses that battle a little bit. We get shown that in the end of this film, and the original host puts the demon down her throat in this really kind of grotesque, like oddly placed CG fucking
Almost
scene.
like a giant mealworm or something.
It's really kind of, it's awkward. It's gross. It's actually gross, but it's like this really poor CG too. So,
well, it's
but-
crazy because on a first time watch, you totally don't see that because there's nothing to allude to that from the first one.
You know what's
so
funny?
it's like, what the hell is going on here?
You know what's actually funny about this movie is like I'd owned the DVD for years, and I didn't realize how shitty the CG was until I watched it on the Scream Factory Blu-ray.
I didn't notice it this time.
Everything was so clear. Oh, dude, the scene where they shoot the fucking baby or the kid. That scene it's like Dario Argento fucking CG bad, man. Whew.
I didn't notice
Is it worse?
it, really.
Is it worse than the monkeys?
The monkeys are horrible in this too, but that shotgun scene to the kid, man, oh, it's really bad. I mean, the after effect is real practical blood on the ground, but like the actual shotgun effect is like straight. It almost feels like late 90s CG. It's weird. I think it's because it just makes it look worse because it's in dark and they kind of amplified that sample. And I was like, oh, maybe they should have dumbed down that scene a little bit because I don't remember the effects being all that bad. Watching it in 720 or what standard fucking
DVD standard.
it just doesn't
Another
seem as
thing
bad.
that
It doesn't seem as bad at all. Like it really didn't. So
Here's another thing that bothered me. So why, like, I think they went too much with this. Like, the way that Angela can just mimic the dude's voice, I'm like, okay, so
well, that's a common theme in demon
why is the
mythology,
devil
though.
hiding out in this fucking apartment complex, slowly infecting people when he could take over peope's bodies and change
Well, they
their
brought
voices?
him there too. They brought the patient Zero
Yeah.
to the
I
department.
know. I'm saying why? If the why would the devil not just do something else?
But it
Like,
makes you
it doesn't
question
make
how,
sense once-
It makes you question how they even got patient Zero there if that devil could just, or that demon could just, kind of body hop and shit like that, right? But
Right, like if
I
he's
mean,
like
I get it.
I just figure if he has like this type of level of power to where he could body hop and literally mimic other people's voices at this point, then this story feels too small for him. So I just think that they went a little bit ahead of themselves with like, it should have just stayed with the possession infection angle and not actually show like the one entity force like controlling the whole thing, because then it just feels like this is kind of stupid. Like he's like trapped in this little thing. No, he's all powerful at this point.
It's like a love-hate relationship with it too. Myself, like I love it, but then when I think more about it, I hate it too at the same time.
I don't
just didn't
actually
like the
really.
voice thing.
I don't really dislike the narrative all that bad. I actually kind of like the aspect of the, the priest being sent from the Vatican to
I
go
love that
to go get
aspect.
the whole the original demon and stuff, and then how you get introduced to the twist with Angela and shit. I like all that type of stuff because I don't know, like demon type films and religion. I don't think they really go too far with it. I think it actually kind of works in this. I just think the actual construction, the progression of this narrative is just sloppy. Like what Jeremy brought up right away. I think that's really poorly done. It really kind of takes you out of it and stuff. But I do like what they did with the twist and shit. It kind of makes sense to incorporate and bring Angela back into the story and stuff.
They
I
had
love
to,
that she
yeah.
shows back
Yeah, I think that's great. I think that's really good, and I think it was
well, they
well
didn't
done.
necessarily have to. They could have just had her be dead from the first one.
Of course,
I
and
was
that's
shocked
what
the first time.
That's what I love about the ambiguity of it too, man. You're like, okay, well, that could either go she lived or she died kind of thing, but then in this narrative, we're shown that she actually lives, kind of.
How about the creepy ass crawl space scene with the
with the
children?
fridge.
That's fucking weird.
Dude, I love when the fucking dude, when they find the body of the priest from the original film, because they hint at it like, man, this guy's been living up there for fucking months, but we haven't seen him, and it made me question that too. I'm like, so this guy has been up there, he has been there, and no one has seen him in months. Wouldn't you actually investigate that way before, just to make sure that he hadn't died in his apartment in 9
Well,
months?
they didn't know. I don't think they knew that he was up there for months, right?
Yeah, they said like
They said he
line-
comes
Yeah.
every once in a while.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah, I guess, but I just kind of took it as like, he comes and goes, but they hadn't seen him in 9 months. Like, wouldn't you just question either way? Maybe not the fact that he
It
might have died.
depends. Like some of those boarding houses, dude, they're very, very like you don't fucking, boundaries
Ask.
and stuff.
Yeah.
You
I
know
guess.
what I mean?
I guess.
Yeah, dude could be working weird shifts where he's just there when no one else
It's just
is
my
looking.
curiosity.
They kind of keep to themselves a little bit, and some of them, not all. Of
It's
them,
always
but,
that curiosity level. It's like, anybody lived in a penthouse, so like, you just never see penthouses empty, right? Like, there's always somebody coming and going out of those places. I don't know.
Yeah, and you can get that by the way they answer the question, because it's like they're so sure that someone lives up there, they just don't run into him. But
Yeah.
So it's obviously like ran in or passed.
But
by
even with that
before at
mentality,
some
wouldn't you
point.
be like, we should probably just maybe check on him once in a while? Like, I mean, he was coming and going. We haven't seen him in months. Like, maybe he did die in there one day, and we just
It
been
depends
sitting
how
on it for
long
9
he's
months.
been doing that. If he's been doing that for years or something,
Well,
you know, I guess you just kind of leave
Yeah,
him.
they,
alone.
they just kind of say he comes and goes, but they said they hadn't seen or heard from him in like
No,
9
they
months.
said he comes every couple of months. That's
Oh.
what they said.
Okay.
The other part that I like in this movie is that it's cool to see the other characters from the first film pop back up as fucking
zombies.
lunatics. It's like, oh, that's cool. There's the
Wait,
guy.
are these zombies?
But he
They're like
obviously
the
was dead for
demons.
like 8-9
Demons,
months
I
at
guess.
that
This
point.
is
'cause-
technically a demon film.
This is demons before.
Kind of, it's almost like a demon infection.
This is demons too.
slash- It's like a
Spain.
mix.
no, it's
Demons
a
too.
straight up demon
Demons
film.
too.
It's a straight up demon
Yeah.
film.
It's
Yeah.
funny because you often hear Wreck compared to as like a zombie film, but or an
because of
infected film.
quarantine.
But it really is a demon film. and
It's a
hard.
demon film. It's just by method of how you get possessed.
The one aspect I
Yeah,
do
but
like,
it does.
It is like a demon infection in a sense because, you know, you do get attacked and you turn into the thing and there's multiple at the same time. So this one demon has like this infectious, like,
possession through infection.
It's like Night of the
possession
Demons,
through
pretty
infection.
much.
It's like it's weird, but it
That
is
sounds
technically
like a
stemming.
fucking hip hop album.
It's stemming from an actual demon. So yeah, it's not actually a virus. It's a fucking demon. It's
Possession.
weird.
the,
Yeah.
the one aspect that I actually always liked about the sequel is like the deterioration of the actual demons themselves. The way they look more like when you see their faces, they're more demonic looking. Their teeth are more razor sharp. They have like kind of like pointy ears. If you kind of look at some of the characters, it's kind of weird in that aspect. It looks like their body tones are changing too as they are what they are.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's really cool. What about the one thing that kind of sucks a little bit is, again, you can't tell any of these SWAT team dudes apart. Can you guys? Like, did any of them? I didn't know
I
who.
mean,
I
they
was
all
watching.
die, so
Well, but
most
I'm
of them
saying,
die
like,
early
I
on.
won't lie.
Only-
I never even tried to pay attention to separate them because it wasn't about their character
Well,
specifically.
trying to
I
figure
don't.
out who the fuck is where.
I mean,
You know
it's
what
it's
Like,
about
this one is.
you know, it's about like, you know, the main SWAT guy and then, you know, fucking, you know, once they come in contact, the priest and obviously Angela when she comes in there and stuff. It's like there's a couple characters that you really need to follow and that's about it.
Yeah,
I mean, essentially the other ones are just they're there for body count pretty much.
Yeah, I mean,
the
in
one where the
essence,
guy gets separated and there's like the bigger woman like down the end of the hall and then like the person in the bathroom. That's a pretty good scene.
pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Fucking yeah. It's a little messy, but I still kind of have fun with this one.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I actually think it's a great movie. Not
It's a
gonna lie.
great sequel, to be honest.
Yeah,
I think it's
I like it.
You know,
I
it's
think there's issues, but
I think it's
pretty
interesting too because, you know, if you look at a lot of people always regard this one as the better Rec film.
No,
Like I always remember
That was
watching
much
top
higher.
10
serious.
lists.
People think Rec 2 is better than Rec
Dude,
1.
honestly, man, so I remember back in the day, you know, people would make
yeah, back
lists
in
or
the
whatever.
day, like I liked this movie a lot more than what I did now.
Yeah, and like you'd see these top 10 lists, and people would always have like Rec 2 over Rec 1 and whatever, and blah blah blah. You see it all the time, and I'm like thinking to myself while I'm watching this, I remember really liking this movie too, and I still do like it a lot. I think it just has a lot of flaws. It's got really poor CG. It's got some narrative issues and kind of pacing
I
things.
must
And
have missed the CG. I don't remember.
Well, like the head explosion. At
dude,
the
the
end was-
kid's head is in the monkey. Oh my god, man! Like
I remember there being CG. I just don't remember it being like offensive.
even the scene, even the scenes in the original film with like, you know, falling off the banister, like there's one in here too that actually doesn't look as good either. The effects just aren't as good overall. I'm not saying they're all CG, like they're CG with practical end results. But man, when they shoot that kid though, holy fuck, man, it looks. Don't you remember that scene where they shoot the fucking demonic kid?
Yeah, I just don't remember it being.
Oh
like,
man, it's so bad. You got to go back and watch it, dude. It looks so phony. It's actually pretty funny. It's a funny scene because it's like a fucking kid that totally gets done by a fucking 12 gauge. It's amazing. But yeah, no, the effects are definitely not as good as the first one. And I feel like this one it feels the same as the first film, but it doesn't at the same time. It's got that broken narrative that really hurts it, I think. But
Yeah.
you know, and
Well,
multiple
it's
cameras.
that give or take is how big do you make a film when the first one was very successful at the smaller scale or smaller scope, the claustrophobia, you know, and all that, and then when you're expanding it, it's like it's that fine line between well, how much bigger do you want to make it?
Honestly, I was kind of in that boat where I actually, before I was a reviewer, thought Rec 2 was better than Rec 1, but
I was probably watching Derek videos on repeat then. Fucking Derek.
You know, and then but looking at it more like a critical eye, I could see the flaws of it a little bit more, and I do agree. Yeah, it is a little bit messy.
But literally, you can actually see the difference. Like I said, you know, you compared watching it on DVD to Blu-ray now. I'm like, whoa, I'm seeing a lot different shit here. What the fuck is going on? So, I don't know. Effects is not as good.
I hear you.
Ratings?
I guess I go first. Since, like, yeah, I think, I could go first now because JP went first the first time. I still really enjoy this. I think this is kind of the way you do a sequel to the first, like, Rec, if you're going to do it in a found footage sense still. And I still enjoy it for what it is. I do agree there's some flaws. It's a little jarring at some points, especially the aspect of adding the kids into the mix. It kind of like, okay, I think it just hurts when, you know, you add multiple cameras to this type of secluded area in that sense, where it makes it a little less, it looks more busy than it should be in that sense too, with more characters and more cameras added to the mix. I do like it near the end a little bit more because they go back to the original camera, which is a cool treat. They actually have the same camera from the first movie still, and they use it at the end, which makes it a little bit more compatible. You know, you just follow the characters near the end and the climax, which I do dig some aspects of the climax a lot. And I like the twists. The twists are okay. They're kind of interesting. I'm going to give it an 8.5 out of 10. I still really enjoy this film for what it is, but I do agree it's a little bit messier on rewatch and with a more critical eye.
Am I up? Is that me?
Yep.
All right, Rec 2. Like I said, I liked this one a lot more when I originally watched it back in the day. This time around, that middle section, man, really hurts the film for me. It really just takes it and flaps it on its head. So I still enjoy it. I think it's a really good sequel, but I give it a 7.5 out of 10.
Ooh.
Mike?
All right, so kind of repeating sentiments that have already been said, I think it is a good sequel. I love the fact that they return to the scene or the location of the first one. They continue right off where they left off. I think it's a natural progression as far as, you know, who they bring in to handle the situation, to take care of business, all that. I agree that the middle section kind of gets bogged down a little bit, although I do think it somewhat rebounds, you know, when we get like the twist with the fake CDC guy who turns out to be the priest. I like where that goes. I like when we find out what happened with Angela. That scene with the mealworm or the transfer of that thing is disgusting, but I love it. But yeah, it's one of those things where you compare it to the original, and I think in every aspect it's a little bit less in most of the ways that made the original so good. So I'm going to come in at an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, I do like the narrative of this, man. I really like the fact that they continue this film straight, you know, where the first one left off. I think that's a great idea. It does have its problems. We mentioned a couple times, a little bit of break in the film and stuff, and overall I think the effects aren't as great, but I think the core narrative here, I love the fact that this one goes full blown, kind of straight back to the Vatican. It's got that religious angle, and it's dealing with straight demons. I love demon films. I think it's great. It's it's a different kind of narrative too. Like we suggested that, you know, it's a demon / kind of infection type film where you have this, you know, you have this core demon, but can also infect other people and shit. I love that shit, man. It's not shot as well. I think this movie can be summed up as one word, as in like jarring. You know, the kids part is, they had this kind of comedic element to it, which I think is just ridiculous. It doesn't need to be there. The editing with the SWAT team cameras is super jarring. Like, I don't remember it being like that, but watching it again, I was like, man, you know, you're kind of losing your pace. You're losing your spot in the certain, in the places and stuff. And I'm like, this is fucking crazy while you're watching this. But overall, man, I like where it goes. I think it's really cool where it goes and shit. I like the fact that they have Angela back, and there's a lot of great aspects to the film, but there is some kind of questionable effects and things like that. But I'm going to come in at about an 8 out of 10 also on this one. So
Nice.
All right, for me, man, I think this movie kicks ass for the most part. I do agree that if there is one point that I think is like a bad choice, it is those kids. But I didn't feel like it took that long as maybe you guys did. Maybe it's because it's the first time I seen it, and I was still interested to just see where it was going. But I think that was a little bit of a misstep. I feel like they might have went a little bit too much with the soul demon / host / devil power. I love the Vatican. This is 100% demons at this point, and we have to stop them and all that. Love that. Dude, when that skeleton fell out of the ceiling, I was like, what the hell? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd been dead in there for fucking months. That's what I'm saying too.
Yeah, he looked like a damn mummy at that point. But overall, man, I think it's a very good.
Like One-Eyed Willie.
Yeah, like One-Eyed Willie.
It's kind of funny too when the body falls out there. It almost looks like that fucking hardcore mummified skeleton is trying to get back up.
Right. Yeah.
It looks like he's just laying on the floor, like, help me.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It almost looks like, because it focuses on it, you're just waiting for it to fucking move. It's kind of weird, man.
I think it's a really good movie. I give it an 8.5 as well. Like that.
Nice. We're linking up, JP. I like this. I might change in a few. Who knows?
Right.
Cool. All right. So yeah, that is Rec 2.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to bear witness to this holy matrimony, to celebrate a love that is caring, accepting, and enduring of all things. For what God has joined together, let no man tear apart.
All right, so moving along into 2012 with Rec 3 Genesis. Yeah. Directed by Paco Plaza by himself. Kind of interesting that he just came back to do part 3. That was pretty trippy, actually.
Yeah, they signed a 2-film deal. So this was planned as 2 films.
Yeah, I think they shot them at the same time, or close.
Yeah. And they were both people were going to do their own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the other director did 4, right?
Yeah.
All right, so synopsis. A couple's wedding day turns horrific as some of the guests start showing signs of a strange illness. Yep.
If you want to talk about bad acting, holy mackerel.
Well, that's actually one of the first things you notice about this film.
Besides,
you want to talk about the aspect of being jarring in part 2. Now, I don't remember ever witnessing or seeing a movie that did this.
Yeah.
Where the first 25 minutes of this movie is found footage, and then it literally goes cinematic.
I fucking love it.
Behind the Mask does it.
I fucking love that aspect of this one. I disagree completely about it is over the top.
I like it too.
In the aspect
I don't think it works. I don't think it works. I don't understand how a transition like that could ever possibly work properly.
I didn't even to me it felt seamless. Like I just didn't even realize it happened until
Are you kidding me?
Thinking about
the first thing I noticed, I was like, before I realized that it had gone straight cinematic, I was like, who the fuck is holding the camera? I'm like, wait a minute, that's not found footage.
There's no camera. After the camera dies, they show you when the found footage stops and the camera dies.
It just didn't feel like
I know, but how does that happen? Like, found footage is supposed to, it has this real aspect and then it turns cinematic. It just seems like it's in two different worlds.
I see where you're coming from.
I get it. I get what you're saying. It didn't bother me.
It didn't bother me at all.
I thought it was kind of cool.
Okay,
I was
well, at least you know where I'm coming from, but it bothered me. I was like, man, dude, it's just uber jarring, man. It's really, really jarring to me. To have, you're going into something you're watching, and all of a sudden it's like, bam, it's something else. I'm like, okay.
It's just because you're expecting a found footage movie, and they're like, nope, bam.
I thought it was cool because here's why. Because I knew that the sequels dropped the found footage thing, but they still incorporated it to make a transition between the old era of films and the new era of films, where they're like, okay, well, and honestly, I think that the reason that they dropped it, for one, was just because at this point it would have been hard to film the whole thing found footage again. There would be no reason to at this wedding.
Oh,
right?
of course. Narrative wise, for sure, it would make no sense because unless you followed the dude that had the camera, you know.
But again, it's like, why wouldn't he just drop the camera at that point? Like, it makes sense in the first two.
It's a major,
and that's always the complaint on the found footage aspect of films is like, hey, asshole, just drop the camera and run.
Yeah,
but sure. You know, so I think that it kind of works with that sort of. It's like a nod to the people that this is where we came from, but this is where we're headed.
I just can't wrap my head around how it happens, though. It's like you go
this
from this
still
reality.
Complain about this movie.
Yeah, you go from this reality of, you know, being real, and all of a sudden it's like, nope, we're in this like Hollywood setting. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what am I watching? Fucking Stay Tuned, but really bad. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of this one. I haven't been a fan of this one.
I actually don't like the fucking.
I just don't like it.
The setting, I think. So, honestly, man. I mean, I'm thankful
that the gore's good.
The wedding scene isn't as long as like the Deer Hunter or like the Godfather wedding scenes. You know, it's pretty short. I guess we get about 20 minutes before the shit fucking hits the fan, kind of thing. But
before the title card pops up.
Yeah, it's like 20-25 minutes, isn't it? For the title card kicks.
Yeah.
In.
Did you feel like there was like. Yeah. They were building up, like, so the whole beginning when, like, they're at the wedding with the camera and they're filming everyone, the entire, because we're into the third movie in the franchise, as they're interviewing everyone at the wedding and talking, all I'm thinking the whole time is, like, holy shit, all these people are gonna fucking die. Because, like, you know what Wreck is by now, by the third one. But then, really, if you think about it, all the carnage and stuff in the actual hotel or wedding hall lobby, that actually happens pretty quick, and we're like out of there, like where they're trying to escape, like relatively.
Why would you ever leave the fucking church if you know you're safe?
That's what made me think it was a big departure.
They're getting married in the church. They were in the church. That was a really fucking nice church, by the way.
That's just retarded.
Because when the shit goes and they start running around inside there, I'm like, wow, like the kitchen, all those little areas, that was some fucking nice shit in there, man.
If you know you're safe inside where
well, because they're separated.
Yeah, they wanted to get to his wife, yo.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the old people and all the kids. Shut up. The old people and all the kids. All the other people who have survived. Why would you leave and go on that fucking bus when you know that church is the one place where they can't get in? Or it seems like they can't get in, according to the old lady.
Well,
yeah.
Seems like.
They killed all this fucking all died anyway.
It's kind of a missed opportunity. I mean, you get to see a little bit of carnage, like when the wedding gets all fucked up and stuff. But the aftermath is pretty cool. But you don't actually see a lot in that scene. They just moved
through it pretty quick. Like there was such potential.
This movie's all third act. That's the problem.
because they escaped so fast out of the wedding.
They moved through that. They moved through that wedding lobby or whatever you call it.
It's because they follow the characters that are escaping right away, and they miss all the actual carnage and stuff, right? So.
Yeah, it just happens as a blip.
I said this movie's all third act, pretty much. It's all everything that happens after the found footage part is all third act. It's just fast paced, and it just you follow the husband character's name and the wife character is separated.
I bought the romance, man. I dug it.
I loved it too. Cool. This is my second favorite of the Wrecked films.
Yeah. Oh, get the fuck out of here!
I fucking can't stand the story in this. I mean, I get it, man. The wife and I mean, it's their wedding day. Of course, they want to be together and stuff like that. But it's like, oh man, I just put. I can leave romance out of this shit, man. I don't actually like the narrative in this movie. I hate the wedding setting. I hate the love story. I hate all that shit, man. It drives me nuts. I just don't like it.
I like the wedding setting. I like the love story.
It is true. People have said this to me before. Like, I'm not into love and love stories and relationship type horror. And like, I really don't care. I don't believe in it. I think it's bullshit.
Yeah, Warm Bodies is his favorite movie.
And
honestly,
I actually love romance horror.
Dude, I will laugh. I will.
Fun. I was getting a little bit of a Return of the Living Dead 3 vibe with this one.
I did laugh. Me too. I did laugh a little bit when she fucking revs up that fucking chainsaw and cuts her fucking wedding dress off with it.
I love it.
That's one of my favorite. This almost feels like like Kill Bill Tarantino.
Okay, for somebody that actually owns a chainsaw and knows how to operate one, man, some of the shit that I'm like, fuck that. She's fucking firing up this chainsaw while there's this demon underneath her.
Dude, it's the Dead Alive of the Rec series.
But dude, this demon is like obviously overpowering. She's sitting on top of the shit and she's like fighting her. She's not even fighting it off. The demon's just like not getting her, and she's like revving up this chainsaw. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sakes, that's so.
I don't want to hear anybody complain about chainsaw in horror movies if they like any of the Evil Deads.
Well, I'm just saying
that's true.
It's not even about the chainsaw. It's the fact that she was somehow suppressing this demon on the ground. I'm like, no, that's just bullshit. It was kind of silly.
Do you guys feel like though there's a lack of progression in the actual story?
Well, it's all third act. That's what I'm saying.
You mean the story of Wreck, like the overall story?
Yeah, because
this was just a side story.
This is like a parallel. Yeah. This is something that happened.
I think that's the major flaw. As far as it being part of a franchise, like when this first came out, I was super hyped for it because I liked the first two a lot, and I think it's grown on me a little bit more over the years, like revisiting it. But I remember when it first came out, I was just very disappointed because I felt like, what was the point of this? Like just to do a side story, kind of, and that's what it felt like. I mean, I still kind of feel like it is just a pure side story, like a parallel. Okay, the infection made its way over here, but why? Why do we care?
Well, we know how,
but there's still some fun elements to it. And I think, I still am not. I don't think of it as highly as the first two, but it has grown on me a little bit. I mean, I still do like aspects of it, but I think the flaws in this one are bigger.
I just don't understand how the infection was there, but like not everywhere else, though.
Well, it's because the uncle worked at the kennel.
Yeah, so the uncle was at the vet clinic.
Yeah.
He got bit by the dog.
He got bit by the dog and got infected.
You started a bandage on his hand? Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that,
but I'm just wondering,
like, why are they purely making a side story in the third one?
But like, so he didn't infect anyone else except for until the time he got to the fucking wet. I guess that's why also when he turns.
Well, yeah, because it takes blood or saliva to infect you.
Yeah, well, no, he would have been infected at the clinic, kind of thing, right?
They show the spread of this thing too. That's what the reason, like, because they even like in the fourth one we'll get to it. They mentioned like, like they got into the two things that are trying to keep it contained, and that's why they end up making it a wreck on a boat, pretty much in part 4.
What's really cool about these sets of films is the filmmakers actually had more planned out. Even Jeremy had mentioned in the chat the comic books, but they actually have this story mapped out even further. One of the comics was about the prequel to how the dog in the
the apartment building.
Max.
No, the fucking veterinary's place. The vet.
Oh, yeah.
One was gonna follow someone being on his way to a zoo and infecting all the animals there.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was like they had this thing planned out. And the second one was the backstory of the Medeiros and how she was possessed after being raped. So it had a rape aspect.
Yeah, see, I wasn't looking at the story as being like more of a prequel too, because if he was, now when I think about it, if he was at the clinic, that was like kind of pre part 1.
But they talk about it at the end how there was an outbreak and
it was happening at the same time.
This is happening at the same time.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's around the exact same time, but I'm just saying his incident is the clinic incident that was leading into part 1, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why I was just looking at it differently. Like, okay, so why wouldn't they quarantine that off right away? But now when I think about it, it's because once he gets back to the apartment, that's when they fucking fully realize this guy's already obviously long gone. He's already at his wedding, kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Again, it's not even about that now that I actually really put that in perspective. It's just more the actual narrative in this one, man. I'm just like, I can't get into this one, man. Honestly, the first like 25 minutes is just like the most tedious shit too. It's just like dude holding the camera, all this fucking pointless shit, people bad acting. It's horrible.
Dancing.
Well, it's a random wedding videos.
It's so not intriguing. It's not even engaging at all. I'm just like, I think the last thing in the world I want to be at is a fucking wedding, to be honest. Sorry, Dylan, if you're listening. I'm actually in his wedding party. It's not even that. I don't mind being physically. I don't mind physically being at weddings. They're okay. I've been in lots of wedding parties and stuff, but just watching. Oh man, it's not my thing. It's not my type of movie.
I didn't mind that first 20 minutes when they're like,
I think it's
doing the typical wedding stuff. My problem is when the shit hits the fan, it's like glossed through so quickly. All the carnage that happens in the fucking main hall, like,
well, they don't even.
It's like they have to hurry through that just to get to like the kind of husband and wife love story trying to reunite. Which I don't really have a problem with that. It just feels like it's like they missed the opportunity.
I think
to
her
really
being
show us shit going on in the
you
wedding
would
hall.
have liked it to be. I
think her being pregnant is the biggest fucking forehead slap. Oh my
Dude,
god, it's so
okay,
convenient.
okay, you know what's so stupid
so
about that?
convenient.
Wait. You're saying it's so convenient for people getting married to also be pregnant?
No, what's convenient?
They just like
about
throw it in.
No,
it's
what's
like,
convenient?
It's such common.
No, it's okay. No, absolutely
No
not.
way.
No, you're fucking wrong on the kid.
How no?
Because she says in dialogue that she finds out that she's pregnant the morning of her wedding. Like that. Come on, how fucking convenient bullshit is that? That
Dude,
is
I'm just saying it's
horseshit.
not that. It's not
that happens to literally nobody.
How long do you think?
Nobody.
So you're saying nobody?
How the fuck do you know it doesn't happen to nobody?
I'm not saying
that is such a small little thing,
dude. It's fucking stupid. It's just convenient bullshit, man. It's lame. It's super lame. It's a lame attempt at throwing sympathy in there that she's pregnant and shit.
It's supposed to add stakes to the situation.
It's a lame attempt. It's a lame attempt at throwing sympathy at these characters, man. Nobody finds out they're pregnant on their wedding day. That's horse shit. That's horse shit.
I don't think my aunt and uncle. So you're fucking wrong.
That could have actually been a trans.
No, I'm not. I'm completely fucking right.
I just told you the fucking example. It happened to my aunt and uncle on their wedding day.
No way. That is horse shit. I don't believe you for a second, dude. No way.
Yeah.
It's never happened to anybody.
Would it have mattered if she found out a month ago and just was waiting to tell him for their wedding day?
I just think that
actually would have been a lot more believable. That would have been a lot more believable. I would buy into it. Why the fuck?
That's what happened.
You don't tell people. No, you don't fucking. No. She says that she found out the morning of that she was pregnant.
Yeah, but that's a translation issue.
That's not a translation. That's what she said in the fucking movie, dude. Like,
no, it's a translation.
That's what she said. That's what she said.
In the commentary, they say that she knew for a long time.
You're such a liar.
Fucking shut up. She literally said that she found out she was pregnant the day of. Hence, she found out the day of. She probably took a fucking pregnancy test in the morning.
I can't remember what she actually said. You're probably right, but
I haven't written down. I even laughed about it. I'm like, ha ha ha. She finds out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as story wise, I mean, you could say it's inconsequential, other than the fact that it adds tension and stakes to. Oh my god, I gotta save my pregnant wife.
Yeah, it makes it more. It's more about saving the future of their, their child too.
Oh, give me a break. Fuck.
Give you a break. What?
Dude, she's wielding a fucking chainsaw. She doesn't give a fuck about her kid at this point, man. She's fighting off fucking demons and
It's
shit.
a little exploitation too.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. This film feels like an exploitation film.
It's like the Dead Alive of the wreck movies. It just gets all gory and all out.
Yeah, I mean, I will say.
Well, Dead Alive is technically a love story too, Mood. So you like that movie?
Derek, don't get me. Don't bring up fucking things that. Oh man. Okay.
He's gonna hate
the effects are good.
Jeremy, I don't agree with you at all that you say this movie looks like ass cheeks. This is the most cinematic of the wreck movies. So
well,
fuck
it is because
bullshit.
It actually is cinematic, though, man. It's the most jarring.
Yeah, I
movie
think there's some really good shots in this one.
So you could just take any shot from this movie and put it on your wall and just call it art.
I just said it's ass cheeks. I don't like it.
Construction is garbage. See, I just don't. I don't like it at all. I don't like narrative.
I thought you said Jeremy always agrees with me.
No, I don't know why this is happening. We must be in Jerry Seinfeld Bizarro world that we're agreeing on shit right now, but it is weird.
Well, this might change later when we get the quarantine.
Okay, and seriously, what in the motherfuck is that character? Okay, there's this character in this movie that is at the wedding.
Sponge John?
They even ask him why he's there. They're like, who are you? They're like, who are you? And he's like, I'm the dude that's writing down songs for fucking royalties. And I'm like, that job does not even exist.
How do you know? In Spain,
writing down songs for royalties?
Because world royalties work the same way, Derek. I went to music school. We learned the theory, man. It doesn't work like that. When you are playing music at a fucking wedding, it doesn't even fucking matter. It's like playing music in your own house.
But also, this film's kind of meta too, because the guy actually works for the production company the rec films come out of.
I know, but you don't get you get royalties and SoundScan numbers off of fucking radio play and shit like that, not off of fucking weddings. It doesn't matter.
Wait, what? He said that?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, dude. I catch on to shit like that
because
because
saying something about like he can't be SpongeBob because
no,
we're talking about
that's a different.
Another guy.
different
he's literally at the
okay.
wedding writing down songs to pay royalties, to put them into the SoundScan system so
Yeah,
these
I
artists can
take notes.
or get royalties. And I'm like, that's fucking horseshit. That doesn't work like
I
that.
brought up Sponge John because I thought that's what Moods was gonna.
See,
I thought that was like
I
what
look-
Moods was talking about.
See, in radio, it's all logged. Everything that you play is all logged. It goes into a system, and the royalties are spread out. Blah blah blah. It doesn't work away. Like it's like, do I have to pay royalties to fucking R.A. the Rugged Man because I was bumping his album earlier today? No, it's the same fucking thing. Bought the music.
I don't know. Is it something to
it
do
a
with
foreign
like because
thing?
the
It's not
DJs
public.
using them or something?
No,
I
it's
don't
not
know.
public either. It's
I
not
never
even,
heard of that
It's
either.
not even a public thing either because they're in a private church. So
I don't know.
it doesn't
I
make
don't know
sense.
anything.
It honestly doesn't make any sense.
Maybe the dude was a wedding crasher and he was just.
Well, I
making-
didn't really care because that guy died like 5 seconds
Oh
later.
no, I just thought it
anyways.
was a funny thing to note because I'd never even heard of
Was it
anything like
supposed
that
to be
before.
a joke?
It might have been.
No, he had a
It
pen.
did-
He had a pen and
tonally,
pad.
it didn't seem like he was.
He had a
Yeah,
pen
it
and
seemed
pad.
like he
He was
was
literally
serious.
writing
So
shit
what do you
down.
think the writers wrote that for?
I
Did
don't
they
know.
just thought that that's how it worked?
I don't know.
Just
Oh
to
man,
insert random character at the wedding.
dude, the shit that kills me in this movie, man, it sounds like you're fucking watching like a Spanish James Bond with the fucking score in this movie.
Really? I love the score.
No, the actual
like
fucking
what's wrong
theme,
with you?
the theme song in the movie, man, sounds like you're watching like this cinematic fucking James Bond opening with this song. It was like,
That's what I thought about it. That's why I liked it.
it wasn't. I'm not even saying it's a bad thing. I thought that was actually pretty comical because it literally just triggered Bond for me. I was like, this is what you would hear if I was watching a fucking James Bond fucking demonic film. You know, it's like this song would be the fucking opening theme song. Hilarious, super funny.
Damn,
But
crazy.
yeah, man, I don't know. Ugh.
Ratings?
I wanted to get fucking killed at the end. That was fucking awesome. Chops it on her arm off. It's fucking great.
Whose turn is it?
Mine.
That's Jeremy's.
Good.
5 out of 10.
Damn.
Oh damn.
Mike?
Shoot, like I said, it's grown on me over the years. Not quite up to par with the first two, in my opinion. I am going to go with a 6.5 out of 10.
Damn.
Oh man, this movie was a chore. I'm not gonna lie. Like honestly, dude, I really just didn't like a lot of things about it. Some of the gore is pretty good. There was actually some probably unintentionally funny moments with the
Yeah, the heel in the eye was fucking brutal.
the heel in the eye. The cutting off the dress actually literally made me burst out for real. I was like, that's pretty funny. And I don't know, man. I didn't really care for this one. I'm coming in below average, 4.5. I did not care for this.
Damn, Moods.
Derek?
No, it's
10
you,
out of
buddy.
10.
Oh, it's me. Dude, I really like this movie. I think it's good. I really dig the lead actress, and especially when she gets like badass with the chainsaw and stuff. I'm a sucker for that kind of stuff, dude. I like a badass chick in a wedding dress covered in blood, killing motherfuckers with a chainsaw and then cutting off her own hand. I like it, dude. It's cool. And honestly, like the final scene where they got the dude carrying his wife and stuff, I dig that with the rain. It's a very good looking movie. I think it's a lot of fun. I actually think this movie is really fun. Even the early stuff with the interviews and stuff was fine, whatever. I don't have many issues with this film. I give it a 7.5 out of 10.
Yeah, this is,
I'm sorry.
What?
I just find it funny. I'm not even trying to laugh at that, but I'm just like, we're so far fucking apart. It's making me laugh.
wait till you see what I rated.
Good
Oh,
lord.
no.
I fucking love this movie. My second favorite of the rec. I love the cinematic shots. It's Dead Alive to me. This is what I like about this. It's
See, I don't really like Dead Alive that much, but
Okay, you're
I like
allowed to
Holy
start
shit,
drugs.
what?
Dead Alive's overrated as fuck.
well,
Yeah,
it's the same
no,
thing with the
Well,
romance thing.
Blair Witch is overrated, to be honest. But
You gave it a 9.5, so I don't even want to hear
well,
it.
that's a rate. That's not based on.
Yeah, I
my
agree it's overrated considering what the fuck how highly it's thought of.
I
That
just had
literally
fun
made
with
no
this.
sense.
All right.
Well, I mean, just how like
rate the fucking
much it's
movie.
talked about.
Let Derek talk. Come on.
Anyways, I think this is the most cinematic. I love the shots. It's very Italian based, the color tones in it. I don't understand how you guys rate foreign movies with acting. It's just the way it is, Fucking 9 out of 10. I fucking love it.
What do you mean?
man,
What do you mean?
Derek.
I said the acting in the first movie was fucking amazing. And I said
I
it
don't
was shitty in this
see
one. I
where
could
the
just tell.
acting-
Like I
How?
said, one was
Jared?
amazing, one was shitty. Like, I mean, there's no other explanation to that. I'm not
What
going
do you
either way.
how do you know that it's shit? Like,
You
how
can
can you
just
tell the
by-
difference?
You can
between
tell
good
when you
and-
watch enough of these movies, man. You can tell by body language and stuff like that. Like, it's just the tone, body language, and tone is everything. When
But it's a more comical movie, too.
It is a little bit funnier.
again, exactly, and I mean, the things you like are the things I pretty much dislike. I think it's just uber jarring, man. It's like, I don't know, man.
Whatever. It's
better
when a
than
stranger
before.
It's better than When a Stranger Calls, for me, anyways. Just saying.
Yeah. I mean, what the fuck was it the priest in this one too, man? Like where they get the title Genesis for this, man, and he's like, the shit starts breaking out, and then he's all of a sudden like just quoting scripture from the Bible. He's talking about, oh, this is Genesis. Blah. I'm like, how did you come to that conclusion 3 minutes into this shit?
Because the dead were walking the earth.
Yeah.
He didn't even know what it was, man. It could have been a rabies outbreak where people were just literally going fucking infectious, viral, crazy, violent shit. He's talking about Genesis and the take over the world. Like, this is that was insanely dumb. And that's actually like pretty much the only moment in the film where they even bring that up, like have that religious fact of it, like, oh, this is Genesis, kind of thing. And I'm like, what the fuck? Shut up, man. Like,
Hey, it's whatever.
Derek is so fucking mad right now.
I'm not mad. You're the one being mad and angry with everyone.
Mood said rabies.
How
Like
am I mad and
single-term
angry with
rabies.
everyone?
You sounded.
Dude, that's not me mad at all, man. That's just my normal tone, dude.
Listen to the It episode if you want to hear Mood's mad.
Yeah, I don't get that mad very often, man. But Jeremy's the one that can really set me off. Fucking finds out she's pregnant on her wedding day. Fuck, shut up,
I
man.
think 9's a bit steep, but
I
I'm with you
more
that I like it.
No, I think his rating
Donna
was like
knows.
8, and then he just wanted
I'm
to
not
prove a
Donna
point,
Nelly.
and he
Fuck
was like,
off, Jeremy, with that fucking bullshit. You're right, Moods. Jeremy knows how to fucking set somebody up.
see, now that sounds mad. That sounds
yeah, I
mad.
agree.
Don and Ellie would have loved it if it was eight-headed wreck. Eight-finned wreck.
Could you imagine
Jeremy,
Don on this review? He would have been like, Rec 2 effects are the best.
no,
It sounded
no.
like I just said Rex and effects, didn't it?
Don's taste is
Action
very
effects.
anomalous.
Yeah,
Just-
honestly, I can't even begin to understand where he comes from half the time. Anyways, that is Rec 3 Genesis from 2012.
Hola, Ángela. ¿Recuerdas alguna cosa de lo que pasó?
All right, so moving into 2014 with Rec 4 Apocalypse. Yeah.
Ratings?
Directed
Wreck
by
Abomination.
Wame, the dude from the first two.
Yeah.
I can't believe this one is the same dude who makes Sleep Tight.
So the cool
Yeah.
thing is we know which one is the better director now.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's Paco.
Yeah, because if you look at his
I
film
agree.
Veronica, that movie has some cinematic shots too.
I think the best film out of all these is probably Sleep Tight, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Sleep Tight's definitely.
That one is pretty damn good. All right, Rec 4, 2014. An ill-fated television reporter is rescued and sent on a voyage across the ocean, but she is followed by the deadly virus that has plagued her and numerous others. That's a fucking terrible synopsis.
Wreck on a boat.
Yes,
Very nice.
right? I'd never seen this one. This was actually a first-time watch
Who would
for
have
me.
thought wreck on an airplane would have been better than wreck on a boat? Not me.
Yeah, I'd never seen this movie. I
This is
probably
the first
would.
time watch for me too. Actually, this one is the only one I haven't seen.
Oh, really?
This whole-
Yeah, I hadn't
Fucking
seen.
amateurs.
I hadn't seen Quarantine 2 either, which is funny because, I don't know. But I think if I hadn't known this was set on a boat, I probably would have watched it before, but I had no idea. until like this week when
you'd be hugely disappointed.
Pretty much, yeah. this one pretty sucks.
Oh, dude, this guy did the Inside remake. I didn't even know that.
Oh, yeah, Paco Plaza is definitely the better director.
How do you go? How do you get? Like, it's such a weird filmography.
I don't really understand what the fuck. Like, it is weird when you look at his other films and you look at this one.
Like Sleep Tight, you go from Sleep Tight to this, which I honestly I don't think this film is like horrible, but I just find it pretty damn boring.
Like I like the beginning shot where you see like a cinematic shot of like the actual like apartment complex, and I kind of like all that shit. But then once they get on the boat, it's just a slog until the CGI monkeys come on, and that's when you win. Like I was actually texting Carly, like, this movie kind of fucking boring, man. And she's like, and then I was like, oh shit, a fucking CGI fucking monkey just came on the screen. This is fucking got just better. It's the best part of the movie, but it's still terrible.
I just laugh how they like tried to connect it to Rec 3 by having the old lady from the wedding survivor from the wedding. It's like
this the husband's grand.
Yeah, I like that aspect.
Yeah, I mean it's a quick little.
How the hell did she get there? Oh, I understand.
A connection thing.
They brought her there.
Yeah, they brought her there. But yeah, this is like a direct sequel to part 2, which kind of connects into part 3 and stuff. But yeah, I mean, the thing about this movie though, they go there and get Angela and stuff, and oh man, I understand the whole quarantine thing, right? They think that if they take this person that's the host and stuff and they quarantine it off, and have a better chance of kind of it not spreading and shit. I mean, the core narrative is okay in this. I get what they're doing and stuff, but man, just the execution of this movie is fucking terrible, and it's so
not interesting.
It's so predictable too. It's so predictable too when right in the first like 20 minutes of the film when they have Angela wakes up in the medical part of the boat and they're doing tests on her, and they realize that like she's not infected, and they're like, how the fuck can this be, kind of thing, or not.
And as an audience member, that she transferred it to someone else, and you're like, well, that's pretty obvious.
but it's obvious who got transferred into. Also,
at first I thought they were just going to ignore that fact, and I was like,
yeah.
Was it supposed to be like this crazy twist? Because obviously it was obvious that it went into the
one
dude
guy
that rescued
who was
her,
with her.
right?
Yeah.
It was
there's two options. One, she transferred it to someone else, or two, they're ignoring it. Both are annoying.
Yeah. So this whole kind of lead up to this twist when the reveal happens of who was infected by this demon, I was like, this is fucking stupid. I'm like, I knew that right from the start, man. It was retarded. So
the passing of the demon thing is fucking annoying anyway. I didn't like.
You can't
really
say that's annoying
concept.
because that's what happens in Jason Goes to Hell. You love that movie.
Right.
It's the same thing. It's literally the same thing.
Hold on.
Come on. There's no difference.
No, I hate it in this one because
it's not Jason.
It doesn't have a point.
Yeah.
In Jason Goes to Hell, the bodies aren't strong enough.
Well,
to keep
actually, the point
Jason's
is
presence.
the point of transferring the demon body or the host is obvious for obvious reasons, because the demon knew that they were coming after her and they were going to test her right away, and obviously that would have been the end of the demon kind of thing.
Plus,
so,
another thing, I wouldn't
it's
have
obvious,
minded
but-
it if it was in Rec 9. Okay, it's in Rec 2. That's a big difference.
Yeah.
But no, it's this one's really boring. I wanted to like the boat setting too, because I thought that was pretty cool. Like, because they didn't really execute good with the corridors, right? Because boats are even more, contained in the hallways and stuff than the apartment complex.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I feel like they didn't really utilize the claustrophobia of the boat like they did in the apartment complex, which is a real shame.
I think the most isolated kind of claustrophobic moment is when the cook has changed into a demon and stuff, and he's stuck in the fucking veggie room or in the freezer.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
that
like
was-
all running down the hallway.
Which is actually a part that I thought was really interesting. So he gets infected and stuff, and obviously the one dude gets infected because he ate some of that food and stuff. But then later on, they said that most of the crew perished from being infected and things like that. And I was like, when the fuck did they eat the food after? Because the food didn't get out after this dude was all infected and shit, because he wasn't infected when he was cooking. I was like, is that just a flaw in the narrative or what? It was weird.
Oh, they cooked the monkey.
The CG in this movie is fucking awful.
No,
not even the monkeys. Like all the CG is just fucking bad.
Right? Because when they fight, like this guy turns pretty quick, and they isolate him. They try to isolate him and stuff. And I'm like, the food never got out. The fucking crew.
No,
it
did.
Yeah, it got out because they stopped them from a couple of them from eating, but I think other people ate already.
Yeah.
Yeah, it got out. They pulled it on the cart. Remember?
Okay. The weird thing is, I didn't even realize that he even finished cooking. That was the fucking thing. I thought
it's
he got
not done very.
No, it's not done very good because I didn't realize he'd even because I thought he got infected. He didn't even finish cooking because the guy was alluding to the fact he was being lazy because he was being
pre-infection too. Like you could see him slowly turning.
Yeah,
a little bit more.
I guess. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Maybe it's just the way it's all edited together because it just seems a little bit clumsy because I actually had to think about it. I'm like, well, obviously they did eat it and they got out, but I'm like, how the what? I didn't really get it. How they
most of the movie, you're following this Guzman character and he's so uninterested and fucking boring.
No, he's fucking terrible, man. He's awful, dude. Like
the only character I really like is the Nick character, who's kind of like infatuated with Angela. He's like a stalker. Like he watched her all the time on her TV show. It's kind of funny that he's like, so can you say this? Remember that episode?
I found him annoying.
The coolest part in the movie is that dude when he's like fucking around with the computer footage or with the camera footage. He's watching it and Angela's watching it with him and stuff. And he's like, he reaches over and he's got this chocolate bar dispenser and he's like, you want a chocolate bar? And like 9 chocolate bars fall out of this thing. I'm like, what awesome. The fuck? I'm like, this fat fucking big horse, he's got like 10 chocolate bars sitting there. Ridiculous. But I gotta say, man, Angela in this film, she fucking reminds me of Marissa Tomei. The way her fucking face and the way her hair is and shit. I don't know what it was. Obviously her teeth are a little bit more tusky, I guess. But she kind of reminded me of Marissa Tomei a little bit. Kind of does, right? It's the ponytail. It's just the structure of her face and stuff. She's not as good looking as Marissa Tomei. Don't get me wrong. Definitely don't be saying that shit, but because she's like one of my favorites in the world. I love her. But
fucking the doctor in this is he's a fucking.
He reminds me. I don't know what he reminds me of.
I think she was good in this film though. I thought Angela was actually pretty good. Like Manella Vescola or whatever. I thought she was pretty cool in the film. She's probably the best part. It was cool to see her back in this. For some odd reason, going into this film, I thought it was going to be a different actress playing her. I don't know why. I didn't really look at the the specs or the creds or anything on this going into it, and I was like, oh shit, it's the same chick.
That would have just been a disaster.
Well, I mean, the movie already sucked, but it was cool to see her, and I thought she did a good job. Like, I thought she was the best part of the film. Like, just a whole pile of shit characters, bad effects, and just bad usage of a great setting. Like, boat settings are generally really awesome, right? I mean, that's where the next fucking Purge movie should have been, on a boat, right?
It would have been just like this movie, yo.
Shitty.
Yeah, well, the Purge movies suck anyways, so.
They also brought back 2 actors from the first movie, too, and Caesar and the firefighter.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
In the beginning.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, that's right.
It's pretty fucking awesome. I like that whole beginning sequence. It's probably the best part of the movie for myself. Until, like I said, like the boat just the way it's shot, it doesn't feel like it just feels like droughty, and it kind of has a muddy feel to like the cinematography of this one that kind of drags it down too in that sense. You know, it feels more of a muddy film.
Yeah, it does actually.
This one sucks.
Well, I feel like if you think Rec 3 is like a transition to a different style of movie, this is like the fruition of a completely 180 departure from the Rec franchise up to now. I just found this one uninteresting. It was a really big disappointment because coming off 3, everyone was kind of. I remember at the time, people were interested. It was like, okay, well, the one director did 3. Now Paco Plaza is coming back to do 4. Let's see if he kind of steers it back to what the first 2 Recs were. And God, no, he didn't.
You knew that Angela was returning and it was going to follow that sort of storyline. Yeah, so exactly. I think you think that it's going to be like, oh, okay, like this is going to be more in line with the first 2. But I think it's like.
It's the least,
to me, it's the weakest one for sure.
It is because it feels like just a generic movie with. It's like we had to do enough. We had to put enough in it to say it's connected and it's a Rec movie. But other than that, it's just like God. There's
even the demons
interesting
don't feel the same.
Yeah, they feel more like regular zombies in this.
Yeah,
one.
It feels more like what you expect out of a infected / zombie film.
Feels like the Dawn of the Dead remake zombies. It really does.
I remember watching it when it first came out. I just felt so deflated after. Like, man, like this is what. Like, why did they even make this? Like, just,
deflated. Did you use that word because you're on a boat? Deflated.
And I'm very sad because on the cover it has Angela with the boat motor, and she doesn't even use it in the movie.
Dude, the fucking there's this ridiculous scene in this film where her and I think was it Guzman, I think, when the fucking CG monkey's going through the vents and they chop it up with the motor and shit. But this whole scene is like ridiculous CG to the point where, you know, there's blood and guts flying everywhere, and she doesn't even have one drop of blood on her. It's ridiculous. Like everything is, even the camera gets covered in blood, but she doesn't have a drop on her, and she's right below it, man.
And what the fuck? And the most annoying thing is they have like a Reptilicus moment at the end where you see like the worm after the shit blows up.
Oh my god.
It's so they still ripped off Reptilicus.
I even said in my notes, I was like, I'd rather watch that movie now. You know, the fucking the infected demon Barracuda. You know,
that would be amazing. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
Should have ended with that song. Dun, 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 dun,
okay,
dun,
seriously, how in the fuck are you going to be in the water and have someone throw a fucking motor at you in the water, snag it in the fucking water, bring it up? Fuck that! Like, come on, dude. Like,
and have it still
so stupid. That would, you know, how hard that would be to do. Never in a million years. So dumb.
Jeremy, has your opinions on this one changed?
I mean, it's gone down a little bit. Oh, since I watched the first time.
Yeah, because I remember
watching
it and giving it a very favorable review.
It's way shittier now.
Really? What did you rate
I don't
this?
think it's way shittier. I just think that you realize it's shitty now.
Well,
I think he gave it like a 7 on the show.
7.5.
No.
Yeah. He gave, what did you give Rec 3?
I don't
this
remember.
This time.
5.
You gave it, that is 6.5 too. So, yeah. Came down on both of them.
Damn.
But 7.5 on this one. That's surprising.
Yeah. You realize all the CG, how shitty it is, how the shitty the story is, and
I do remember you watched it when it came out.
Yeah, we actually rented it. I remember you rented it.
I remember him talking about it, like how he was excited that it came out finally. It was only available VOD.
I hate the whole, like, when the fucking dog hits the fucking self-destruct button, like, the scenes from there on out are so bad. Like her trapped in the hole and shit, and I was like, "Oh, this is fucking. It's just terrible."
I was just waiting for 10, 9, 8, 6. What
like Alien?
Yeah.
Fucking Spaceballs.
I don't think this movie's a bad like time killer. Like if you disassociated it with the Rec franchise and didn't think about like the fact that it came from like Rec 1 and 2, and it was just like a Amazon Prime movie that you watched, like I don't think that it would be like I don't think that it's like horrible or like that you hate your life from it. What's that?
But it's a Rec movie.
Yeah, it is a Rec movie.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's hard to disassociate the two because it's part of the friend. Like it's, you know, I understand your point. Like if you could isolate this movie out and kind of get rid of the
this was just like a Shudder original or something and called Apocalypse, like I don't think that it would be like I wouldn't be mad that I watched it or anything.
Yeah, it would probably just be like, okay, that was an okay, like, generic zombie infection
movie, yeah.
I just feel like there was more they could have did with the way that it seemed like they almost, like, wanted to go back away from the possession angle, like, in the religious angle.
Make it, like, zombie.
Yeah, it's like, I don't get that.
Yeah, and even, like, the fucking CGI monkey. Like I said, that was it's terrible, but it's the only part that kept me intrigued, because it was like, oh shit, there's CGI'd fucking monkeys attacking people in this movie. It's like zombies. It's fucking hilarious. It's these zombie monkeys on a boat.
Are we ready for ratings?
Which nobody wants to watch zombies either. Jesus.
But how about part 2?
Who's first?
I don't know.
First would be me, Derek, Jeremy, Mike.
Yeah, Mike's first.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this one at all. Like, part 3, I could say middle of the road. This one is under middle of the road. I'm going with, I guess I'll go with a 5 out of 10. I mean, the only saving grace, like JP said, is like if you could try to separate it from the fact that it's Rec 4 and just look at it as like a generic kind of zombie infection movie on a boat, I guess you could take, the gore and say, okay, there's something there. But man, as a part, especially if they like knowing them going, okay, this is gonna wrap up the Wreck franchise. Like, this is what you fucking like. I almost wonder if by the time they made this, like Paco Plaza was just like, I just gotta.
He didn't direct this one.
This is yeah, he did.
No, Paco Plaza directed.
This is the
other guy. Wame. I'm almost like if Wame was mentally checked out of Wreck at this point, you're just like, well,
mentally challenged.
Now, just mentally checked out of doing another Wreck movie, and was like, maybe he was contractually obligated, or they just like, let's do something to wrap it up, and they just put that out. I was disappointed then, and on this rewatch, it improved no more. So yeah, I guess I'll just go with 5 out of 10.
This movie sucks. Fucking straight up, man. It's a boring, terrible narrative. Effects are horrible. They wasted the good fucking setting in the boat, man. Come on. I mean, I think even the transition scenes in this are all CG'd and shit like that too. It looks fucking terrible. I don't know what the fuck was going on there, but yeah, man, this is just a bad one. Really, really bad overall. I got pretty much no enjoyment out of this. It's ridiculous moments, like really motorboat or the motor over the fucking throwing it off the edge of the boat and her cat. That shit just come on, man. It's ridiculous. Wow. I got like nothing good to say about this film whatsoever. I'm coming in at 3.5. I think it's atrocious. It's just a really bad art for Angel.
Atrocious was better than this.
Yeah. I mean, it's a really bad story arc.
It feels phoned in too.
A character arc, for Angela and shit like that. I don't know, man. But the worst thing about the whole thing, I feel like she's there just to be there to sell this film a little bit because,
right.
The twist is obvious, and that's the predictability in this is ridiculous.
She didn't need to be there.
She doesn't have to. Exactly. It's stupid. She's there to sell it, and the movie's so overly predictable and stupid, and I think the editing is really poor in this too, man. Like I said, there was parts where I was like questioning what the fuck, like even with the food and stuff. It's minor, but whatever. It's bad. 3.5 out of 10. It's just a terrible movie. It is truly an apocalypse for sure.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one is very disappointing. It's very disappointing. I feel like the filmmakers were like, okay, so we did our wedding one, like let's get it back. All right, let's set it on a boat, and it'll be awesome if we set it on a boat. But then they thought like the rest of the film would just work itself out, and didn't realize they still had to make a film, and the boat setting wasn't gonna just tell the whole story. So yeah, it's like weird. I don't know. I was just like, it feels like the same people didn't make it. I don't know. It's strange to me. I always find it weird when like there's a huge difference in quality from your first and second film or whatever to this one. Like what happened? Like I want to know why did it go this way? Was it your fault or was it outside sources? But yeah, I don't think this movie's like horrible either. Not atrocious. Definitely not as good as Atrocious. But I don't think it's good. I definitely don't think this movie's good. I'm coming in at a slightly passable 5.5.
Yeah. I can't really add any more. Like I said, it's just a fucking slog to get through with this one. And it's just not shot well, and it's edited poorly.
Also, it's an hour and 35 minutes, which is a huge note.
It's the longest one.
Dude, your franchise was built on being fast and tight, and then you decide to fucking do this.
Yeah, even like all the shit that was said about part 3, at least that one was only 80 minutes.
Right.
Fucking this one's like an hour, so it's almost 40 hours. Yeah, it's fucking long. It's like, come on, just at least if you're gonna fucking do this, at least throw fucking more CGI fucking giraffes in there too.
Fucking,
it's fucking terrible. I fucking hate it. 4.5 out of 10.
4.5.
Yeah.
Jeremy.
Right. I'm coming in with a 5 out of 10.
Damn. I'm the bad guy here.
So you completely swapped on which one you thought was better from before.
What do you mean?
You rated 3 higher this time, right?
Yeah, did.
But before you had this one higher, so you swapped on them.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So that is Rec 4 Apocalypse.
Ready? Okay. Hi, I'm Angela Vidal. We're in Los Angeles, traveling along with the fire department. Is that so bad?
These are the men you'll be shadowing tonight. Wherever they go, you go too.
Police are here. It might be a little more serious than we thought.
A woman was screaming bloody murder back there.
Fire department's about to begin the rescue process. Police say that she lives alone. She's not very social.
All right, so moving into 2008. Actually, we're moving backwards
Whoa,
because
that's the first time we ever did that.
dude, I just totally caught myself. That is the weirdest shit ever. But I think it's kind of appropriate to do this franchise the way we are, considering the
It's
first
really
4
two
films.
series of movies.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Right. So we went back in time here to the remake, Quarantine 2008, which was done, a year after the original Spanish film came out. Directed by John Eric Dowdle?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what his name is. He also directed As Above, So Below, which...
that's a good movie.
The Poughkeepsie tapes, which we actually brought up earlier. Yeah, I mean, he directed Devil, if you like Devil and shit like that. That's pretty much all I've seen by him.
Yeah. He did. I think he produced Perks of Being a Wallflower too. That movie.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Forgot about As Above, So Below. That's a good found footage movie.
Yeah. So this guy definitely has a hand in some decent found footage films. So how did he do on Quarantine, which is the remake, the full-on remake to Rec?
Now this is your standard remake to show to American audiences. Let me tell you guys a little story real quick. So
I was just going to say, I don't need a synopsis here, so we can just get right into it. It's literally the same synopsis as Rec. So if you guys were listening an hour and a half or 2 hours ago,
it's the same exact.
Same.
Besides, it's super rabies instead of demonic possession.
Yes. So I was at work this past week, and I was talking to my boss, and I was like, "Yeah, I've been going through these films called the Rec." And I tried to explain. She's like, "Rec?" I was like, "Yeah, record." And I was like, "You know how like on a camcorder, I had to explain the whole like fucking symbol thing." It was like really awkward to explain, but I was like, "Yeah, they're these pretty cool movies." I think I just watched the first 2 at that point, but I was like, "Yeah, they're set in an apartment complex, and you know, there's this whole." Religious angle to it that's pretty cool." And I was explaining them, and she said they sounded really cool, and I was like, "Yeah, but they're Spanish films, so you have to read them." And she's like, "I don't know how you're able to pay attention to those movies. I can never watch one of those." And I was like, "Well, you could actually check it out because there's an American version that's pretty much the same, a little bit different." And she's like, "Oh, I'll have to do that." So a prime example of how this type of thing, you know, for film fans like us, it's silly to say that you didn't watch a Spanish version, but I've always been on board with the bringing it to Americans, not because they're stupid or lazy, but just because general non-film people don't understand or are able to always watch foreign-speaking films.
I'm gonna say that it's amazing I haven't brought up yet, but yeah, people that aren't watching the subtitle versions are stupid and lame.
And they always watch the remake versions, like the modern remake.
My main adjective: lazy.
All you gotta do is watch the dubs.
Stop being fucking lazy.
No.
Stop.
Don't watch. There is no dubs for these.
No,
just stop. There is for the first film. There is.
Stop
I
being
checked,
lazy.
it wasn't on the Scream Factory.
See, I see. That's what I perceive Quarantine as, just one of those kind of lazy American remakes. Like, it's literally pretty much the exact same film. There's subtle differences.
I think they changed enough to make it its own thing.
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think there's.
I think they add a little bit more character development to sort of separate it in terms of like
unneeded stuff. Exactly, and that's why the running time is so much more elevated in this, which doesn't need. That was one of the big pros to the original Spanish Rec film, was the fact that they didn't do that type of things. I think that's exactly what brings us down, and those are the subtle differences in this that they do, and I think it's completely unneeded. To me, this is like, you know, it's very much on board with like the Omen type remake. You know, I mean, it is.
Can I tell you my main problem with this movie?
Yeah, go ahead.
I know every actor in this fucking movie, so it takes away from the fucking realism of the situation.
Do you ever watch those films and think they're supposed to be real? Like you watch it and like, wow, this is real. This actually happened.
Well, when I see the guy from that thing, the guy from Hostel and the guy from doing that thing you do as the fireman.
Well, I do understand where Derek is coming.
It's real.
I understand where Derek's coming from because I've tried to explain this to you a million times. When you use recognizable actors in things that are supposed to be, it just comes off being a little bit more real. When you're using fucking Jennifer Carpenter, who is Dexter's sister, especially at this time when this came out, she was huge. I mean, Dexter was a big show. She was everywhere. Everybody knew who Jennifer Carpenter.
When did Dexter come out though?
Well, before this, and she was huge. That's why she's starring in this movie. And she got this because she was on Dexter. Honestly, dude, she was the fucking Paul Bunyan of fucking Dexter. She's the shit actress on the show. She's the worst actress, man. Like, she's not good in this. Her reactions to shit are horrible.
She definitely has. I disagree. I think she has good charisma. She feels like, you know what? The first lady felt like not a reporter. She did feel like a public access person. Jennifer Carpenter actually feels like a reporter. Like she has that.
I don't think she does it.
Yes, 100%. The way she's doing this cutesy, like little nod at the camera and stuff like that, or like these little.
It's not even those aspects.
It totally comes off as like a cheesy reporter.
I think it's more about the fact that like her reactions to things and stuff are just not genuine, dude. It's just bad acting. It's just bad acting. Like, I mean, I could care less if she is coming off as an actual reporter or a TV access fucking host or whatever. It doesn't really matter to me what her character is truly trying to be and what she's not trying to be. It's more about the reactions to the situation that she's in. It's just not good. It's really, really not good. And I think it's so prolonged too. And the problem is with this film, it's lit completely wrong too. It's too light. And
it looks more like a movie.
It does. It looks more like a fucking cinematic found footage film, which is very off-putting because it's basically the same thing you've seen before, and it's hard to separate it when you've already seen this version a lot better. But then again, going back to the acting chops, like I said before, when you start throwing in, this character development and stuff with bad acting, it really bogs it down, man. Really, really bogs it down. Again, going back to the running time, the original Quarantine is paced so well, you don't have any of that shit, man. And like I said, when you do have the character interaction and stuff, for the most part, it's really, really good. I think the acting comes off pretty strong. In this, it bogs it down. It's irritating. It's actually taking you out of it. And honestly, man, it's not shot as well either. Like, that's the biggest thing. One of the biggest things. It just doesn't have that feel and tone, the atmosphere, the thrills, the scares aren't the same and shit. When it's pretty much the same movie. They're not
the same.
It's just not the same.
But do you say that? Imagine going into it and watching it, not knowing about the original. Would you feel like that?
You can't replicate that feeling. You can't say like, okay, well, what if I just? I mean, he's never going to see it that way unless he saw it first.
Well,
for me, watching it again, I was like, okay, I see I see the differences actually, which when watching Rec. This time, because it had been a while since I saw Quarantine, I was like, this is like the exact same movie. Mm-hmm. But then watching Quarantine, after, I was like, okay, these are the differences. And for me, I think the acting is really good. I think that the charisma of Jennifer Carpenter is really good. I think the fun, cutesy little stuff with her and the interactions with the firefighters for a movie set it up better. I think that it for a found footage film, yes, it's more documentary feeling and Rec. But that's why I like that this one's a little bit different. It's not the same exact thing, because then it would be pointless like Omen. But this one has the longer scenes of them interacting, and it feels more American, I guess, is what you would say. It feels more Hollywood, I would say. Dude, it feels more like a movie, but that's okay.
But you want to know what the biggest Hollywood
let me just finish this thought. Which is okay with me because I don't believe in found footage films anyway. It's okay to have one that's just like Cloverfield or something, where it's just a Hollywood big budget thing. It doesn't always have to be the most realistic thing for me. And I dig all that stuff. I think it is scary. I think that it does work on a lot of aspects. Maybe it helps that I seen it first, but I think that this movie is great as well. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I was just going to say what the most Hollywood thing ever is that they gave away the fucking ending in the trailer.
Well, that doesn't.
It's on the
that
cover
has
of
nothing
the DVD.
to do with the
and it's on the cover.
The one thing that I gotta tell a funny
about that.
I gotta tell the story of the first time I saw this movie. Like, when they're getting to the apartment complex, and you see the landlord, and I'm like, holy shit, it's the fucking the Blackslavia dude from Euro Trip. And then when they get more into the fucking apartment, you see like the veterinarian guy. Holy shit, that guy was on Ally McBeal. Oh my god, the camera guy is fucking Steve Harris from fucking The Wire.
Wait a minute, why are you watching Ally McBeal?
Yeah, and you're just too wealthy of knowledge because I have no idea who any of those people are at all.
Well,
There's
the
watching Ally McBeal.
I thought of a costume shop guy from Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah, he's that guy too. Yeah. He's in Euro
Bill
Trip. He's
does not ring a bell.
He's in Euro Trip. He's in Black.
I knew Jay Hernandez and Jennifer Carpenter. That's the only two people.
You didn't know the main dude, the other the firefighter with the mustache.
Oh yeah,
he looked familiar, but I couldn't place him. And
that's Jonathan Sketch. He's in the Prom Night remake as the killer, and fucking he's in the shitty Day of the Dead remake too.
Not ringing any bells.
He's Liv Tyler's husband.
Nope, nothing.
You never saw That Thing You Do. He's
Man, someone quarantined Jared.
So let me ask you this then: when you first seen this, did you not like it? Because you guys said that you saw this one first.
I thought it was okay. I thought it was okay, but
I thought it was super scary when I first seen it.
I don't remember.
I seen it after, so I can't really.
Yeah, I was mainly. So, Mike, what did you not find it scary when you first seen it?
Well, no, I'd seen Wreck first, but
you'd seen Wreck first. Okay, so just Jeremy Derek then.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to I think it's already been mentioned. It's hard to replicate it when you've already seen Wreck.
Yeah, no, you can't. And that's the thing.
I just feel the end result just isn't enough. I mean, yeah, there's subtle differences in this, but there's not enough here to separate itself and take itself out of the same category as like a fucking Psycho and an Omen remake, because it's pretty much the same shit, man. It really is.
I see where you're coming from too with that. I think that because I feel like there's a big chunk of the movie that was not done in the other one, with the stuff in the firehouse and they do it briefly in Wreck with the basketball, but the race, and then even where the dude's like talking about I bet you I could bang her by tomorrow and stuff. I thought that was funny.
This shit goes on way too long in this, man. It goes on way. You don't need any of it. Like, it just goes on too long.
Okay, you don't need it, but it like in my opinion, it does not hurt that it's there. It's you don't need it in Wreck, the same movie, but I don't think this. It is the same movie. I would hate if it was exactly the same. Like I did in The Omen, and which brings to the major change, right? The changing from the demonic possession thing to the rabies.
Please don't tell me you like it better.
Which is just suggested in the first film. It's only suggested that it's not actually fully confirmed.
The only reason I don't like it more, I just liked that it was different, because then it gives you at least something else that's changed.
Yeah,
and
why is the guy still alive?
Adding the cult aspect to it made it a little bit more creepy, being like this terroristic. Because I was just watching a Forensic Files episode where this cult basically, did this, infected people with salmonella. They went around all the restaurants and sprayed all the food with salmonella, and it was like this huge thing. And I was like, wow, that's like it's kind of the same thing, but with fucking zombies, like a new strain of rabies.
So you actually think Jennifer Carpenter's a good actress?
I do. I like Jennifer Carpenter. I think she's cute. I think she has
she's bad in this movie. I don't like. I prefer the way the character's played in Wreck, but I don't.
So do I. That's the big difference. I'm not saying that this is better. I'm just saying that this is okay too.
Yeah. I just think at the end of the day, it's better than fucking Wreck 3 and 4. So I was just happy to watch.
I think it's better than those as well, and I think that it's better than way better than The Omen. The Omen has no soul at all. This at least feels like it had a little bit of soul.
Yeah, like I said, it does feel like it does have, like, there was some love put into this one, which I do agree. And I do kind of like the aspects of it turning into super rabies and shit. It just gets kind of weird when that guy just starts walking with a broken leg, though. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that guy, I like the little mouse, the little rat coming at the dude, and he's like, dude, that rat just came at me.
The shitty CGI rat that he fucking stomps on.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's CGI.
I guess it's better than scratching a guy on the top.
I do like that. How do you feel about them changing it into like an old hermit dude that looks like Zach at the end?
Well, I like that they changed it. I just don't think it's better. You know, I thought it was a cool.
I did like that they got two Del Toro performers to play that role because Javier Bardem played him in the original, and this one is played by Doug Jones, who was like in Hellboy and Pan's Labyrinth.
Yeah, he's in Pan's Labyrinth.
You know what else this fucking movie does that's like so American? It's just like, again, with the fucking unnecessary fucking digital glitches and shit. I'm like, fucking shut up with that, man. There's time and a place to do that, you know, like when transitions.
I don't remember them really doing that too
shutting up. Yeah, there was a few that were just like, are you kidding me? They just
I understand it. There's a few in the original too. There definitely is some, but it's when they come in contact with some.
Yeah, that's expected,
which is
right?
The ones I'm fine with.
Yeah, when you have fucking contact or when you're turning off the camera and turning it on and stuff, you're gonna have those moments, right?
By the way, that's not really an American thing because they do it in fucking atrocious. That's just a found footage thing.
I just wanted to rip on America for doing shitty remakes.
The cop in this one kind of annoyed me the way he was acting. It was a lot more.
He was a fucking douche, man.
Yeah, he was.
I hate him. I hate
horrible, man. Like,
wait, so he was like more like a real American cop then?
No, this is acted. He was like probably the worst actor in the movie for me. Like the way he was just overreacting. You gotta please sit down. Put that fucking camera down, yo.
No, I thought the two black people. No, that sounded weird. I'm sorry.
Oh my god. Jeremy's back on the show. Fucking just. Oh my god.
Wait, the two black people?
Or was
How's
that
exist?
Well, he can refer to them as black people for one thing. Isn't that very not PC anymore? You can't say those. He's not going to say those two white
black
people.
Was the appropriate term.
He's not going to be like, remember those two white people in the film? That's the point.
Well, I don't know where they're from.
Yeah, I mean,
Did you just say them people?
Oh, this turned really bad. This turned really bad.
I just thought their facial expressions were fucking over the top stupid.
Because they're
describe the facial expressions.
The camera guy's black in this one too.
Yeah, that's actually another aspect I don't like about this film is that they make him into a character too. I don't know what it is. It just bugs the shit. I love that aspect in the first film.
See, but that's the thing, Moods. I think I see where but you're directly comparing what you like more in that one versus this one.
Of course, because it's the same movie.
If you didn't know that
you didn't have a problem when I was doing that with The Omen when they were literally the same fucking movie. I said
if
this movie was so different,
I acknowledged all that.
I wouldn't bring that to the table. If it was a completely type of different, you know, narrative and setup, it just a film on its own. You know, it's like an American version of Wreck. But in hindsight, this thing is identical with subtle differences. So it's hard not to. You can't separate.
No, I'm not saying that you can't make comparisons and stuff like that because I'm doing it too. I'm just saying, is that a criticism of the film that they have this cameraman talking?
Yeah.
It's a fair assessment. It's a fair criticism because I'm telling you specifically what I don't like though. I think what they did in Wreck was actually a good thing, and just showing him and stuff wasn't a good thing.
Well, how would you view this movie in a world where Wreck didn't exist? Just hypothetical. Like, would you still think this is a bad movie or just kind of middle of the road? Or
nah, it's pretty middle of the road.
If you had nothing to compare it
honestly, dude, it's for me, I don't think it's that good at all. I think there's just like, again, you know, my biggest fucking complaint with found footage films, man. Acting, if it's bad, it brings it right down. It's like, it's fucking bottom feeding shit to me, man. It's what sells it, is acting.
But it's the same.
I've never thought of Jennifer Carpenter.
No, I mean, I agree with Moods. If you can't get on board with the acting, it's a little bit rough of a watch. But for me, fortunately, like I think the acting's pretty good. Honestly, I thought the acting was, you know, good in all these films. I have a hard time deciphering bad acting in.
See, I always thought Jennifer Carpenter was the fucking Bunyan of Dexter, though, man. Some episodes, I'm just like, oh my god, she's so cringeworthy sometimes.
Well, it's her character, though. It's her ditzy character in that show.
Her ditzy, bubbly.
It's not that I didn't like her character. I like the fact that she was that foul mouth, fucking, you know, tough bitch cop and stuff. But there's moments where it's like
when she's seen naked with you used to see naked Keith Carradine fucking her.
Oh, that was definitely an interesting moment for sure. Yeah, I don't know.
I can see what you're saying though. Like to me, it does. You know, the acting does have a big part of a film for whether it's successful in terms of found footage because it is hard to.
like
Harder
I
to
said,
get into
if I'm
the
watching like a cinematic,
story
low budget
than
film,
like a slasher.
yeah, for sure. Exactly. And that's my point, right? It's like, it's just more forgivable in those, because, you know, it's set in this kind of like, you know, fictional world, and you're just like, okay, that's fine. You know, whatever, the acting can be overlooked and kind of thing. But when you're setting these things in this like reality type setting and shit, and the acting is like coming off like they're fucking acting, you know, and it's bad and shit, it just doesn't sell it, man. The idea is thrown out the window for myself, and it's hard to fucking recoup from that.
Yeah, especially when they see that fucking Russian dude, like, I know this, you know, tunnel underneath.
Oh,
I know the way out.
The cops in the you know, the forces, and oh my god, some of the interactions and shit, like they start getting each other's face. I'm like, this is fucking like, it's like, stop, dude. This is why this movie's running 90 minutes when it shouldn't be. You know, it's.
I don't feel like this movie's too long though, man.
Even
I mean,
the
if you compare it to Wreck, sure. If you compare it to Wreck, sure. But I think I truly believe if you just watch this film by itself without ever seeing Wreck, like, I don't think you would have felt like you would have made a criticism that the film felt long. I just think it feels that way because we know Wreck was so short.
Do you think that guy would have been dead?
Maybe not, but it's hard to tell though. It's honestly hard to answer that properly because. But then again, you know, I mean, you know, it doesn't really drag that much.
Like when we talk about,
well, the beginning
does.
The beginning does,
right? I don't think normally we look at an hour and 29-minute film and we're like, man, that was too long, unless really nothing happens.
Well, no, if the movie was still an hour and 31 minutes, you'd be tripping balls. You're like, motherfucker, it was over 90 minutes. Fuck this movie.
Fuck this motherfucker.
No, I mean, Rec 4 did feel a little bit long, but I still didn't think it was like overly long. It just felt,
dude, like that movie felt like fucking Titanic. on fucking slow mode.
King Kong.
It was on. I don't even want to talk about that shit.
No, that's the only thing that I hate about the King Kong remake is the whole fucking hour-long boat scene.
Dude, it's 3.5 hours or some shit. It's fucked up.
That's what I like about Skull Island, because they just get there and skip all the boat shit.
Skull Island's awesome,
dude. Skull Island. I watched it in the theater with Dylan. Liked it, didn't love it. Bought the Blu-ray, fucking loved it, man. I don't know what it was. I fell right in love with it.
I can't wait.
I think I was pissed about the John Goodman thing. I was like, they fucking did Johnny bad in this, man.
That's the only thing I hate about that movie. I even said it when we reviewed it.
But you know,
I saw it at the drive-in. It was such an awesome drive-in movie.
You know,
I'm still confused how Peter Jackson like cast Jack Black as the lead, though. It just seems weird.
Who knows? We'll get to it.
It does seem weird
anyway,
because Jack Black sucks.
You guys want to get into ratings on this one?
Yeah.
Sure. I guess that's me?
Yeah, it's you. You're up first, please.
All right, man. I mean, I've said it pretty much what I have to say about the movie, but, you know, for me, I just can't justify doing anything else because, for me, myself, this falls into the exact same boat. That was bad. The Omen.
It pains me because The Omen is so fucking shitty, and I just
this movie was a goddamn chore for me too, man. I'm just like, read from the top, man. I mean, the first thing you see is Jennifer Carpenter. I mean, I don't think she's the worst thing in the world, but she's not even great at all. Not selling this shit for me at all. But again, it's another absolutely pointless fucking movie because people are lazy. Stop being fucking lazy. Watch it.
I just disagree with that statement. I feel like it's insulting.
It is. It is supposed to be insulting. And you know,
I know, but like, I don't think people are lazy just because they're not film fans and they're not into read. It's hard to read a movie.
The excuse why
some people can't do it.
No,
some
it's not that they can't.
Do it. It's hard.
I just called you Troy. I just called you my kid's name. That's fucking hilarious. JP, fucking seriously, man. Like, the biggest excuse why people don't watch them is because they don't want to read them. That's what they say. Is that not an excuse of being
like
lazy?
To read my movies.
Dude, but there's a way
my
to
boss
watch.
Literally said like I can't pay attention to the movie.
No,
if I'm
but
reading
there's a
it.
way. You can actually even look it up too. There's a way to watch subtitled movies and not miss anything. You don't actually have to read every single. You know, some people like start at line one, like I was in. You know, you're reading it like that. You're not supposed to, man. Like, yeah. I'm sure Jeremy, when he was in film school, did they teach you how to learn?
It's just too distracting, and it takes people out of the movie. Think about that, right? If bad acting takes you out of the movie, maybe reading the film takes other people out of the movie. It doesn't mean they're lazy.
But let's put it an example. Would you recommend them watch the Martyrs remake if this was the same conversation?
No, because that movie sucks.
Well, it's the same argument, though, man. Jeremy, when you were in film school or doing whatever and stuff, did they ever tell you how to watch subtitled movies properly?
No, because we're all film fans, so we watch subtitle movies anyway.
Right.
Oh, but there was never a thing. I just remember being in class and there was like a little thing on it. You know, it's like, okay, this is the proper way to watch this. It was actually kind of interesting. I can't remember all the specs on it, but it was pretty cool. Like how you watch subtitle films without missing shit.
My first ever one was Ringu, and I could not pay attention to that fucking movie for the life of me.
Yeah, but you don't like Asian films anyways, so fucking...
Yes, I do. I love Asian films. I don't like Japanese ghost stories.
Jesus, JP, now he's just lying through his fucking
teeth. It's Asian people he doesn't love.
Mm-hmm. He's like, those Asians brought the coronavirus. Oh,
he's like, fuck that Jap horror.
But anyways, man, you know where this is going, man. 3 out of 10. It's the same. It's the same boat for me, man. It's a pointless fucking movie. I can't stand it.
What did you give The Omen?
3 out of 10. It's the same boat.
God damn.
Well, at least it's the same boat.
That was my reasoning. I have my reasons, and I'm sticking to them. Okay,
let me ask you this: Jennifer Carpenter or what the fuck is that dude's name? Cotton Weary. Which one's the better actor?
Cotton Weary.
Oh my god.
No way.
Oh,
he's fucking awesome on Ray Donovan.
That's actually well, in The Omen, he's horrible in The Omen. So if I was to compare him
in that movie.
Yeah, if I had to compare The Omen, I'd probably go with Jennifer Carpenter in this one for sure.
So 3.5 out of 10 then.
So 3 out of 10. Same thing.
All right.
Fuck this movie.
Okay. I actually really like this movie, and in fact, like, I've watched this movie a handful of times since I first seen it. I thought it was really scary the first time I seen it.
Fucking liar.
And I think I thought that it held up too. Like, I dig the bonus stuff they added. I prefer the other one, but I still dig this one. It's different. It's having two versions of the story that I like. And I think that this is much better than Rec 3 and 4. This is a pretty good movie. And I think that most people who would see this first would like it. I think that they would think that it was pretty good. Maybe it wouldn't knock their socks off like Rec did, but I think that The Omen is not that way. Like, I feel like people that see The Omen still think that it's not that good. The story's probably decent because they're working with a good story, but I don't think that it's as engaging and capturing. And I do know that there's some fans of this one because I was talking to some people from the page, and people seem to think that there's a lot of good aspects and a lot of people work.
I like how this whole spiel is just trying to prove that I'm being a piece of shit about my rating.
No, it's absolutely not.
It is fucking too. It's awesome.
The acting didn't work for you. I fully admitted if that doesn't work, it's going to be a hard sell because I agree with your assessment on found footage films needing good acting. Mm-hmm. So I agree. Like, if you don't like the acting, I could see why your rating matches up with a 3. But I just think The Omen sucks so much, and I hate that this movie's even in the same conversation as it. But I give it an 8 out of 10.
What? Did you just say 8?
Holy shit.
Did you say 8 out of 10?
Points. Yes.
3 and an 8. God damn.
I
love when the show goes on.
It's a good movie.
We get further and further on movies.
If you don't have an issue with the acting, it's a good movie. It really is. It's a good movie. I think a lot of people would agree with me.
Damn, we're like half a whole.
Wow, this is like a Rec-free conversation because sorry to not agree with you on this one, JP. I don't think it's a bad movie.
Did you just apologizing for disagreeing with him? You don't have to do that.
Well, I think because we were so on point the whole time with each other's.
Part 3. Yeah, part 3. Yeah. You guys were 69ing on part 3.
I still don't. I think this movie's just okay. You know, it's.
I think you're just okay.
Hey.
Okay.
Oh my god, people are gonna fucking trip balls on me on this. I think it's hilarious.
You know, I don't mind. It's just like you said, the act. It's just so because I know every actor. I'm sorry. It's just like like the guy from Eurotrip. I was screaming out lines from Eurotrip. Stop hammer time when he came on screen.
It is a weird production decision to go with names for a found footage film. It is weird. I'm not gonna lie that it's a. I feel like they were kind of wanted their cake and eat it too. You know what I mean? Like they wanted to use the names, but also make a found footage film that supposedly based on real stuff. Kind of a weird era to pull that with too.
Yeah, it's just a little annoying to me, and like even like I was having this conversation with Carly too when I was watching it. Fucking, she agreed with me. It's annoying when you have like named actors inside your fucking found footage movie.
Carly doesn't disagree with anybody, so.
No, she does. She definitely does.
She does.
But I've always had that problem with big name actors in certain films. Like certain films I don't have a problem with, but it's just like found footage and certain other ones I'm just like, oh, dude.
And I do have a feeling it was a studio thing because this guy directed two of my favorite American found footage movies, That's So Blue, and I even like the Poughkeepsie tapes. You know, it's maybe some overrated to some people, but I actually really enjoy that, and it has a realism arc.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, I like that aspect about his other movies, in that sense of the found footage ones that he's done. Anyways, you know, I like it. I actually do like Doug Jones as the fucking giant Zach lookalike at the end in the Night Vision scenes. I'm like, they should have just got Zach to play this role. That'd been fucking amazing. But anyways,
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre. but anyways, I give it like a 6.5 out of 10. I still think it's people like JP said. I think a lot of people not going into it will enjoy a lot more on first watch. I do agree that, but you know, it was just a little annoying to me.
Fair assessment. 6.5 out of 10. That would be Jeremy. Who's next?
Yep.
Yeah,
Jeremy.
So, I also come in with a 6.5 out of 10 on this one.
Wow, that's awesome.
Mike.
I am going to go 6 out of 10. It's not horrible. It's not great. I'm splitting the wide spectrum of a 3 versus an 8. I
love it. I love it.
I don't really like most of the changes made, but at this, or actually, let me rephrase.
I don't think there's one.
I prefer the aspects of Rec over what they kind of make subtle changes for in Quarantine, but I don't think Jennifer Carpenter's a bad actress. I just prefer the way the character is in Rec. They're played differently, especially once
she's only fucking here. She's only in this movie because she was on Dexter and popular at the time.
Through the movie, I think Jennifer Carpenter, the way she plays the character, it becomes more of kind of like a hysterical wreck than Angela did, but that's just a difference in the character, so that's preferences to me. But I think Quarantine's a lesser movie, obviously, but it's not bad, so I'll give it a 6.
I got fucking COVID just listening to that right there. You guys made me sick. You guys made me sick.
Before we move on, I think Robert Hall actually did effects on both of the Quarantine movies.
Really?
The guy who did the Laid to Rest movies.
Yeah, we know who he is.
Yep. Okay, that was Quarantine from 2008.
What's going on?
I don't know. Some apartment building in LA. It's good we're flying away.
Sir? 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 You're gonna have to stay still, okay?
Alright, so moving into 2011 with Quarantine 2, Terminal. Directed by John Pogue? I think that's what his name is. I don't know. Fuck, I'm horrible.
The straight to DVD master.
Yeah, this guy directed The Quiet Ones from 2014. You guys see that one?
I didn't mind that movie.
It actually wasn't horrible. I will admit it wasn't horrible. He directed Blood Brother from 2018, and he's also directed the up-and-coming Deep Blue Sea 3, slated for this year.
Maybe some high hopes for that one.
The movie everybody's waiting for.
Yeah,
might be better than Deep Sea Blue 2 then.
Oh, fuck.
That's the case.
That was English.
This guy actually wrote U.S. Marshals in 98. Crazy. Oh, he wrote The Skulls, too. Crazy. Not The Skulls 2, The Skulls. Also, I meant to say.
The Paul Walker movie?
Yeah.
Nice.
Interesting. Okay. So, Quarantine 2 Terminal. A plane is taken over by a mysterious virus. When the plane lands, it is placed under quarantine, naturally. Now a group of survivors must band together to survive the quarantine. So
I have
this movie's better than I thought it would be, to be honest with you.
You know, it is better than I thought it would be.
I agree, and I think the best
be...
decision was to make it be its own thing and not try to do Rec 2.
Yeah,
I thought it was going to be,
which is normally what happens.
I agree with that. This movie actually was pretty fucking entertaining, to be honest.
Dude, can I talk about the one scene that cracked me up? That when we find out that super rabies is the cure for Parkinson's disease.
I think this movie, though, has a fucking amazing jump scare, like top-notch jump scare that really fucking scared me.
Where?
Well, where? When they're in the fucking container and the guy comes through the top and fucking the pilot comes through the top of that container and grabs the dude.
Through the hatch, yeah.
It didn't get me. No,
really?
Not me.
Got me.
Crazy.
Did it get any of you guys?
No, it didn't really get me. No, but I see where he's going.
Yeah, I can see that happening. But I've seen this one before, so this is a rewatch.
I like that it has continuity. That was a nice little.
Yeah, I was shocked by that. I was shocked by that, actually.
Yeah, it seemed like for like a movie that definitely went off on its own to add the subtle touches to connect to the first one. I remember when this first came out, it was a direct-to-DVD movie, and I had like very low expectations going into it because I was like, okay, Quarantine, a remake of Rec that was in theaters, and they're just throwing this sequel on DVD. And when I was watching it, I just remember being like, wow, they actually managed to put together a fun movie out of this. And I think the whole setting where it starts out on a plane is like a good, nice return to like the claustrophobic setting. And I mean, to a lot of people, just being on a flight is scary enough. And the fact that, people start getting affected, it's like, it's a great setting.
You know damn straight if you were 13 years old and you had those goggles, you'd be looking at that broad's titties faster than you could say Titty McGee.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you just let us know?
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
I think I think the best part of this one is the plane aspect. I feel like once they get back down to the ground, I was a little bit less interested. But the plane part was really cool, man. Yeah. I think the plane rivals the boat.
I think they underutilized the plane. I mean, because they land that motherfucker pretty quick, man.
Yeah, I know.
The shit goes down and then they land it and stuff and they pull up to the wrong gate, which was kind of funny. I'm not fucking doing this, blah, blah, blah. That was like ground crew shit. I had to deal with that every day, right?
They probably figured if it stays on the plane, how long can you really go before everyone's just dead?
Well, I don't blame his reaction for freaking out because, like, working in an airport for 7 years and doing that job, I know exactly what was going on. If a plane pulled up to a wrong, you'd be like, "What the fuck, dude? That's bad shit. That's bad shit."
Moods, I have a question for you. When did Flight of the Living Dead come out?
I don't know.
Flight of the Living Dead?
Yeah, the zombies on a plane.
Jesus Christ.
Good question. I don't know.
because I think maybe
someone give that to me.
2007.
Oh, it's actually got some
I love Derek's
actors,
enthusiasm for Flight of the Living Dead versus Jeremy's like, what?
Flight of the Living Dead actually wasn't that bad. Yeah, it wasn't.
It's not that bad. It's fun.
It's got an 89% on Rotten Tomatoes, so it can't be too bad.
Yeah, it's got some named actors in it, like the bad guy from Kindergarten Carp's in it, and
Kevin J. O'Connor from fucking
The Mummy.
Lords of Illusion.
Yeah.
Chicago Legend.
I don't know about Legend.
So about Quarantine 2.
Quarantine 2, man. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I do agree that the best parts of the film actually are in the plane. It's kind of gross, like when that fat dude pukes on the fucking FA.
Oh my
god, dude, that's disgusting, man. That actually looks, and like it's gross too when he's leaning back. He's got like this pool of puke like in his fucking neck fat, and I was like, oh, god damn it, stop it, gross.
Didn't he kind of look like Chris Pontius, that dude?
Yeah, a little bit.
Like the guy from
Preston Lacey.
Yeah, that's who you're talking about.
Yeah.
I knew
the guy from Richard Jewell.
So listen, a couple of the things that I don't like though, just to kind of get those out of the way. I don't like how they made that. Like again with the change, they have like such a want to make them just zombies. Like, and you know, they were in quarantine 1, but this, like, they don't even feel the same infected. They just feel like this almost like mutated, like monster.
Days later.
Yeah, like a monster instead of like people that are infected. It's annoying. And then 2, man, the subplot with the rat dude with where he says that they're hamsters or whatever. Like, I wanted to choke the dumb bitch who just like kept, like, it is ridiculously obvious that he's mustache twirling bad guy.
Yeah.
Like, it is painfully obvious. It is. The script was so horrible in that aspect because
dude.
The moment the kid says, "I know what gerbils look like," and those weren't gerbils, like right then and there, like, okay, that these rats are attacking us. Like, they're lab rats. This kid says that they were lab rats. Like, it is 100% factual, and just the way that the dude acts, like, it clearly sounds like he's lying.
And the dude has no explanation because the kid was like, "Oh, well, gerbils don't have tails like that." And then when everyone looks at the dude, I forgot how he tries to explain.
Well, he says the ones from like that area do or something.
It's like, what? No.
It's like, you just made
no,
that
he was also playing
up.
it off like he didn't even really know. And I was like, what do you mean you don't know? You were fucking packing him around. Like, so stupid.
Yeah, it's fucking
that's where this film shows it's the fact that it's a direct-to-video.
Yeah, the narrative in that part is really fucking stupid. And I'm not even 100% sure. Like, certain airlines have different rules and stuff, but I know with like cats and dogs, you can bring into the cabs like that, but you know, they obviously have to be caged up and shit. I'm not sure about rats because obviously that would have went through security and they would have known that they were rats. I don't know if you can bring rats onto planes.
I don't think you can, man. I don't know. Rats are,
but they're
like I said with certain things. Species, right? Well, when I worked for WestJet, I'm positive you couldn't bring a lot of certain animals up into the cabins and shit. So with WestJet, you would never have rats in there. So that was kind of like throwing me for a little bit of a loop. I'm like, this airline allowed that through? Because they obviously went through security. I mean, they even talk about how this is after 9/11. Security's beefed up, and hence why they were on lockdown when the shit was going on and shit, which makes sense, you know. Like I said, I know how the airport system works very, very well. That actually would have happened like that. But for the rats being on there, that was kind of bullshit, to be honest, I think. So, but I mean, it's painfully obvious, too, like, that aspect of the narrative is just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous, man. It's supposed to be a mystery, I guess, but I don't know. But
yeah, that was dumb.
It is kind of stupid, man.
Yeah.
But I think it's just a total miss, though. You know, I mean, what is it? Is it actually turbulence that lets the rats out on the plane?
I assume so.
Is that what happens? Because
like,
I can't.
Wait, when does the guy get? I don't remember when the fat dude gets
bit.
No, because he grabs the cage.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
But it was caused from turbulence. But it was caused from turbulence, though. Like he
was trying to pack the thing into his thing because it was a little bit bigger.
Yeah. That's right. No, I meant how the rats got out.
I mean, when they hit the storm, I would assume that caused the
thing to open up.
Yeah. So the turbulence caused the rats to get out. Okay. Yeah.
I also don't buy that this guy was from that apartment complex.
Yeah. Well, I mean, these bio-terrorists have to be somewhere. Why not there, I guess?
No,
right?
but to me, it's just like he was like, you know, I was here, and then now I'm leaving at the same time that that they find out, because he wouldn't have known they found out.
He's the most amateur as
No, he wouldn't have had he wouldn't have been able to have the rats with him.
No.
He wouldn't have been able to like go in there, grab the rats, and come out.
Well, maybe he left before. Like maybe he knew that the shit somebody or some things got infected in the apartment, so he fucking booked the fuck out of there. Because I'm assuming this is.
Well, he would have had to have if he would have known that.
It's a parallel storyline. It's a parallel storyline because he literally is
at the same time.
Yeah, he's literally watching the footage on TV on his laptop, which is another bullshit aspect. Because back when this movie came out in 2011, you wouldn't be able to do that in airlines. You didn't have.
It was funny.
You didn't have that. You didn't have that. Now everything is all Wi-Fi and stuff. You can watch it online, but in 2011 you couldn't do that. So that was bullshit. And because earlier in the film they're actually giving a guy shit for talking on his phone, which is totally against the law on every airplane. You can't be talking on your phone, which is bullshit. Which they do give him shit for, but But this guy's watching fucking news footage. No, see, that's garbage too.
I think that was before the plane started flying, though, right?
No, they were in air because she was. No, they were in the air because she asked him if he. No, they were in the air because she asked him if he wanted what he wanted to drink, and if the FAs are coming around at that point, that means that you're up to altitude and you're flying. Dude, I know this industry very well.
No, I believe you. I just could have sworn that they didn't.
No,
fly.
they were up in the air already.
I think I thought that was before the flight attendants went and put their seatbelts on.
No, it was after. So he was like, oh, better fucking here than that we're flying away from this shit and stuff. So yeah, but
yeah, it's just fucking great when the parks and zoo just gets out of nowhere and starts chomping on dudes.
Yeah.
It's like, really? Super rabies is the cure for Parkinson's? I want some of that shit.
What did you guys think of the ending?
It was kind of cheesy.
I thought it was pretty cheesy.
Yeah, it was kind of cheesy. Like she becomes a.
I mean the cat ending.
Oh, that's cheesy as shit. It's like
I like the fact where they are in because they did emergency landing in Vegas.
Yeah,
and they're like right outside the Mandalay Bay and shit, and the Luxor and stuff. Well, I've actually stayed at Mandalay Bay. That's where the huge shooting happened. Yeah, I was at that hotel like 3 months before that huge shooting. It's fucking crazy.
That'd be amazing if they made fucking Quarantine 3 Vegas.
Right. That's how they set it up to be in Vegas.
I mean, they did fucking Hostel 3 in Vegas, so why not?
And Leprechaun 3. What's up with 3 in Vegas?
Which is the best
Hostel
one?
3 makes sense.
Yeah, Hostel 3 is not great, though. Unlike Leprechaun 3.
Hostel 3 is not great, but I do kind of like some of the things they do in it, but that's not great.
I don't know what it is, man, but the one chick in this movie, the fucking black chick in this, reminds me of a young Pam Grier. She's fucking cute, man. What the hell's her name?
Yeah.
She's very cute.
She's got that face to her, and I was like, damn, she just reminded me of like the early Pam Grier stuff, man. Like
I feel like I've seen her in something.
I don't know, man, but I couldn't stop watching her in the film. I was like, damn, dude. Fucking sexy.
She seemed noticeable to me too.
Super sexy, man. I liked her voice and everything. She's awesome. She was definitely the highlight of the movie for myself. But you know, I mean, like I said, you know, I think the great
better than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I think the actual airplane stuff is underutilized when they get to the ground. It gets a little bit slow and sloppy and stuff, and it's a little bit not as entertaining. I think it's just not as thrilling too, because when you're on a plane, I mean, being in that situation. That scenario is fucking crazy. Like that's
it's scary. It's hard to go from that claustrophobic setting at the beginning, and then they get rid of it.
They're also on a
fairly quickly.
I can't remember the name of the planes, but when you have the 2 seats on one side and the one, it's a really small plane, which is kind of
a really small plane.
It is, man, and it's funny that you could access the the holes from the inside of the plane. Like that's very rare to see in those really small planes.
But is that even profitable? Fucking flying from LA to Vegas in a plane the size of a pack of chewing gum.
Yeah, actually it is. Yeah, those are regional. Yeah. Those are almost like regional planes. Yeah. So the Q400, they're really good on fuel and stuff like that, right? So that's why they use it more for the shorter flights. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of shocking. The movie is actually a little bit better than I thought. The ending's kind of funny, but whatever, it is what it is. I'd actually like to see. I would watch the third one if they set it in Vegas. You know, did something with that. I'd definitely check that out. Fuck, whatever.
Yeah. Ratings?
I'm good.
No idea.
Is it back to me again?
I guess so.
Yes.
Might be.
All right. Yeah, I thought this was much better than I expected. I honestly I thought it was going to be horrible, just because that era of when it came out, like direct to video sequels. I mean, the cover's garbage. I thought the plane was gimmicky and it was going to be super low budget looking. It actually looks, semi decent.
It actually looks really authentic too. Like, even her putting in the like the food trays and shit like that. That was all authentic. Like with the foot locks and the way it was and shit, and like everything, how it was all set up and stuff. Like it looked like they filmed inside a real fucking plane. It was crazy.
Yeah. Which is good. Which is probably why they had to stop filming in a plane. Because they probably wasted their whole budget getting a little bit. I noticed that there's no like score in this one, and this one dropped the found footage, right? Am I tripping?
No, it's cinematic. Yeah.
Cinematic.
Okay. Yeah, which I don't think we mentioned, but yeah, but it still didn't have a score, which is interesting, right? Because it's like that you don't have a score in a found footage because it's like, why would you? But again, you can't have a score in found footage because it's like somebody edited this shit together. Why couldn't they just throw music into it too? You know. But either way, yeah, I don't think it's necessarily like great or anything. Like, it's surprising, but I still think it's like just not that good. I do think it's actually better than Rec 4 though, so I will come in at a 6 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, JP. It's up there for me. It's super fun. It's a fun little sequel, and you know, it has a little more cheesy effects in it. You know, it's funny shit. You know, like when that, like I said, when that fucking dude just gets out, I'm like, super rabies, cure for any disease. It's fucking hilarious. I'm also at a 6 out of 10. I had fun with it.
Crazy.
Am I up next?
Now they approved the NHL 24 team. Just it's approved now. Not
6 out of 10 for me too.
Wow, this is strange.
666 is
Mike.
Let's go with quadruple sixes. It's this movie's much better than I expected. Still, I mean, I was a little worried revisiting it, like with that initial like pleasant surprised effect wear off watching it a second time. And for the most part, I kind of maintain what I thought of it the first time. It's much better than expected. Not great, but it was still fun. They managed to make a fun movie or a fun sequel, and really, I think its strength is it did its own thing. That's probably the best decision they could have made. So yeah, 6 out of 10.
Yeah, that's pretty strange, actually. I actually quite enjoyed this movie. I think the motives behind, you know, these biochemical terrorists and shit of like ridding people for the sake of like population control is like a ridiculous narrative. But at the same time, isn't every James Bond movie similar to that? You know, I can't really hate on it, I guess. But I'm also at a 6 out of 10, oddly enough. I think it's entertaining enough to... Definitely, I'd actually watch this again. I actually had fun with it, so yeah.
Nice. That was kind of weird that we ended all on the same page in the last movie.
Yeah, I think it was okay, man. I think there was that really cheesy kind of like X-ray fight scene and shit where they were at the X-ray machine or whatever the fuck it was. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I felt like the whole night vision-y thing was a way to like make it kind of feel found footage-y.
Yeah, it was like X-ray night vision. It was weird, man. It just looked odd. It was very strange.
It was like Predator heat seeking.
I forgot to mention, actually, I wanted to fucking strangle that kid though. He was just irritating to me, man. Just that 13-year-old piece of shit. Like I can do this shit myself. And her response is great. She's like, "Oh, great, less work for me."
Right? Yeah. Just a little sassy.
Great reaction.
Fucking funny. Yeah, fun show, guys.
Yeah, man, that was fun. That was fun. That was the Rec franchise. Yeah, actually, I had fun watching these, even though I didn't like half of them, apparently. But I didn't really think that I hated them that much. I didn't really hate anything. I just didn't think they were great. But, no, it was still fun to do, man. It was fun to, you know, 2 of these movies were first-time watches, Part 4 and, you know, the fucking sequel, Quarantine 2. So
Terminal.
I mean, you know, it was interesting. You know, I don't go into a lot of these things without having first time watches. It's weird. It's actually strange for me, but I was happy. You know, I was forced to watch these and shit. So, and
now that we did watch them, tomorrow they will announce Rec 5 and Quarantine 3.
Exactly. And actually, now the fact, like, I never picked up Rec 2 because I hated the Quarantine so much after I bought the DVD. Now I actually have to go and buy Part 2 somehow. Because I actually liked it. So.
Yeah, I don't own it either.
I actually went to go buy it for the show, and it was randomly the only like movie out of stock. Even Quarantine 1 was in stock still.
Nice. Well, I guess that's going to do it, man. I want to thank all my guests. Jeremy, thank you for coming on this show.
Oh, you're most welcome. It's my 118th appearance.
Is that
I was actually about to count them all like I did with everybody else, just to add to the joke, because usually when I do a joke, I will go as like hard and is shut the fuck up.
118th appearance. So yeah, so was that 60?
Someone quarantine that chair.
There's no bounds.
66. What? No, you. Oh, 67 episodes you haven't been on. Okay, that makes sense.
But there was, I couldn't remember. It was like hard to remember which ones he didn't do in like when he would just disappear for certain shows. I couldn't remember which ones they were, especially when like the past like 85 episodes, like I just could not remember which ones he was on and wasn't, so I stopped counting.
Is that 118 including the ones where you never watched the featured reviews? Do you count those ones?
Probably.
As being on the show?
And I was debating with that too. I was like, was he really there?
He was. He was like, yeah, I agree with that. You know?
Yeah, I agree with Doctor and the Devil.
So what's JF3 era bringing to the table?
I don't know. Same old shit.
No, that would be JF2.
Oh God, let's drop the shitty Jerry jokes then. Don't bring the same shit.
Nah, I gotta bring the Jerry jokes. He's a homo.
What did I do? I'm a fucking catalyst, man. Ah, shit. All right, well, anyways, Derek, thank you for your 21st appearance on the show. That is absolutely insane. That's a lot of appearances.
Hey man, without this, like I said in the post, without the show, I wouldn't even be doing what I'm doing now. You know?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I hear that, man. And Mike, was it 9th or 10th?
I think so. Yeah.
Man, he's been on a lot, and a lot of those appearances have been just in like the last 8 months. Really, it's crazy.
Yeah, it seems like they're kind of like racking up. Like once I start, it's like every other week or every few weeks.
You covered some ground for making your debut on episode 160 something. It was the Dawn of the Dead. It was the Dead series.
Yeah. You're making an appearance like I was making on Fresh Cuts there for a while.
Yeah, this is actually my first franchise show with you guys. I did the Hatchet trilogy.
Yeah, that was the last of the Derek era, actually. That was episode 99, right?
Yeah.
I remember
Exploitation to Hatchet trilogy. Yeah. I always remember. I can remember most of the episodes we did in that too. It's weird.
Oh, I liked a lot of those episodes, man. And fucking, I wish we'd do an Exploitation part 2, man, because I could watch Exploitation films all the fucking time.
Well, once I get a little more sick time and vacation time, I'll Patreon that shit with you guys and then bring it to you.
There's a lot of those under.
Hell yeah.
Over what is the fucking word? I'm like tired or something. Basically, we haven't done a lot of things that we need to, like Irish Volume 2, as well as First French. We haven't done any French. Exploitation 2. Definitely.
You know what? We haven't done a Canucksploitation one.
I know, and you want to know why? Is because I always just feel like Canadian and American films just go hand to hand. That I don't really separate them that much.
You know what you guys should do? I think have a
French Canadian.
No, I was thinking maybe get another Canadian podcaster on with you guys. It's a little secret.
Heather?
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah. No, we want to do something with Heather. We'll have her on.
Hell yeah. Was on with Heather before on Fresh Cuts.
We need to figure out who our guest for Paranormal is going to be, because I feel like we need somebody who...
It's going to be on my side, because you and Jeremy are going to suck these movies off.
I don't know.
I haven't seen any of them, bro.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if... honestly,
really? I thought that you'd seen most of the films. I thought you actually liked the Paranormal.
I saw the first one and the fifth one.
Okay,
and I've only seen the first two. But I don't know if I'll even like the sequels. But I just feel like we need somebody that knows more about them than us, since none of us are really.
Yeah, I haven't seen all of them either. But
maybe Mike.
I'm so green on these movies. It's ridiculous. Like, I've seen the first one, I think, one time, and I couldn't even move on. Like, it's absolutely insane.
I feel like you'll probably at least respect it more.
I like a lot of the sequels more than that might happen to Moods.
Did you think so? Was going to come in?
I hear that too. I hear the sequels are better. I think even Carly just ran through these on her own, just on her own time.
I think someone said the third one is really good.
I like the third one. Out of the first three, I like the third one. I didn't like Ghost Dimension. I like Marked Ones.
I heard Marked Ones is really solid.
Yeah, it's kind of like a side story, but it still ties into the main storyline. Yeah, and I had no hope for it after stupid. Because didn't it come out? Was it before Ghost Dimension or after?
Yeah, it was between
before.
It was between part 4 and Ghost Dimension.
Okay, yeah, because 4 sucked, but then Marked Ones was like a great rebound.
I actually don't hate 4 that much. I think it's kind of generic, but yeah, we'll get into it. We'll save that for another discussion.
Yeah, and I haven't seen that Tokyo one. I've just seen like highlights of it on.
I kind of want to see that one. You might have to.
I'm interested. Like I am interested to watch it.
Since you guys are gonna do spoilers on these, you might have to let me see that before you talk about it.
All right, are you guys ready to break out your top 10 found footage films? Something new at the end of the show? I'm just joking.
Yeah, I could go Blair Witch, Wreck. Yeah, that's about Cannibal Holocaust up there.
Grave Encounters.
Grave Encounters is a good one.
The
Bay.
You guys watch The Taking of Deborah Logan? What do you guys think about that one?
That one's pretty good.
I haven't.
I like that one a bunch.
That one's hard to find.
I think The Bay is pretty entertaining. I think that was
I love
one.
The Conspiracy.
The Conspiracy is actually pretty fun.
Yeah.
I personally, man, for like that kind of technology found footage shit, man, I really like The Den. I thought The Den was really good, man.
That's pretty
good.
I
heard Exploding Heads just did The Den, and did they blow it, Derek? I'm sure you probably.
I didn't listen to that one actually yet.
See,
yeah, somebody made a big post saying like that their deep dive on it was like amazing or something. So
Nori the Curse was excellent, man.
VHS
that's a great movie.
Yeah, I love that one too. I actually like all that guy's found, like Record of Sweet Murder.
Yeah, he's done some good shit, man.
Safe Haven from VHS too.
I mean, I think the Amateur Night's the best segment in all the VHSs.
I like that. It's between that one and Safe Haven. Those are my two favorites for sure out of that series.
Yeah, the last two segments in VHS 2 are fucking phenomenal, man. I love those two.
Jason Eisner, Dark Side of the Ring.
What?
He's directing Dark Side of the Ring.
Really?
Dark Side of the Ring
he's directed all of them.
Oh, he's the director on the
Creep is great. Creep probably is in my top 10 now.
I like Creep and Creep 2. Yeah, that was pretty fun.
Yeah, Jason Eisner is the
fucking what was it, the alien party or some shit that he did? Man, that shit was creepy as fuck, man.
Yeah, I agree. I like that too.
It's really good.
I like Cloverfield a lot.
Yeah, Cloverfield's pretty good for a big budget.
Troll Hunter.
We did mention As Above, So Below. That's another really good one too.
Yeah, Troll Hunter.
Troll Hunter is awesome, man. I love that film. It's
so
great.
Fun.
It is great, man.
The first time watching that, I was so blown away because I didn't know what to expect, and I was like, "Holy!"
Do you remember
how the fuck they made the effects look that good in a lower budget movie like that?
I was just gonna say The Sacrament, man. I haven't seen it. I think since 2013. I think that made like our top 10 list that year, which is crazy.
It was my number one.
Really, I would like actually to see how it would like kind of match up on the year now. You know,
I know that there's other films that I've seen that would be better now, but it was. Yeah, my number one of 2014.
Crazy.
I haven't seen it since either.
Yeah, that's funny.
I really, I like a lot of the mockumentary style found footage movies too, like
Mungo.
Lake Mungo.
Yeah, I really like Lake Mungo, The Tunnel.
You should do Lake Mungo for They're Here.
The Tunnel is like one of my fucking favorite. I love it. The Tunnel's just structured so well. It just works so well, man. It's great, man. The only fucking Night Shyamalan ding dong film, The Visit. I love that shit. That was a good movie.
It's alright.
Found footage?
It is.
Yeah.
Dude, I was gonna say The Visit, and I couldn't remember if it was found footage or not. I was like, I want to say it was, but then I couldn't remember.
Yeah,
it's
it actually works pretty well.
You can't remember if something's found footage because I didn't remember either.
It's literally like the only movie I like by him. It's crazy.
What?
That is crazy.
Sense? Or Unbreakable or Sixth Sense? What?
I'm not a fan of Sixth Sense, man. I saw that shit in the I was like, ugh. I've seen it a couple times. I'm just, I can't fuck.
You only really once you know the ending, it's like.
Yeah, but that doesn't take away from the first time seeing it. It shouldn't. I mean,
no, I agree with that. Yeah. I'm actually more of an Unbreakable fan, to be honest.
We actually saw Sixth Sense when we were supposed to see the Blair Witch for the first time. It was sold out because of all that hype, and we ended up seeing Sixth Sense.
So you're not a Stuart Little fan, Moods?
No.
I don't get it.
M. Night Shyamalan wrote those movies, the Stuart Little movies.
No.
Really?
You didn't know that?
Yeah, Stuart Little.
No. How would I know that?
That's how he made the Sixth Sense. That was off the success of the first movie.
All right. Yeah. All right. Well, we should possibly get the fuck out of here.
Hey, we should end the show after the show.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
End the show after the show. Yeah, we'll stick around. Maybe we'll go live on YouTube and do a fucking. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, man. So that's it, man. Thank you guys for coming back on. I enjoyed, rewatching some of these and first time watching some of these films and shit. Always glad to have you guys back on. You're welcome back anytime y'all wants. So Derek, do some Patreoning and come back on an Aussie 2 show.
Yeah.
No, you don't have to Patreon. You don't have to pay to come on the show. It's ridiculous. You're always welcome. You can come on whenever you want, man. Just let me know.
I'll have one of the listeners Patreon that shit, and I'll come back on.
Yeah, fuck it, man. I get on these kicks, man. Like a little while ago, I watched like a shitload of exploitation films again. I just wanted to keep going. Like I fucking even watched Stone again. It's like I love exploitation films.
Yeah. I hear you.
So I can't stop when I start. And
there's so many out there. Too. There really is.
There's so many good ones. I just fucking love them, dude. Like, anyways, is Jeremy taking us out of here, or is he not available at the moment?
I'm right here.
Okay, well, take us out of here.
I'm not going to leave early. All right. Thank you, everybody, for listening to episode 185. Everybody who has reached out to me over the past 2.5 months and wished me well, I love you all. I know I sound like a fag, but I really do. Anyway, if you want to follow the man Moods himself, you can do so at youtube.com/Moods616. So as you can follow JP on his channel, youtube.com/DoubleShotJ. Follow me on my channel, youtube.com/NESRower22. You can follow the other two schmucks wherever they are at.
No more
leave us a voicemail at 724-426-6665. Leave us any questions at the 22shotsmoodandhorror@gmail.com. It's the 22shotsmoodandhorror@gmail.com. Follow us on Facebook, facebook.com search bar 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Podcast. And as always, please support the Patreon to get the sand sucked out of my vagina. Patreon.com/22shotspodcast. Please buy a 22 Shots of Moods and Horror t-shirt. No one has bought any in a long time, and we really appreciate it. So please buy one. And as always, follow us on Twitter, twitter.com/22shotspodcast. That should do it, everybody, for episode 185 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Podcast. We'll be back next week with the Crazies show, OG versus Remake. Oh, shit. So stay tuned for that. I will be back then, and I shall talk to you guys when we get over there. So see you guys soon. Goodbye.
Featuring a first-time guest. Deuces.
Oh, yeah, we are.
Later.
Peace.